The incense ash in the funeral hall was 3 layers thick. Nobody swept it. I stood in front of the coffin, clutching a piece of paper in my hand. The corners were curled, looking like they had been folded and unfolded 1,000 times. I didn't cry. I didn't say a word. I just flicked my lighter and held the flame to the edge. The fire licked the paper, slowly climbing upward. It wasn't a strong flame. It burned slow. The edges shriveled, the handwriting blurred, turned black, and finally crumbled into ash. Someone whispered that I'd gone crazy. Someone else pulled at a neighbor's sleeve. Nobody stepped forward to stop me. The lawyer stood 3 paces away, his suit crisp, a fountain pen still gripped in his hand like he was waiting for a signature. When the ashes drifted up, a draft blew in from the side door. I didn't blink. Amidst the gray, one scrap of paper hadn't burned through. It was yellow and brittle, like an old envelope. It didn't hit the ground. The wind caught it, swirling it half a circle until it landed right at my feet. I looked down. The words were written in blue ink. The strokes shook violently, as if the hand that wrote them was trembling. It was just one line: I owe him a life. I didn't move. The fire was still burning. Paper ash continued to fall, landing on my black shoes like snow. The lawyer took a step forward. He pulled a fresh stack of papers from his briefcase. They were brand new, the edges perfectly straight, stamped with red ink. He cleared his throat. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for the entire hall to hear. According to the amendment to the will signed by Mr. Liu before his passing, all assets belonged to Jiang Jin. No one responded. Some looked down at their phones. Others shifted the funeral wreaths aside, afraid they might block the view. I turned abruptly and grabbed the lawyer by his collar. The suit fabric was slick, but my grip was tight. I yanked his neckline crooked, exposing his white undershirt. A collar button popped off and rolled across the floor. Nobody picked it up. You damn well knew, I said. My voice was hoarse, like sandpaper. You knew this was a fake. The lawyer didn't struggle. He didn't answer. He just looked past me. I didn't turn around. I heard the sound of light footsteps, slow, like someone treading on ash. Jiang Jin stood at the entrance of the funeral hall. He wore a black shirt, no tie, with his sleeves rolled up to his forearms. A long, thin scar ran across his skin, looking like it had been carved by wire. He didn't have flowers. He didn't have an umbrella. His shoes were caked in mud, more on the left than the right, as if he'd come through the back gate. He spoke. His voice was light, as if he were talking about someone else's life. Do you remember when we were 7? I was locked in the basement for 3 days while you were in the banquet hall eating cake. My hand froze. My knuckles were still white against the lawyer's collar, but the strength left me. I didn't turn my head. I didn't answer. I just stared at that fallen button on the floor, 3 inches from my toe. The lacquer had chipped off, revealing the bronze underneath. Jiang Jin didn't say anything else. He walked forward, looking neither at me nor the coffin. He stopped right in the center of the hall. The wind blew again, flickering the candles on the altar. The flames wavered, but they didn't go out. Suddenly, a monitor screen flickered to life. It was the old security camera in the corner. Usually, it pointed at the door, but today it was active. The footage showed my father's study. The timestamp read 11:17 p.m. last night. In the video, my father was in his pajamas, his hair a mess, rummaging through a drawer. He pulled out an envelope. The words paternity test were printed on it. He stuffed the envelope back in, his movements slow, as if he were afraid of waking something up. Then the camera panted down to a gap beneath the drawer. Behind a steel door, a small boy was huddled. He wore gray pajamas, his hair covered in dust. He was clutching half a piece of cake. The cake had been stepped on, cream smeared into the paper folds. He hadn't eaten it. He just gripped it tight, like it was the last thing proving he was still alive. My breath hitched. I looked down at my hands. My fingertips were still stained with ash, black, fine dust from the burned paper. I suddenly remembered that year when we were 7. I really did have cake. The cream had been too sweet. I ate half and tossed the rest by the basement door. I remembered the door was locked. I heard a noise inside, like someone scratching at the wood. I didn't open it. I just turned back to the party and kept eating. Now, I saw that half-eaten cake in the video, crushed in the mud, held by that child for 3 days. I let go of the lawyer's collar. I didn't apologize. I didn't speak. I took a step back and stepped on the button. I didn't pick it up. The lawyer looked down and snapped his briefcase shut. The notary office has synchronized the records, he said, checking his watch. The legal effect began the day it was signed. He turned and walked out. His leather shoes stepped on the ash, leaving no prints. Jiang Jin remained where he was. He didn't look at me. He didn't look at the screen. He just raised his hand and rolled his sleeve a bit higher, revealing the scar. Beneath the scar, there was a faint red mark, like a brand. Nobody in the hall moved. The incense kept burning. The ash piled higher. There was a water glass on the altar with a faint ring of moisture. Someone had just set it down. Nobody drank from it. The wind blew again, fluttering the white cloth in the corner. Beneath the cloth were wreaths, black flowers pressing down on white paper. A corner was curled, revealing a small line of text, "May Father rest in peace." Nobody read it aloud. I finally turned around and looked at Jiang Jin. He looked back. We stared at each other for 7 seconds. No blinking, no movement. Then Jiang Jin spoke, his voice still soft. "Do you remember what that cake tasted like?" I didn't answer. He didn't wait for one. He turned and left. The door stayed open. The wind rushed in, and the candle flames flickered twice before finally dying out. The hall was silent, save for the drifting ash. The monitor was still on, frozen on the image of my father's hand and the boy's knuckles. The time jumped to 11:18 p.m., and then the screen went black. I stood there, motionless. I looked at my hands. The ash was still there, wedged under my fingernails. It wouldn't rub off. I bent down and picked up the button. It was copper and cold. I didn't put it in my pocket. I just held it, my thumb rubbing the spot where the lacquer had chipped. I walked toward the back door. It wasn't locked. It creaked open. Outside, it was drizzling. I didn't have an umbrella. I didn't hide from the rain. I walked straight out, my shoes splashing into puddles, mud staining my pants. I didn't care. In the backyard stood an old locust tree. Beneath it was a tin box, heavily rusted, the lock long since broken. I knelt down and reached inside. I pulled out a piece of paper. It was a ransom receipt from when I was kidnapped at age 7. There were 7 of them, each stamped with my father's seal. The stamps were crooked, as if his hand had been shaking. I didn't look at the amount. I looked at the back of the receipt. There were words written in pencil, tiny and nearly faded away. "Lin Yuan, happy birthday." The rain grew heavier, drumming against the tin box. I stuffed the paper back inside. I didn't take it with me. As I turned, I saw Jiang Jin standing outside the courtyard wall. He hadn't come in, but he hadn't left. His black shirt was soaked, hair plastered to his forehead. He was holding a USB drive. His grip was loose. Water dripped from his fingers. We locked eyes again. He didn't speak. I didn't move. In the sound of the rain, an ambulance siren wailed in the distance, fading slowly. I started walking back. When I passed the funeral hall door, I paused. I reached out and gently pulled the door shut. The latch was loose and wouldn't close properly, leaving a gap for the wind. The draft swirled inside, stirring the remains of the candles. The ash rose once more, falling to the floor like snow. The second secret was the echo of the chains. When Jiang Jin pushed the door open, the hinges let out a sharp creak, like an old clock skipping a beat. The study was dark. Outside, the sky was turning gray, clouds hanging low. Wind whistled through a crack in the window, making the curtains puff out. He didn't turn on the light. He didn't use his phone for brightness. The key had been pressed into his hand by his mother before she died. A heavy copper key with worn teeth, looking like someone had worried it with their fingernails for years. The basement door was hidden behind a bookshelf. You had to move a faded landscape painting. The frame had 3 shallow scratches on the edge, marks he'd made with a pencil as a child when he was too short to reach. He pushed the frame aside now. The iron door was revealed. The lock was an old-fashioned copper core, rusted shut. The key stuck for a second when I inserted it. I didn't force it. I just gave it a gentle turn, and the door swung open. A wave of damp air hit me, smelling of mold and the sharp tang of rust. I didn't flinch or cover my nose. I remembered this smell. I'd lived with it for 20 years. The walls were covered in scratches. 1, 2, 3. They were everywhere, crawling from the floor all the way to the ceiling. Each mark was crooked, some deep and others shallow, looking like they'd been gouged out by fingernails or carved with a small knife. I had counted them before. 732 marks. I was 7 years old when they first locked me in here. On the first day, I used a pencil. When the pencil snapped, I used my nails. When my nails split and bled, I kept going, the scabs forming and tearing again and again. In the corner sat an iron box. The latch had rotted away long ago. I lifted the lid easily. Inside were stacks of paper bundled with rubber bands. Every single one was a receipt. The dates ran from 1998 to 2003, with amounts ranging from 50,000 to 800,000 yuan. The payee was Tianhai Security. The payer was the Lu Group. In the bottom right corner of every sheet was a red stamp, Lu Guodong's private seal. One corner of the stamp was chipped, as if it had been dropped. I didn't touch the receipts. I reached past them to the very bottom until my fingertips hit something hard. It was a black voice recorder. The plastic casing had a hairline crack, and a half-dead battery was still wedged in the compartment. I pressed play. When the sound came through, I didn't move. The wind whistled through the broken window, making the shadows of the scratches on the wall flicker. "Son, your life is an act of atonement," my father's voice said. It was low and raspy, like sandpaper rubbing against sheet metal. "Only by staying alive can you inherit." There was a 2-second pause, the sound of heavy breathing, and then the rustle of paper. "Your mother knew. She didn't stop me. She was afraid you'd be stronger than him." The recording stopped. The battery died with a final click. I slid the recorder into my jacket pocket and turned around. I didn't turn on my flashlight. My eyes had already adjusted to the dark. I walked toward the door, my feet crunching on debris that felt like dried mud. The door wasn't fully closed. It was cracked just enough for me to see who was waiting. Lufin was standing there. He wasn't wearing his suit, just a black shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms. A faded scar ran from his wrist upward, looking like it had been caused by a heavy chain. He was clutching a scrap of yellowed paper, the edges curled from fire. Only half a line of text remained. Neither of us moved. Lufin's shoes were caked in mud. The tip of his right shoe split open to reveal a yellowing sock. My own pant legs were covered in dust from crawling out of the basement. No one spoke. Lufin's lips moved, but no sound came out. He stared at me like I was something that shouldn't exist. I didn't hide, and I didn't try to win him over. I simply took the USB drive from my pocket, plugged it into the recorder's port, and waited for the light to blink twice. Then I pulled it out and put it back in my pocket. The wind blew again, dancing the shadows of the wall scratches back and forth. Lufin's Adam's apple bobbed. He looked down at the charred paper in his hand. The blue ink had bled into the burnt edges, looking like dried blood. He didn't throw it away, and he didn't ask questions. I started walking toward the exit. I didn't look at Lufin, but I didn't go around him either. As we passed, our shoulders brushed. It was light, like two pieces of clothing catching in the wind. Lufin stayed frozen. I reached the stairs and stopped for half a second. I didn't look back. I reached into my pocket and felt the copper key. It still carried the chill of the basement. I didn't take it with me. I left it there, deep in my pocket. As I walked downstairs, my footsteps echoed through the empty stairwell. The incense ash in the first-floor funeral hall was still there, unswept. The wind swirled through the side door, blowing a few specks of gray onto a pair of unworn black leather shoes sitting on the rack. They were Lufin's shoes. I didn't stop. I pushed the door open and walked out. Outside, the night was pitch black. The clouds cracked open just enough to let a sliver of moonlight through. The old locust tree in the yard had a broken branch leaning against the wall. I ignored it. I walked to the car, climbed in, and shut the door. I didn't turn on the lights or start the engine. The interior smelled of cigarettes, Lufin's brand. The center console was open, revealing a half-empty pack. There was a lipstick mark on one of the filters, a dark, dull red. I didn't touch them. I just took out the USB drive and set it on the passenger seat. It was plain black, no label. The wind hissed through a gap in the window, making the drive wobble slightly. Outside, the light in the funeral hall was still on. A single yellow bulb illuminated the pile of unburnt paper ash by the door. In the middle of the pile sat a half-charred will. The handwriting was blurry, but my name was still visible. The wind kicked up again, swirling the ash until it landed on the roof of my car. I sat there, staring straight ahead. My face was reflected in the glass, pale and expressionless, my eyes hollow. After a moment, I pulled the copper key from my pocket. I looked at it for 2 seconds before placing it gently next to the USB drive. The rusted key sat beside the sleek drive. One was the past, one was the future. The car was silent. A dog barked in the distance and then went quiet. The funeral hall light flickered, dimmed for a heartbeat, and then stabilized. I didn't move. I just leaned my head back against the seat and closed my eyes. Outside, the moonlight hit the copper key, revealing a tiny crack, a mark that looked like a bite. The lights in the ancestral hall weren't all on. Only 3 hung from the beams, swaying enough to make me dizzy. 12 chairs were arranged around a long table. 7 people were seated. 5 chairs remained empty, their backs coated in a layer of dust no one had bothered to wipe away. Lufin sat at the head of the table. A photocopy of the will was spread out in front of him. He wasn't reading it. His fingers just traced the edges of the paper over and over, as if searching for a tear. When I walked in, nobody stood up. I was still in my black shirt, buttoned to the very top, the collar creased from a night without sleep. I carried a brown paper bag tucked under my arm. The lawyer sat to the right, his briefcase on his lap and a pen clipped to his pocket. He cleared his throat. The sound was small, but in that silent hall, it sounded like a beam snapping. "This is the amendment to the will signed by Mr. Liu before his passing," the lawyer stated. "It has been filed with the notary office and is legally binding. All assets are to be transferred to Lin Yuan." Lufin didn't flinch. He looked up at the ceiling where a missing tile allowed a single beam of light to hit the incense burner on the altar. The ash was piled high, undisturbed. "It's invalid," Lufin said. "On what grounds?" the lawyer asked. "Forgery. The handwriting doesn't match. The witness signatures are photocopied." The lawyer didn't panic. He reached into his briefcase and pulled out a stack of yellowed bank statements. The edges were curled, looking like they had been crumpled and smoothed out 100 times. He laid them out one by one in a long row. The dates spanned from 2013 to 2023. Every month, a fixed transfer had been made. The amounts ranged from 30,000 to 150,000 yuan. The recipient was Lin Yuan, the lawyer said. The memo reads, "Compensation." Every transaction was authorized by Liu Guodong himself. The electronic signatures at the bank matched the signature on the will perfectly. Lufin stared at that word, compensation. His throat moved, but he said nothing. He reached out to grab the top statement, but his hand stopped half an inch away before pulling back. He wouldn't look at me. I stayed standing. I looked down at my shoes. They were stained with a pale, grayish mud from the backyard path. I didn't clean them. The lawyer pressed a remote, and a projector in the corner hummed to life. The screen flickered with static before settling on a recording of a bedroom. The light was dim and yellow. Liu Guodong was propped up on pillows, wasted away to almost nothing. Tubes were hooked to his neck. When he spoke, his voice was a heavy wheeze. "I spent my whole life lying," he said. "I lied to your mother. I lied to you. I lied to everyone. But my greatest sin was making my own son endure hell in my place." The screen went black. No one moved. No one spoke. Inside the incense burner, a wisp of ash was blown through a crack in the window by the wind. It drifted in midair, refusing to land. Lufin suddenly stood up. The legs of his chair scraped across the floor with a piercing screech. He stared at me, his eyes turning bloodshot, though there were no tears. "Why didn't you say anything?" His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing against iron. "Since when did you know? When the hell did you find out?" I didn't look at him. I reached out and placed a craft paper bag on the table, but didn't open it. I lowered my head, pulled a pack of cigarettes from my pocket, and took one out. I put it in my mouth, but didn't light it. I just stared at that cigarette as if looking at an old relic. "If I told you," I finally spoke, my voice very soft, "would you have believed me?" Lufin didn't answer. His chest heaved, his hands clenched into fists, and his nails dug deep into his palms. I raised my eyes, glanced at him, and then looked down again. "Even the shoes I wore were just your old hand-me-downs," I said. The words were quiet, but they cut like a knife. Lufin's lips trembled, but he didn't respond. He turned and walked toward the door. His footsteps were heavy, yet he didn't slam the door behind him. The door wasn't locked. He pushed it, and the hinges groaned. It sounded just like that iron door in the basement 20 years ago. I didn't move. I waited until Lu Fun was far away before leaning over to put the cigarette back in my pocket. I opened the paper bag, pulled out a USB drive, and plugged it into the projector. The screen lit up again. This time, it was surveillance footage. It was black and white and blurry, but clear enough to see. It was the day of Lu Fun's 7th birthday party in the banquet hall corridor. He was wearing a small suit, holding a cake, smiling so wide his teeth showed. I was standing at the corner, wearing a faded school uniform. I was clutching half a piece of flattened cake, standing still. The camera zoomed in near my feet. It was the piece Lu Fun had thrown away. The cream was stained with dust. The image froze for 3 seconds, then went black. I pulled out the USB drive and put it back in the bag. I didn't look at anyone as I turned to leave. The lawyer didn't stop me. He lowered his head and began packing up the stack of bank statements. His movements were slow, like he was organizing the belongings of the deceased. A bit of ash got on his cuff, but he didn't brush it off. Outside the ancestral hall, the sky was incredibly gloomy. Clouds pressed down on the roof. The wind brushed past my eyes, swirling up a few withered leaves that slapped against the doorframe. Snap, snap. 2 sounds. I walked to the courtyard gate when my phone vibrated. I pulled it out. The screen was lit with a text message from an unknown number. Before your mother died, she saw your father one last time. I stared at that line for 20 seconds. My fingers didn't move. I didn't reply, and I didn't delete it. The wind suddenly picked up, blowing my shirt tight against my back. I looked up at the sky. A crack appeared in the clouds, but there was no light, only a vast expanse of gray. I stuffed the phone back into my pocket and turned toward the alley. Behind me, the doors to the ancestral hall remained open. The wind poured in, blowing the incense ash on the offering table. The pile of ash collapsed halfway, as if someone had gently touched it. I didn't look back. There was a convenience store at the mouth of the alley. The lights were still on. I pushed the door open and bought a bottle of ice-cold water. When I paid, the cashier kept their head down to scan the code and never looked up. I took the water. A layer of condensation immediately formed on the bottle, droplets sliding down through the gaps in my fingers. I didn't wipe them away. At the end of the alley, I stopped. I leaned against a wall and twisted the cap open. I took a sip. The water was freezing. My throat tightened as I swallowed. I looked up at the windows of the building opposite me. A window on the 3rd floor was open. The curtain was puffed out by the wind, looking like someone was breathing inside. I watched for 3 seconds, then turned and kept walking. It started to rain. It was very fine, drifting down like dust. I didn't use an umbrella, and I didn't try to hide. My shirt got wet and felt cold against my back. When I reached my apartment building, I looked up at my window. The lights were off. I walked into the stairwell, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. I went up to the 4th floor, inserted the key, and turned it twice. The door opened. The apartment was dark. I didn't turn on the lights. I walked straight to the study, pulled open a drawer, and took out an old photo album. The cover was blue cloth, the corners curled as if it had been soaked in water and then dried in the sun. I flipped to the first page. It was a photo of my mother. She was wearing a gray sweater, standing at the entrance of an orphanage, holding a swaddled baby in her arms. In the bottom right corner, someone had written in pencil, April 12, 1999. I stared at those words for a long time. Then, I closed the album and put it back in the drawer. I went to the window and pulled back the curtain. The rain was still falling, hitting the glass drop by drop. Slow. A black sedan was parked at the street corner below. Its lights were off. Someone was inside, unmoving. I didn't look for long. I pulled the curtain shut, turned around, and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water. The cup was old, with a small chip on the rim. I remembered it. I had dropped it when I was a kid. I held the cup and stood by the window. I didn't drink. The water in the cup wobbled, then went still. The sound of rain outside never stopped. My mother's final words. I placed the diary on the nightstand. I didn't close it. The pages were spread open, and the wind snuck through the window crack, making the last page tremble slightly. A photo was pinned to the corner of the wall with two thumbtacks, its edges slightly warped. In the photo, I was 7 years old. My school uniform collar was turned up, the cuffs worn shiny. I was pinching half of an invitation, the edges softened by sweat. In the background of the party, people were holding champagne and laughing. Lufin stood at the very front in his little suit, his bow tie crooked, clutching a cake knife. I didn't look at the photo. I turned to find some glue in a drawer and grabbed an old newspaper to lay down as a mat. I pressed the photo flat. The glue dried slowly. I waited 10 minutes before sticking the photo back on the wall, side by side with a stack of ransom receipts. The red stamps on the receipts had faded to a pale pink, looking like blood that had turned into a scar. Between the photo and the receipts, I left a 2-centimeter gap. It was just enough space for a small note. I didn't paste the note yet. At night, the rain beat against the tin roof. One hit after another, steady and unhurried. I threw on a coat and went downstairs. The light in the basement was broken. I walked in the dark, my feet finding the steps. The third step always creaked. I remembered. I crouched in front of an iron box and felt around the very bottom. I found the recording pin. I didn't turn it on. I put the pin back in its original place and closed the lid. I didn't lock it. Upstairs, the door to Lufin's study was slightly ajar. A sliver of light escaped from the crack, the yellow glow of a desk lamp illuminating a corner of the desk. I didn't push the door open. I stood in the shadows of the hallway and watched for 5 minutes. The light didn't move. The person inside didn't move either. I turned and went back to my room, locking the door. The next morning at 7, Lufin was in the family office. The safe was an old-fashioned model. The key was in his inner suit pocket. He inserted it and turned it 3 times. With a click, the door popped open. It was empty. The paternity test report, the one with the gold embossed edges that he had personally locked away yesterday, was gone. Now, there was only a single printed sheet of paper. The font was standard, with no signature. You are the one who was replaced. You are the fake. He stood there, motionless. His hand was still on the safe door, his knuckles white. A folder inside the safe was tilted, and a clip fell out, landing silently on the carpet. He leaned over and picked it up. He didn't look at it. He stuffed it into his pocket. As he turned, his foot kicked the chair leg. The chair wobbled, a screw in the back right leg having come loose. It let out a groan. He didn't fix it. He walked to the window and pulled the curtains. Outside, the sky was gray and the clouds were low. 3 cars were parked in the lot below. One was his, one belonged to his secretary, and the third had a license plate he didn't recognize. The driver was leaning against the car door, smoking, not looking up. He walked back to his desk and sat down. There was a scratch on the corner of the desk from where he had dropped a fountain pen last year. It had never been repaired. He stared at the scratch for 20 seconds, then reached out and pressed the intercom. He called for Lawyer Chen. He took the day off, the voice on the other end said. Why? He said his mother was hospitalized. He grunted and hung up. His fingers tapped the desk twice, without rhythm. He got up and went to the walk-in closet. He changed into a gray shirt. 2 buttons on the cuffs were missing. He didn't change it. When he left, Xiao Zhang from the finance department was in the elevator holding a stack of reports. Seeing him, the employee lowered his head and said nothing. Neither did he. The elevator reached the 1st floor. The doors opened. He walked out, passing the front desk. The receptionist handed him a cup of coffee. Mr. Liu, you left this behind yesterday. He took it without saying thanks. The paper cup was hot. There was a lipstick smudge on the rim. Red. It wasn't his. He didn't ask whose it was. He drove to the old manor. The key in his pocket was useless. The door wasn't locked. It pushed right open. The house was thick with dust. The sofa had a sunken spot where his mother used to sit. He walked into the study, heading for the right side of the 3rd shelf. I found a financial law book on the shelf. A note was pressed against the cover. The handwriting belonged to my mother, crooked and shaky, as if her hand had been trembling when she wrote it. Don't look for him, he doesn't know. I didn't touch the paper. I pulled the book out and found a hidden compartment behind it. It was empty. I stood there, staring at the void for 3 seconds, then turned away. I walked to the window. A half-burnt candle sat on the sill, a puddle of hardened wax at its base looking like dried blood. I didn't light it. I went back to the office and sat in my chair, staring at the safe. The door was wide open. Empty. I reached in and ran my fingers along the inner wall. My fingertips picked up a layer of dust. It wasn't new. It was old, stuck to the metal edges as if someone had wiped it down with a cloth but missed the corners. I didn't call anyone to fix it. At 3 in the afternoon, I received a text from an unknown number. Before your mother died, she saw him one last time. I stared at the screen and didn't reply. I set the phone on the desk. The screen dimmed, then lit up again with the auto lock. I didn't touch it. I got up and walked to the end of the hallway. I pushed open the storage room door. It was filled with old documents, broken chairs, and unopened holiday gift boxes from years ago. I knelt down and started digging. At the very bottom, I found an old iron box. It was heavily rusted, and the latch was snapped off. I flipped it open. Inside were several photo albums. The one on top had gold lettering. Lou Group 10th Anniversary Celebration. I opened it. The first page showed Lu Fan's 5th birthday. He was wearing a small suit, standing in front of a cake, grinning wide enough to show his teeth. Lu Guodong stood beside him, a hand resting on his shoulder. In the bottom right corner, a handwritten date, June 12, 1998. I flipped to the third page. He was nearly 7, standing at the gates of an orphanage in a blue school uniform, clutching half of an invitation. On the back, it said, May 3, 2003, the day he was brought back. I closed the album, put it back in the iron box, and shut the lid. I stood up, brushed the dust off my pants, and walked out. On my way back to the office, I passed the break room. I heard 2 female employees whispering. I heard Mr. Jiang didn't show up today. He did. He was in the basement for a long time this morning. When he came out, his hands were covered in dust. Doesn't his dad forbid him from going down there? His dad? He's been dead a long time. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. At 11 p.m., I returned to the old manor. The lights in the basement were on. I was the one who had turned them on. I walked down the stairs. The iron door was ajar, and a draft blew through the gap, carrying the smell of mold. The walls were covered in dense scratches, like climbing vines. I walked to the corner. The iron chest was still there, its lock broken, the lid cracked open slightly. I knelt down, reached inside, and felt the voice recorder. It wasn't on. I took it out, held it in my palm for a few seconds, and then slid it into my inner suit pocket. I turned and walked to the wall. I pulled the note from my pocket and gently stuck it between the photos and receipts, right in the 2-centimeter empty space. Asterisk, you are the one who was replaced. The fake. Asterisk. I took a step back and looked at the wall. The photos, the receipts, the note. 3 things lined up like 3 tombstones. I didn't turn on the light. I didn't speak. I didn't move. Footsteps sounded at the top of the stairs, stopping slowly on the final step. I didn't turn around. Lu Fan was standing there in a black coat, his collar unbuttoned. He held a brown paper bag with crumpled corners. He didn't speak. I didn't speak either. The wind whistled through the basement window, fluttering an old newspaper in the corner. The page flipped, revealing half a line of text. Tianhai Security, 2001, ransom delivery record. Lu Fan's shoes were caked in mud. He had just come in from outside. The mud was still wet, leaving dark spots on the floor. He took a step forward. I remained still. Lu Fan spoke, his voice low and strained. When did you find out? I didn't answer. You knew all along, didn't you? He asked again. I lifted my eyes, looked at him for a moment, then looked back down. I walked to the wall, tore the note down, folded it twice, and stuffed it into my pocket. Then I walked back to the iron chest, put the recorder back inside, and closed the lid. I didn't lock it. I looked up at the ceiling. A brick was loose, and a small pile of dust fell, landing on my shoulder. I didn't brush it off. I walked toward the stairs, passing right by Lu Fan. I didn't stop. I didn't look at him. Lu Fan stood frozen. When I reached the door, my hand rested on the handle for 2 seconds. Did you drink that bowl of milk? I asked. The door opened. The wind rushed in. Lu Fan didn't move. I walked out and closed the door gently. In the basement, the lights stayed on. The photos and receipts remained on the wall. The iron chest stayed unlocked. On the ceiling, the dust continued to fall, one grain landing on the plastic shell of the voice recorder. The lights in the tavern were flickering. Only one bulb stayed lit in the corner, illuminating the empty bottles on the bar. The bodyguard sat in the back. He was missing 2 fingers on his left hand. His right hand gripped a half bottle of cheap liquor, the rim stained with dried spit. He saw Lufin walk in, but didn't look up. He just slammed the bottle onto the table. The glass cracked, but the liquor didn't spill. "Your dad paid well back then," the man said. Lufin didn't sit. He stood 3 paces away, his shoes still muddy. He stared at the man's face. Soot was embedded in the man's wrinkles, and the whites of his eyes were yellow, like tea-stained paper. "The car that night. What was the license plate number?" The bodyguard laughed, a rattling sound in his throat. "Your dad said don't remember the plate. Remember the person. Remember you." Lufin didn't move. He pulled a photo from his pocket, an old news clipping. It was a blurry black and white shot of a black sedan parked at the orphanage, surrounded by men in uniforms. In the bottom right corner, there was a faint number, 0713. "You were the driver," Lufin said. The bodyguard didn't deny it. He took a swig of the liquor. It dribbled down his chin, soaking into his shirt in a dark stain. "Your dad said you had to disappear. He wanted Jiang Jin to be the one rescued. Saving one is worth more than saving 2. Lufin's Adam's apple bobbed. He didn't ask why. He asked, the ransom delivery point. "Why the orphanage?" The bodyguard set the empty bottle on the table with a dull thud. "Because Jiang Jin was there that night. Your dad said he had to be present. Otherwise, the show wouldn't be interesting." Lufin turned and left. The door stayed open, the wind making the posters on the wall flap loudly. A beer advertisement showed a woman smiling, but the corner of her mouth was torn, as if scratched by a fingernail. He drove through the night to the old residence. The iron gate was so rusted it was stuck. He had to ram it with his shoulder 3 times to force it open. Dust puffed into his face. He didn't wipe it away. The drawers in the study were all open, files scattered across the floor like fallen snow. He knelt and searched, his fingers sliding over the edges of the paper until he found a stack of yellowed files. The seal was wrapped in 3 layers of tape, now brittle and curling. He tore it open. Inside were the original police records. Handwritten. Messy. Ransom delivery location, Qingwu Orphanage. July 13th, 2013, 9:17 p.m. Deliverer, Lufin, printed. Receiver, Jiang Jin, handwritten. He stared at those names for 5 minutes. Outside, the rain started again, tapping rhythmically against the roof tiles. He rushed to Jiang Jin's apartment. The door wasn't locked. He kicked it open, and it slammed against the wall, bouncing back slightly. Jiang Jin was sitting on the sofa in the dark. The TV was on, muted, with subtitles flickering across the screen. 2 cups sat on the table. One was empty. The other was half full of water with a film of undissolved milk fat floating on top. Lufin slammed the files onto the coffee table. The papers scattered like broken wings. "You knew all along, didn't you? You've always known." Jiang Jin didn't look up. He reached under the table, grabbed a bottle of water, and poured it into the untouched cup. The sound of the water was soft. "Did you drink that bowl of milk?" he asked. Lufin didn't answer. He stared at the water. The ripples reflected a crack in the ceiling that looked like a scar. "The cup laced with sleeping pills," Jiang Jin said. "Your father handed it to you himself." Lufin's breath hitched. He remembered that night. He had been lying in his bedroom. The pillow was a bit hard. The light was still on. A sliver of light leaked through the crack in the door, illuminating a single button lying on the floorboards. I tried to turn over, but my eyelids felt like lead. They were heavy, pressing down on my eyes like slabs of iron. I didn't ask where the pills came from. I didn't ask why he chose milk. I didn't even ask how Jiang Jin knew. I just stood there, the mud from my shoes staining the carpet with 3 gray smudges. Jiang Jin pushed a water cup across the table toward my hand. The rim had a tiny chip in it, a souvenir from a fall last year. He had never thrown it away. "Your father said if you woke up, I should show you this," he said quietly. I didn't touch the cup. I looked down and saw the wedding ring still on my left ring finger. Inside the band, the initials LJ were engraved. For a long time, I thought it stood for Lufin and Jiang Jin. Now, I finally saw it clearly. It was just Lu Fun and Jiang Jin. Two names. No symbol between them. I looked up. Jiang Jin was watching me. His gaze didn't flicker or brighten. He was just waiting for an answer, but he wasn't in a hurry. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I asked. If I had, Jiang Jin countered, would you have believed me? I didn't answer. I turned and walked to the window. The rain was still falling, leaving crooked streaks on the glass like words drawn by a finger. I reached out to wipe them away but stopped myself. Jiang Jin didn't move. He picked up the empty cup, poured out the remaining water, and let it drain into the sink. The sound was soft. I walked to the door and rested my hand on the handle. I didn't turn it. Your mother saw him before she died, Jiang Jin said. My hand froze in midair. The handle was ice cold, the paint peeling away to reveal the rusted iron beneath. He never said you weren't Qin Sheng's son, Jiang Jin continued. Your father was just afraid you'd be better than him. I didn't look back. I heard Jiang Jin stand up behind me. His footsteps were light as he walked to the sofa and sat down. He didn't turn on the lights. Outside, the rain grew louder. A trash can downstairs blew over, its plastic lid rolling 3 times before stopping under a utility pole. I pushed the door open and walked out. I didn't close it behind me. The wind whistled through the gap, making the water cup on the coffee table wobble. The water didn't spill. I went downstairs. I didn't drive. The rain hit my face, cold and biting. I walked to a convenience store on the corner and bought a bottle of mineral water. The label was soaked, the words pure water blurring into a smudge. I twisted the cap and took a sip. I didn't spit it out. I stood under a streetlight, watching the water droplets slide down the bottle one by one. The light was half broken. The working half cast a glow over the puddle at my feet. In the reflection, I saw half of a face, lifeless eyes and cracked lips. I didn't move. The reflection stayed still. After a few seconds, I turned and walked back. When I reached the apartment building, I looked up. The third-floor window was still glowing. The curtains weren't drawn. Jiang Jin was sitting on the sofa, motionless, holding that bottle of water. There was still a faint milk stain on the rim. He didn't look at me, and I didn't look up at him. I stood downstairs for 10 minutes until the rain stopped. The wind kept blowing, making a plastic bag at the entrance rustle once before falling silent. 3 candles were still burning in the funeral hall, lined up in a row. The melted wax pooled in the iron tray, twisting into ugly white clumps. I gripped the stack of papers in my hand. The edges were soft from the humidity, reminding me of the old newspapers Jiang Jin had used to paste photos that night. I wasn't wearing my school uniform, just a gray jacket. My cuffs were stained with dust from the hospital corridor, and rust from the filing cabinet was still stuck under my fingernails. I walked up to the altar. I didn't look at my father's face in the portrait. He looked too peaceful, like a photo that had been edited until even the wrinkles were symmetrical. I held the report high. The pages fluttered and scattered like paper money caught in a breeze. I didn't just rip them, I shredded them. The pieces fell through the gaps of my fingers, landing on my father's frame, into the offering plates, and onto the shoulders of the kneeling relatives. Nobody moved. Nobody screamed. Nobody dared to look up. I turned to leave, but was blocked. Jiang Jin stood at the entrance of the hall. He wasn't in black. He wore a white shirt, buttoned to the very top. His sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, revealing an old scar that looked like it had been made by wire. He was holding a stack of papers, his grip loose. The wind caught the corners, making them flutter as if they wanted to fly away. You're burning the will because you want to break the shackles, Jiang Jin said. I didn't answer. I stared at his shoes. The toe of his left shoe was stained with mud, but the right one was clean. The mud was dark brown, dried and cracked like frozen earth. But you don't even dare to admit who you are, he added. My throat tightened, but I didn't make a sound. I raised my hand and tore the remaining half of the papers. The scraps hit Jiang Jin's chest like flakes of snow. And what about you? My voice was so raspy it didn't sound like mine. Why do you act so noble? You could have exposed this long ago, but you waited until now. Jiang Jin didn't flinch. He looked down at the paper scraps on his chest. One piece was stuck to his third button. He didn't brush it off. He looked at me, his eyes showing neither anger nor sadness. It was the look of someone watching a person who had walked into the wrong room. Because I wanted you to admit it yourself, he said. You've lived for 30 years. You've lived in a lie. I wanted to lung at him, but my feet felt nailed to the floor. I noticed Jiang Jin's right hand was shaking. It wasn't from the cold. It was a tiny, rhythmic tremor, like a curtain corner caught in a draft. I didn't ask why. I didn't want to know. Outside, the rain suddenly intensified. The wind gusted through the door, making the 3 candles flicker violently. The wick of the middle candle tilted, the flame shrinking to a tiny point, ready to die. Jiang Jin didn't try to save it. He turned and walked toward the exit. His footsteps were light, avoiding the loose floorboard that usually creaked. I didn't chase him. I stood there watching the candle. The flame flickered twice and went out. The hall went dark for a moment. Then, my phone vibrated in my pocket. I didn't pull it out. I just stood there, looking at the scattered papers on the floor. One piece was stuck to the leg of the altar. It had the name Lu Fan printed on it, the typeface of a birth registry. The ink was faded, looking as if it had been soaked in water. I bent down and picked it up. The paper felt weightless in my palm. I pulled out my phone. The screen was glowing with a new message. There was no sender, just one line of text. Your father's ledger is hidden inside the piano in your study. I stared at those words for 10 seconds. I didn't reply. I didn't delete it. I just turned and walked toward the door. As I passed Jiang Jin, he didn't look back. A paper bag sat by his feet containing several documents. The top one was my birth certificate, stamped in red, dated July 13th, 1993. I didn't stop. I pushed the door open, letting the wind and rain lash against my face. I didn't wipe it away. Outside, the rain was relentless. Water had pooled on the stone steps of the funeral hall, reflecting an extinguished lantern made of red paper. The character for eternity written on it was blurred, the edges curling from the soak. I stepped into the water. The muddy slush rose over my ankles. I didn't look back. The study door was slightly ajar. A sliver of yellow light from the desk lamp spilled out, reflecting off the black lacquer of the piano like an oil slick. I pushed the door open. The piano was an old model, the wooden edges polished smooth by time. A layer of dust sat on the lid, marked by a small scratch in the corner that looked like a fingernail mark. I knelt down and ran my fingers along the edge of the bottom panel. There was a thin crack. It wasn't locked or bolted, it was just wedged shut. I pried it with force. The wood gave way with a dull thud, sounding like an old door hinge turning. Underneath lay a hard-covered ledger. The cover was dark brown, blank, with edges curled from being flipped through repeatedly. I took it out, but didn't open it. I just stood there, looking at the ledger, the piano, and the clock on the wall. It had stopped at 3:17. I didn't move. My phone vibrated again. The screen lit up with a second message. Your father's ledger is hidden inside the piano in your study. It was identical to the first one. I stared at the text for a long time. Then, I stuffed the ledger into the inner pocket of my jacket and zipped it up. I turned toward the door. As I passed the desk, I saw a water cup on the corner. A faint yellow ring of tea stain marked the rim. Yesterday's tea, never emptied. I didn't touch it. I pushed the door open. The hallway lights were off. Only the dim reflection of the rain outside lit the way, shining on a puddle of water I had just tracked in. It wasn't dry yet. I walked through the puddle without stopping. Behind me, for no reason at all, the piano lid softly clicked shut. The nails were rusted. When I tried to twist them, they just bent. I knelt by the piano, digging my fingers into the narrow gaps. Splinters of wood wedged themselves under my fingernails. I didn't bother to wipe them away. I hadn't turned on the lights. Moonlight leaked through the cracks in the curtains, spilling onto the keyboard. The white keys and black keys looked like a row of half-smoked cigarettes. As I pried the third nail loose, I heard footsteps downstairs. They were slow and steady. They didn't stop. It was Jiang Jin. I didn't look up, and I didn't stop what I was doing. The footsteps paused outside the study door for 3 seconds, then moved toward the kitchen. I heard the faucet turn on and off. A glass clinked against the counter, a sharp, clear sound. Finally, the bottom panel gave way. Beneath it was a layer of oil paper wrapping a hard-covered ledger. The corners were yellowed, looking like they had been soaked in water and then dried out. I pulled it out. I didn't brush off the dust. I just flipped it open. The first page was dated April 17th, 2003. It recorded a payment to a man named Wang Dihai, 50,000, and the ransom delivery point was the Qinghe orphanage. The recipient's signature read, Lu Fun. I flipped to the second page. June 3rd, 2004. A payment to Li Guodong, 80,000. Same location. The signature was mine again. Third page, January 12th, 2005. Payment to Zhao Chunxing, 100,000. Signature, Lu Fun. I flipped through the pages one by one. It felt like I was looking at my monthly report cards from elementary school. Every page was the same. The name was mine. The dates belonged to my father's timeline. The recipients were three names I had never heard of in my life. I reached the second to last page. It was blank. The final page had only one line of text. The ink was dark, looking as if it had just been written. Lu Fun, you are my most perfect tool, and also my deepest shame. I didn't move. My fingers were still pinching the paper, my knuckles white. Outside, the wind picked up. The curtains billowed and then deflated. The piano lid stayed open just a crack. The moonlight slanted down, hitting the very bottom row of keys. The white C key was missing a chip of paint. I stood up. I didn't look at the ledger again. I walked straight for the door. It wasn't locked, just slightly ajar. Jiang Jin was standing at the end of the hallway with his back to me. He held a glass of water, but wasn't drinking. A single tea leaf floated on the surface, sinking and rising again. I walked up to him. I didn't say a word. I threw the ledger at him. The pages flew open like a flock of startled birds. The book hit his left shoulder and slid to the floor, sprawling open at his feet. Jiang Jin didn't flinch. The water in his glass didn't even ripple. Not a single drop spilled. He looked down at the ledger. The tips of his shoes were dusty, but his feet stayed planted. He bent down and picked it up. He didn't brush it off, and he didn't look at me. You knew all along, I said. My voice was raspy, sounding like sandpaper on iron. Jiang Jin didn't answer. He tucked the ledger under his left arm and set the water glass on the coffee table. The bottom of the glass dragged against the wood grain, leaving a wet trail behind. You were waiting for me to break, I said, taking a step forward. My chest hit the doorframe. The wood groaned, a tiny crack forming, but no blood was shed. Jiang Jin finally looked at me. His expression hadn't changed. He looked at me like I was someone who had just woken up and couldn't tell what day it was. I wasn't waiting for you to break, he said. I felt my throat tighten. I didn't respond. I was waiting for you to choose, Jiang Jin continued. Whether to keep being his puppet or to join me and burn this entire house down. He turned and headed for the stairs. He didn't stop or look back. The moonlight turned the back of his shirt a pale, ghostly blue. The top button of his collar was still fastened tight. I stayed frozen. I stared at his back, at the scar on the nape of his neck. It was old and faded, looking like he had been strangled by wire and then healed. I opened my mouth to shout, but no sound came out. Jiang Jin reached the basement door. His hand rested on the brass knob. He didn't turn it yet. The brass was rusted and stuck. He paused for 3 seconds, then gave it a gentle push. The door swung open. It was pitch black inside. Lu Fun, he said without turning around. Are you coming? I didn't move. I looked down at my shoes. The left toe was stained with dark brown mud. It was dry and cracked into small pieces. I remembered stepping in it yesterday outside the archives. I hadn't cleaned it. I looked back at Jiang Jin's silhouette, at the door, and the sliver of light coming from the gap. I took a step forward. Then another. I didn't run. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I reached the basement door and stopped a step behind him. I didn't reach out. I didn't speak. Jiang Jin didn't move or look back. Downstairs, the faucet started dripping again. Asterisk drip. Drip. Asterisk it hadn't been closed tight. I looked at my right hand. The splinters from the piano were still stuck under my nails, tiny, grayish-white slivers. I didn't wipe them away. The basement door slowly closed behind us. Outside, the water on the coffee table began to dry, leaving a faint white ring. On the windowsill, the leaves of a dead ivy plant had turned completely yellow. One leaf fell, rolled halfway across the sill in the wind, and stopped. The hallway light flickered twice, then stayed on. The basement light was a bare, white bulb. No lampshade. The light hit the concrete floor directly, highlighting cracks that looked like a dried-up riverbed. A projector sat on an old iron rack, its corners red with rust. Wires trailed from the corner of the room, held together by dusty tape. Waveforms of audio recordings, surveillance screenshots, scanned ledger pages, and paternity test results were pinned everywhere. They fluttered like pages of an old calendar caught in the wind. In the corner, 3 chairs were piled up. Their legs were polished shiny from use, their cushions torn, spilling gray cotton stuffing. The door opened. The butler walked in, clutching an old fedora in his hands. He didn't wear it. His knuckles were white. The lawyer followed, his suit as wrinkled as a crumpled piece of paper. His tie was crooked, and his second button was undone. The doctor came in last, carrying a plastic bag full of medicine bottles. The labels were turned inward. He didn't look at them. No one spoke. No one sat down. They all stood 3 steps away from the walls, as if afraid of catching something. I stayed by the door, not going in. I flicked the wheel of my lighter with my thumb, but I didn't strike a flame. I was wearing my gray jacket. The cuffs were still dusty from the hospital hallway. There was a damp patch on my left shoulder. I couldn't tell if it was sweat or rain. Jiang Jin didn't look at them. He hit the play button. The first thing we heard was breathing. It was heavy and ragged, like a broken bellows. Then my father's voice came through. It was raspy and slow. I chose him because he's obedient. Like a dog. Silence followed for 5 seconds. No one moved. Even our breathing seemed to stop. Jiang Jin pressed the button again. The second recording was the doctor's voice, with the rhythmic ticking of an 4 drip in the background. Blood types don't match. But Mr. Liu said we can't let outsiders know. The child has to be swapped. The third clip was the butler, his voice hushed. All the accounts will go through Liu Fun's name. He learned to read early. His signatures look authentic. No one will suspect a thing. The fourth was the lawyer, his tone flat and professional. Records of the will modification. I made 3 copies. The original was burned. The duplicate is in the safe. The password is Jiang Jin's birthday. On the wall, the projector cycled through the ledger pages. Every signature was mine. The recipients, Wang Dihai, Li Guodong, Zhao Chunxing, repeated year after year, from 2003 to 2018. It never missed a beat. Jiang Jin finally turned to face me. You all thought I was the abandoned illegitimate son, he said. He didn't raise his voice or tremble. His words felt like a cold draft leaking through a wall. But you forgot. The real illegitimate son is the one you abandoned on a pedestal. Liu Fun. He paused, not waiting for a response. He hit play one last time. My father's voice, recorded right before he died, was a faint thread of sound. Liu Fun, you are my most perfect tool, and also my deepest shame. The recording ended. The room went as silent as a power outage. The butler's hat fell to the floor, but he didn't bend to pick it up. The lawyer's tie swayed in a draft. He reached to straighten it, but missed. The medicine bottles clinked softly in the doctor's bag. My lighter slipped from my hand and hit the concrete. It didn't bounce. It just lay there, the metal clicking against a crack in the floor, gathering dust. I didn't bend down to get it. Jiang Jin walked over, knelt, and picked up the lighter. He held it out to me. Go ahead, he said. Light it. I didn't take it. I stared at the lighter for 3 seconds, then looked up at the projection on the wall. The words were still there. Liu Fun, you are my most perfect tool, and also my deepest shame. My lips moved, but no sound came out. Jiang Jin didn't rush me. He just stood up. I walked to the corner of the room. Reaching under a rusted iron shelf, I pulled out a single sheet of paper, a photocopy of my father's will. The edges were curled, and the ink had faded over time, but the name of the heir, Liu Fun, was still sharp and clear. Jiang Jin took the paper and placed it on an old wooden table near the projector. I noticed a long scratch on the corner of the table, looking like it had been carved by a key. The day you tried to burn the will, I saw you standing at the study door, Jiang Jin said, his voice flat. Your hands were shaking. You didn't actually burn it. You just tore it. I didn't move. I couldn't. You tore it because you were afraid. He continued, locking eyes with me. You were afraid that you weren't actually a member of the Liu family. You were afraid that the last 30 years of your life were just one big mistake. But you never considered one thing. You're too cowardly to even admit who you really are. My throat tightened. I felt my Adam's apple bob as I swallowed hard. I reached up and touched my jacket pocket. Inside was the page I had torn from the secret ledger hidden in the piano. I had copied the final line and tucked it away, right against my chest, right where my heart was racing. I didn't pull it out. Jiang Jin turned toward the basement door. It wasn't locked, just resting slightly ajar. A sliver of light spilled through the gap, illuminating a few specks of dust dancing in a draft before they settled on the threshold. He didn't look back at me. "If you light it, I leave," he said. "If you don't, I wait." The door clicked shut behind him. The only sound left was the low hum of the projector. Shadows flickered on the wall, repeating the same haunting images. Finally, the butler moved. He bent down, picked up his hat, brushed off the dust, and placed it on his head. He walked out without a word. The lawyer followed, his shoes scraping against the concrete floor with a soft, dry rasp. The doctor stayed a moment longer, staring at the paternity report on the wall. It showed a perfect match between Jiang Jin and my father. Eventually, he left too. I looked down at the lighter by my feet. It was covered in dust. I stared at it for 3 seconds, then reached down and picked it up. I didn't flick the wheel. I just slid it into my pocket and walked toward the exit. I stopped at the doorframe. There was an old mark there, a shallow horizontal line like a child's height measurement. I ran my fingernail over it, but the mark didn't budge. I walked out. Behind me, the basement lights stayed on. The projector kept spinning. It reached the final slide, a photo of an infant. On the back, written in my father's handwriting, were the words, Jiang Jin. Born July 14th, 1998. The eldest legitimate son of the Liu family. Beneath that, a smaller note read, "If you ever find the truth, please forgive me. I was afraid you were too much like your mother, too clear-headed to survive." The shadow of the projector froze on those words. A draft blew through the vent, swirling a scrap of paper until it caught in the rust of the iron shelf. No one came to turn off the light. Outside, the sky was just beginning to turn gray. The weight of the ashes felt heavy. I stood in the basement, the white light casting long, distorted shadows. A small pile of gray ash sat on the concrete floor between us, looking like unburnt funeral money. My palms were stained black, and soot was trapped under my fingernails like dried ink. Jiang Jin stood 3 paces away, holding a piece of paper with curled, water-damaged edges. He didn't hand it to me. He just waited. My jacket sleeve was still dusty from the hospital, and a damp spot on my shoulder had turned a dark, bruised purple. Who am I, really?" I finally asked. Jiang Jin didn't answer immediately. He stepped forward, his shoe crunching softly against the ash. He dropped the paper on the floor and nudged it toward my knees with his toe. I didn't pick it up. I just stared at it like it was a bone dug up from a grave. "You signed it," Jiang Jin said. "But you forgot. You were under the influence of sedatives when you did." My throat moved, but I said nothing. Jiang Jin walked to the wall covered in surveillance screenshots. One showed me at 7 years old, sitting in the study, my pen hovering over paper with a violent tremor. Another showed me last winter, standing in a hospital hallway clutching a lab report, motionless and dry-eyed. I finally reached down and grabbed the paper. The signature was mine, crooked but recognizable. The date was 1 week before my father died. A red thumbprint sat in the corner, looking fresh. I flipped it over. The back was blank. "He said you were too weak," Jiang Jin said, his voice cutting through the silence. "He said it was time for a change." My breath hitched. I closed my eyes and saw a flash of a white ceiling. I remembered lying on a metal bed with an 4 drip clicking away. My father had been standing there, his shadow towering over me. "You planned this all along," I said. Jiang Jin nodded. "You've waited 20 years, I whispered. "For revenge." "No," he replied. "To make you see. You were never loved. You were just needed." I looked back at the paper. The ink near the signature was slightly blurred, as if a drop of water had hit it. I tried to rub it away with my thumb, but it stayed. Jiang Jin sat in a worn-out chair in the corner. The cushion was torn, spilling gray stuffing. He didn't sit all the way back, leaning forward as if he were afraid of breaking it. I stood up and walked to the wall where someone had carved marks into the plaster. Day 731. He didn't come. The handwriting was shaky, like a child's. Next to it was a fresher mark. Day 732. He came. I touched the grooves, getting dust on my fingertips. Outside, a sliver of morning light cut through the room, hitting the ash and the tips of Jiang Jin's muddy shoes. Your father didn't die in the hospital, Jiang Jin said suddenly. He died in this basement. 3 days ago. My fingers twitched. You were the one who gave him his medicine, he continued. Remember? That morning, you poured him water. You added 2 pills. I didn't answer. I remembered the sound of a dripping faucet in the kitchen. I remembered my hands shaking so hard the pills hit the floor. I had picked them up, wrapped them in a tissue, and dropped them into the lukewarm water. I hadn't looked at his face. Do you know what his last words were? Jiang Jin asked. I shook my head. He said you were stronger than him, Jiang Jin said. But he never said who you were. My hand slipped from the door handle. I walked back to the center of the room and knelt, gathering the pile of ashes into a neat little mound. I pulled out the lighter. I didn't flick it. I just rubbed my thumb against the cold metal wheel. The light from the window climbed higher, illuminating the carvings on the wall and the holes in my trousers. Jiang Jin stood up and picked up the document, my voluntary waiver of inheritance. He folded it twice and tucked it into his shirt pocket. Your father's safe, he said. The key is inside your mother's piano. I gave no reaction. The 7th key, he added. Press it down. It will make a sound. I remained still. Jiang Jin walked to the door and put his hand on the knob. He didn't open it yet. Make a choice, he said. Do you leave with the ashes? Or do you burn this whole house down along with them? The door didn't open. Jiang Jin stood with his back to me. I looked down at the pile of ashes on the floor. Among the gray remains, a small scrap of unburned paper caught my eye. It was just a corner, but I could see a single stroke of the character for my family name, Liu. I reached out and crushed it between my fingertips. I didn't cry. I stood up and walked to the wall. I found the scratch I had made so long ago. Day 731, he didn't come. I ran my fingernail over the grooves one more time, pressing lightly. When I was finished, I turned toward the exit. Jiang Jin didn't look back at me. I reached for the handle and turned it. The door wasn't locked. I stepped out into the hallway. The lights were off. Moonlight leaked in from the staircase, spilling across the floorboards and illuminating a trail of damp footprints. Someone had walked here recently. I didn't stop to wonder who. I didn't look back. Behind me, Jiang Jin remained in the center of the room, motionless. The basement light stayed on, a harsh, naked bulb that cast a cold glare onto the cracked concrete floor. The cracks looked like a dried-up riverbed. A stray breeze caught the ashes, scattering them against the doorframe, into the footprints, and toward the dripping faucet. A single drop of water fell, hitting the ash with a silent thud. The key was made of brass. Its edges were worn smooth and shiny from use, though gray dust was still caked in its teeth. Jiang Jin didn't wrap it in paper or wipe his hands. He simply placed it directly into my palm. I didn't grip it. My fingers hung limp, like branches heavy with rain. The metal felt ice-cold against my skin, as if it had just been pulled from the bottom of a well. The lock in the basement, Jiang Jin said. It's the same one for the safe. I stared at the key. I didn't nod, and I didn't shake my head. The left shoulder of my jacket was still damp, the water stained dark against the fabric. My sleeves were covered in ash, and my fingernails were stained black, like ink soaking into the meat of my hands. I turned and headed for the stairs. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. Jiang Jin followed, his shoes crunching softly over the unburned paper scraps on the floor. The safe was hidden in the deepest corner of the study, tucked behind a false wall. It was an old-fashioned model, the handle and keyhole rusted to a dull red. I pulled the key from my pocket and slid it in. I turned it 3 times. There was a soft click, no louder than a snapping twig. The door swung open. No light came from within. No sound followed. Only a thin layer of dust drifted out, floating lazily in the stale air. Inside, there was only a single photograph. It was black and white, the edges curled as if it had been soaked in water and left to dry. It showed 2 infants lying side by side, wrapped in the same blanket. One had a butterfly-shaped birthmark on his left shoulder. The other had a matching mark on his right arm, though it was so faint it was nearly invisible. I flipped the photo over. The handwriting on the back was done in fountain pen, the ink slightly blurred but still legible. Jiang Jin, born July 14, 1998. Legitimate eldest son of the Liu family. Liu Fun, born July 15, 1998. Adopted. Serial number L0715. I froze. My fingers gripped the photo so hard my knuckles turned white. I stared at it for 3 seconds before flipping it back to the front. The two children both had their eyes closed. One had the faint hint of a smile. The other had a furrowed brow, looking as if he were either crying or trying very hard not to. I didn't put the photo back. I reached deeper into the safe and felt a letter underneath. The envelope was old manila paper, held shut by a rusted brass clip that snapped off the moment I touched it. I unfolded the paper. The handwriting belonged to my father. The strokes were jagged and uneven, as if his hand had been shaking while he wrote. If the day ever comes that you find this, please forgive me. I was afraid you were too much like your mother, too clear-headed. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to survive. I stared at those words for a long time. I didn't cry. I didn't tremble. I didn't say a word. I folded the letter, put it back in the envelope, and tucked it back into the safe. I closed the heavy door. The brass handle clicked shut. Jiang Jin stood 3 paces away. He hadn't moved. The second button of his shirt was undone, his collar loose, and his sleeve had a sharp crease, as if it hadn't been ironed since he last wore it. Now, Jiang Jin said, "It's your turn to choose." I didn't look at him. I looked at my hands. My palms were still sticky with ash, my nails stained black like ink. I raised my hand and rubbed my thumb against my index finger, shedding a bit of the gray soot. It fell to the floor without a sound. "Do you take this key and leave?" Jiang Jin continued. "Or do you stay with me and burn this house down, along with all the lies inside it?" I didn't answer. I turned and walked to the desk. I pulled open a drawer. I didn't turn on the light, relying instead on the gray glow filtering in from the window. I found a box of matches. It was old, the edges frayed, the label faded. It was from a department store in the South, dated 1997. I pulled out a single match and struck it. The flame flared up, illuminating the exhaustion under my eyes. I didn't light a cigarette. I didn't light a piece of paper. I just held the match, watching it burn down to the very end. The flame died. Smoke drifted upward, hitting the ceiling and vanishing. I put the matches back and closed the drawer, but I didn't push it all the way. A small gap remained, revealing a length of red string left behind by my mother. It was tied to a small brass bell that had long since lost its ring. Jiang Jin didn't rush me. He walked to the window and tried to push the frame open. It groaned, stuck in place. He didn't force it. He just stood there, looking out at the dark clouds gathering again. The wind whistled through the gaps in the building, swirling the dust on the floor until it looked like gray snow. I walked back to the safe and took the key out. I didn't put it in my pocket, and I didn't give it back to Jiang Jin. I just gripped it, my knuckles tight, the metal biting into my palm. I walked to the wall where the surveillance screenshots were still pinned. One showed me at 7 years old, sitting in the study, my hand shaking so hard the pen hovered over the paper until a drop of ink fell and bloomed into a black stain. Another showed me standing in a hospital hallway, clutching a lab report, neither crying nor moving. I reached out and tore them both down. The paper crinkled and groaned as it ripped. I didn't throw them away. I tucked them into the inner pocket of my jacket, right against my chest. Then I walked up to Jiang Jin and held out the key. He didn't take it. "You keep it," I said. "You need it more than I do." Jiang Jin didn't move. He looked down at the key, at the worn brass and the ash in the teeth. "Where do you want to start the fire?" he asked. "The basement," I said. "We burn the basement first." Jiang Jin didn't nod or shake his head. He turned toward the door, his shoes grinding the ash into the floor. He left the door ajar. The wind blew in, carrying more dust into the room. I followed him. As I passed the stairs, I paused to look at a cluster of old chairs in the corner. Their legs were worn shiny. The cushions split open to reveal graying cotton. I didn't sit down. I kept walking. In the basement, the light was still harsh. The projector was still running, The screen frozen on the last frame of my father's recording, a jagged waveform of his voice. It looked like a heartbeat, like a breath, like a sentence that was never finished. I walked to the wall and began tearing down the rest of the surveillance photos. I took my time, peeling them off one by one. Jiang Jin stood by the door, still clutching the inheritance waiver I had tried to destroy earlier. His knuckles were white. When the last photo was gone, I turned and grabbed a canister of gasoline from the corner. The can was old, the paint peeling off. A date was scrawled on the bottom in red ink. April 12, 2003. I didn't say anything. I walked to the projector and poured the gasoline onto the floor. The liquid followed the cracks in the concrete, filling the dried-up riverbed. I struck a match. The fire rose up, not with a roar, but slowly. It licked at the floorboards, the corners of the walls, and the remnants of the paper ash. Jiang Jin stood in the doorway and watched. His second button was still undone. The crease was still in his sleeve. The orange light of the fire reflected in his eyes. I didn't look at the fire. I walked to the wall and found the scratch I had made. Day 731, he didn't come. Using my fingernail, I scraped the words away, stroke by stroke, until they were gone. The dust fell to my feet. The fire continued to burn, silent and steady. Smoke rose to the ceiling and disappeared. Outside, the wind whipped the ash into the air like snow falling toward the sky. I walked to the door and stopped. Jiang Jin hadn't moved. "Are we going?" I asked. Jiang Jin looked at me but didn't answer. He turned and headed for the stairs. I followed him. The door clicked shut behind us. Downstairs, the light stayed on, and the fire kept burning. Morning light leaked through the cracks in the curtains, a pale gray line stretching across the floorboards. I sat in the wicker chair, unmoving. The cuffs of my jacket had dried, the fabric stiff and dark, looking like they'd been soaked and left out for days. My left hand gripped the letter. The corners of the envelope were curled, the craft paper worn soft at the edges. When I rubbed my thumb against it, tiny fibers stuck to my skin. Jiang Jin didn't say a word. He stood by the window, holding a cup of cold tea. A yellow stain from yesterday's egg yolk marked the rim. He didn't drink it, and he didn't put it back on the table. A dried jasmine petal was crushed under the bottom of the cup, shattered like something someone had stepped on. The diary lay open on my knees. The pages were yellowed and wavy, showing signs of old water damage. Every single page was filled with writing. It was dense, crowded. Every line said the same thing. "I'm sorry." There were no greetings, no signatures, just dates, one after another, starting from the day I was born and ending 2 days before my mother died. Tucked into the last page was another piece of paper. It was thin and crisp, a hospital report. The printed text felt cold. Asterisk left shoulder butterfly birthmark matches right arm symmetrical birthmark, 99.8%. Confirmed identical twins, asterisk. I didn't look at the report. I stared at my mother's handwriting instead. Underneath those apologies, the ink had blurred in spots, as if washed by tears or stray drops of water. They had dried into faint gray circles. I didn't cry. I didn't move. I just pulled the letter out and placed it on top of the diary. The envelope was empty now, save for a few stubborn paper fibers clinging to the inside. Outside, the wind picked up. It wasn't a gale, just that chilly morning breeze that makes the curtains swell and sigh. The curtain rod was loose at one end. Every time the wind hit, it gave a tiny, high-pitched creak, like an old door hinge groaning. Jiang Jin set the teacup on the windowsill. The porcelain hit the tile without a sound. He turned and walked to the bookshelf, his hand reaching for a gray cloth-covered photo album on the top shelf. The corners were fraying, revealing the yellowed paper core inside. He didn't take it down. He just rubbed his knuckle against the cover, leaving a faint gray smudge. I looked down at the diary again. In the bottom right corner of the birthmark report, there was a small red hospital stamp dated August 3rd, 1998. The last month of my mother's life. A memory hit me. I was 7 years old. I had gotten up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom and heard crying coming from the basement. I peered down from the top of the stairs. I saw my father crouching in the corner, holding a syringe. He was pushing the needle into a child's arm. The child didn't struggle. His eyes were closed, his lashes wet. His shirt was pulled up, revealing a pale mark on his left shoulder that looked like the wing of a butterfly. I hadn't screamed. I had run back to my room, crawled under the covers, and buried my face. I hadn't moved all night. I always thought that child was Jiang. I thought Jiang was someone else's child that my father had brought home. Now I knew. That child was me. I closed the diary gently, as if I were afraid of waking someone up. Jiang walked over and stood in front of me. He didn't speak. There was a bit of dust on his shoes from the basement last night. A thin crack ran along the toe of his left shoe, a souvenir from a doorframe at the police station last week. He still hadn't fixed it. I looked up at him. I didn't look away, and I didn't ask questions. I just placed the letter in the diary on the armrest of the chair. I stood up. My knees felt numb, making my movements slow. The dust on my left shoulder stayed there. I didn't brush it off. I walked to the wall and touched the row of surveillance screenshots. One showed me at 7, sitting in the study, my hand shaking so hard I'd poked a hole through the paper. Another was from last winter, showing me in a hospital hallway, gripping a lab report. I hadn't cried then, either. I just stood there. I stared at the photo for 3 seconds before pulling my hand away. Jiang didn't move. The second button of his shirt was still undone, his collar loose enough to show a faint, old scar on his collarbone. I walked to the door and put my hand on the brass handle. It was cold, just like the key. I didn't open it yet. When did you know? I asked. Jiang didn't answer. He walked to the sofa and picked up a scrap of paper from the floor. It was a fragment of the will I'd tried to burn yesterday. The edges were charred black, but one line in the middle had survived the flames. Lu Fun, you are too much like your mother. Too sober. You won't survive. He held the paper. He didn't throw it away, and he didn't read it again. He just folded it twice and tucked it into his pocket. I waited 5 seconds. No answer came. I turned and pushed the door open. The hallway lights were off. Only the morning sun reached the top of the stairs, illuminating a small puddle of water where Jiang had stepped last night. Nobody had wiped it up. I walked down, my steps light. I didn't look back. Jiang didn't follow. When I reached the foyer, I put on my shoes. The laces were loose. I knelt to tie them, failing twice before the third knot held. There was mud on the soles from the backyard. I didn't clean it off. I pulled open the front door. The police sirens were already at the gate. Red and blue lights flashed through the glass, over and over. I stood there, watching the rhythm. Go. Jiang's voice came from behind me. It was soft. Just go, Lu Fun. I didn't turn around. Go, he said again, his voice dropping lower. I'll stay. My hand stayed on the handle. The door wasn't fully open, but it wasn't closed. The sirens stopped. Someone outside was shouting through a megaphone, but the words were a blur. I looked down and saw the basement dust on the toes of my shoes. I hadn't brushed it off. I didn't wipe it now. I turned back and walked into the living room. Jiang was still standing in the same spot. I went to the wicker chair, grabbed the letter and the diary, and stuffed them into the inner pocket of my jacket. The fabric bulged against my chest. I walked to the window and pulled the curtains shut. The light vanished. The room went dark. I didn't turn on the lights. Jiang stepped up beside me. We stood half a step apart. Outside, car doors slammed. Footsteps hit the stone stairs, deliberate, steady, not rushing. I didn't move. Jiang didn't move. The cold tea sat on the windowsill. The jasmine petal underneath was crushed into dust. A draft snuck in through the door crack, making me shiver once. Then, everything went still. The rain outside the courthouse wasn't a drizzle. It felt like someone was pouring buckets of water from a balcony, slow, heavy, and endless. I stood on the stone steps, gripping the summons the court had just handed me. I hadn't even finished reading it. Rain dripped from my hair onto my suit collar, creating a dark, spreading stain. I didn't look at Jiang. He was 2 steps behind me, holding a black umbrella with a bent rib that wobbled in the wind. He had handed over the recording during the hearing. The digital recorder was in his pocket now. The judge hadn't played it for the public, but everyone had heard the transcript. My father's voice, low and raspy, like air escaping a grave. Asterisk, both children are mine. One is for atonement. One is for inheritance. Asterisk. My knees suddenly gave out. I didn't fall to the ground, but I lunged forward, my hands catching the freezing stone railing. My fingernails dug into the cracks, scraping out bits of wet grit. A sound escaped my throat, a choked, thin noise like a dying cat. I turned and ran. The rain grew heavier. I didn't have an umbrella, and I didn't look back. I couldn't hear his footsteps behind me, but I knew he was there. I ran past the court steps, through the deep puddles by the police cars, past an old man in a raincoat selling newspapers. The old man didn't look up. He just pulled his papers closer to his chest. I collapsed at a street corner, hands on my knees, head hanging low. I retched violently. My stomach was empty. All that came up was bitter bile mixed with streaks of blood. I didn't wipe my mouth. I just crouched there in the downpour, my shoulders heaving. Rain lashed against my back, soaking through my clothes and running down my spine like ice water. The cold triggered a memory from when I was 7 years old. The basement light had been broken back then, leaving only a single small bulb hanging from a metal rack, swaying violently. My father stood by the bed, holding a silver needle that glinted in the dim light. The child on the bed didn't cry. His eyes were wide open, but he didn't move. I hid behind the door, not daring to make a sound. I watched my father push the medicine in. The child's eyelids flickered once, then closed. My father turned around and saw me. He didn't yell or hit me. He just said, "Don't tell anyone." I nodded, ran back to my room, and locked the door. I pressed my ear against the wall, listening for movement downstairs. I heard footsteps, light, like a cat's. I thought it was my father. I didn't realize until much later that it was Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin was standing behind me now. His umbrella didn't cover his whole body. Rain dripped from the edge of the canopy, forming a small puddle by my feet. He didn't speak, and he didn't kneel. He just tilted the umbrella toward me, letting his own right shoulder get completely soaked. "Do you remember the smell of that medicine?" Jiang Jin asked. I didn't look up. I was still gasping for air, my throat feeling constricted. "That was the first time," Jiang Jin continued, "that you personally fed me my medicine." I snapped my head up, my eyes burning red. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. Rainwater dripped from my chin and shattered on the concrete. "Why didn't you say anything sooner?" I finally screamed, my voice raw and unrecognizable. Jiang Jin didn't answer. He looked down at his left hand. There was an old scar on his index finger, thin and white, like a blade mark. He didn't move, but he shifted the umbrella another half-inch toward me. The wind swept through the street corner, swirling a plastic bag against the wall until it got stuck by a trash can. Jiang Jin's shoes were caked in mud. His right shoe was dirtier than his left. He must have stepped in it while circling around from the back door of the court. I stared at that scar on his finger, and a memory flashed in my mind. I reached up and touched my own left shoulder. My jacket was soaked, the fabric clinging to my skin. I could feel the mark there, a raised, butterfly-shaped scar. The skin was harder than the rest of my body. As a child, I always thought it was a birthmark. The doctor said it was congenital and had no sensation. My throat tightened. "That day, did you hear me crying in the basement?" Jiang Jin didn't nod or shake his head. "You heard me, didn't you?" My voice dropped to a whisper. "You heard me crying, but you didn't make a sound." Jiang Jin finally moved. He shoved the umbrella handle into my hand. I didn't take it. The handle was wet and freezing. Jiang Jin's fingers were damp too, with gray dust under his nails as if he'd been rubbing old book pages. "Because I wanted you to know," Jiang Jin said, "that you aren't a victim." I stared at him without blinking. Rainwater flowed down my eyelashes like tears, but they weren't. Jiang Jin didn't say anything else. He turned and walked away, leaving the umbrella stuck at an angle by my feet. Rain dripped down the ribs, one drop at a time, landing on the toe of my leather shoe. I didn't move. I looked at the reflection in the water droplets on my shoe. My face was blurry and distorted. I reached out to straighten the umbrella, but the frame was still crooked. It was the broken one. He hadn't fixed it. I stayed crouched there. The rain kept falling. Across the street, a convenience store light flickered. A sign on the glass advertised a special on bottled water for 2 yuan. A girl in a school uniform pushed the door open and ran into the rain without an umbrella, her backpack thumping against her back as she disappeared. I finally stood up. I didn't wipe my face or fix my wet clothes. I pulled the umbrella out of the ground and tucked it under my arm. The rain ran down the fabric and dripped onto my wrist. I turned back, but I didn't go through the main entrance of the court. I circled to the back alley. Near the entrance, a trash can lid sat slightly ajar. A soaked flyer floated inside. The words, "Paternity Test, Fast Results," barely legible through the grime. I didn't look at it. I reached the back door of the court, and Jiang Jin was there, waiting. He held a plastic document bag with curled edges. The words, "Lu Group," were printed on it, softened by the rain. "What is this?" I asked. "A copy of your father's will," Jiang Jin said. I transcribed it. I didn't take it, so he shoved the bag into my arms. "You burned yours," he said. "I kept this one." I looked down at the bag. There was a tear in the plastic, revealing the sharp corner of a page covered in dense, printed text. I didn't open it. Jiang Jin turned toward the parking lot. His black car was parked at the corner, doors unlocked. The windshield wipers were stuck halfway up the glass. I stood my ground and didn't follow him. I looked at my left hand. I was still clutching the court summons, the edges frayed and the ink blurred into a dark smudge. I slowly let go. The paper drifted down into a puddle, floating like a fallen leaf. Jiang Jin got into the car, but didn't close the window. The interior lights stayed off. He sat in the driver's seat, motionless. I could see my own shadow in his rearview mirror, blurry and gray. The rain didn't stop. At the end of the alley, a cat crawled out of a cardboard box, shook its fur, and leaped onto a wall. I stood there for a long time until the rain finally eased. I didn't go back to the court or the old family mansion. I walked into the convenience store, bought a bottle of water, and realized the cap wasn't tight. I had to twist it 3 times to close it. I stood at the door and took a sip. The water was cold. I stayed there, watching the rain hit the concrete, 1 drop at a time. When I finally returned to the old mansion, the lock was rusted. I had to turn the key 3 times before it gave way. The hinges groaned like a knife scraping against bone. I hadn't brought the umbrella inside. My coat was soaked, and water dripped from my sleeves onto the hardwood floor, leaving 4 dark spots in the entryway. The piano sat at the end of the living room, covered in a gray cloth. I didn't lift the cover. I just knelt down and yanked at the corner. Beneath the cloth was a black piano body. The lacquer was peeling, revealing the cracked wood underneath like parched earth. When I lifted the lid, a cloud of dust puffed out. I didn't flinch. The keys were ivory, yellowed and cracked. I pressed one down. No sound. I remembered my father saying this piano was my mother's life. If I played poorly, I was locked in the basement. Back then, I thought it was just a punishment. I searched the sheet music stand. At the very bottom, I found a stack of old, curled papers that looked like they had been soaked and dried. I pulled them out one by one. They were all musical scores: Lullaby, Moonlight, Requiem. On the back of every page, there were notes written in pencil. The handwriting was thin and shaky. Today, how long did he stay in the basement again? The dates started from when I was 3 and ended 7 days before my mother died. The last page was a fragment of the Requiem, only 7 bars long. At the bottom was a small note. 3rd day Jiang Jin has been locked up. I sat down and placed my fingers on the keys. I didn't know how to play, but I remembered my mother's hands. She always used her left hand to press the bass notes, while her right hand stayed light, as if she were afraid of waking something up. I struck the first note. It was muffled, like a sound rising from underground. The second note failed. The third note was stuck. The string was rusted. I pressed harder until my fingernail split. Blood seeped out, mixing with the dust on the key like a drop of dried cinnabar. I didn't stop. When I reached those few bars of the Requiem, my fingers went stiff. I pressed down with everything I had. As I looked closer at the sheet music, I noticed something hidden between the layers of paper. It wasn't paper. It was a thin, hard object with rounded edges. I pried it out. It was an SD card. The label was faded, leaving only the letters J and L, looking as though they had been scratched repeatedly by a fingernail. I didn't look at it immediately. I went to the kitchen, poured a glass of cold water, and took a sip. There was a faint yellow stain on the rim of the glass, identical to the one Jiang Jin had used yesterday. I went back to the study, opened my laptop, and inserted the card. There was only one video file, dated April 17, 2003. I clicked play. The screen showed the basement, lit by a harsh white bulb that made my eyes ache. Cribs sat in the corners. One was labeled Lu Fun, the other Jiang Jin. My father was standing right between them. The man on the screen wore a gray suit. His tie was loose. In his hand, he held a syringe. The needle caught the harsh light. He smiled, but the expression didn't reach his eyes. One will be the heir, he said. The other will be the scapegoat. He paused, his voice dropping low, as if he were negotiating with a ghost. It was fair, he claimed. In the video, the babies didn't cry. One blinked. The other stayed perfectly still. I couldn't look away. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, frozen. The laptop fan whirred, sounding like a dying machine. I stood up. I grabbed the chair and slammed it into the piano. The wood splintered with a dull thud. I didn't stop. I grabbed the stool and smashed the lid. Strings snapped and curled like dying snakes. I kicked the pedals until the gears ground into dust. Ivory keys, metal, and wood chips covered the floor. I knelt down. I reached into the debris. My fingers touched something soft and round. A rubber pacifier. It was faded, gray, covered in tiny bite marks. I recognized it. Jiang Jin always had this in his mouth when we were kids. My mother said it was the only thing that kept him quiet. I didn't say a word. I just gripped it tight in my palm. The wind blew the window open. A sliver of light cut across the dust. I walked to the door. The brass handle was covered in green rust. It wouldn't budge. I pushed the loose bolt back into place. The door swung open. Jiang Jin was standing at the end of the dark hallway. He held an unsealed envelope. I could see the title, Criminal Indictment. He didn't speak. I didn't move. The wind kicked up dust between us. His shoes were caked in dried, cracked mud from yesterday. I looked at the pacifier in my hand. I didn't throw it away. I tucked it into my coat pocket. What were you playing? He asked. His voice was a whisper. Requiem, I said. Is it finished? No. Why did you stop? I paused. My voice caught in my throat. Because the piano is broken. He took a step forward. His shoes crunched on the grit. I brought a lawyer, he said. Tomorrow morning. 9 o'clock. Court. I nodded. He turned and walked away. His footsteps were silent, like he was walking on old carpet. I went back to the wreckage. I picked up a fragment of an ivory key, stained with a drop of my blood. I put it in my inner pocket and shut the door. The suburban house sat among dying reeds. The wind made them hiss like turning pages. I sat in Jiang Jin's old Toyota. The door didn't close right. Cold air crawled up my legs. I looked at my fingernails. They were still stained with black lacquer and dried blood. The old man lived in a crumbling brick shack. The roof was patched with plastic that flapped in the wind. Inside, it smelled like medicine and fermenting sugar. He sat in a rot-tan chair, a faded blanket over his bony legs. You're here, he said. He didn't look up. Jiang Jin placed a thermos on the table. Steam rose and hit the ceiling, dripping back down like rain. The old man pulled a rusted iron box from under his chair. Inside were 2 yellowed papers. Birth certificates. Lu Fun. Jiang Jin. 7 minutes apart. There was a card with baby handprints. I looked closely. The pinky on the right print had a strange, jagged curve, like it had been scratched by a fingernail. Your father said twins were dangerous, the old man rasped. His voice sounded like metal grinding on paper. One had to disappear. He pointed to Jiang Jin's name. This one cried the loudest. The nurse said he wanted his mother. I remembered my mother's final words. She said I cried like thunder. I thought it was a metaphor. Now I realized she was talking about the sound of a child she wasn't allowed to hold. Jiang Jin stared at the old man's hand. There was a silver ring on his finger, engraved with our birthday, April 17th, 1998. Why are you still alive? I asked. The old man didn't answer. He pulled a scrap of paper from the box. It was written in faint pencil. Jiang Jin must live so he can suffer. He handed it to Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin didn't take it. He just stood there as the wind whipped the blanket off the old man's ankle. There was a long, thin scar. It looked like a wire burn. Because you didn't die, I couldn't die, Jiang Jin said. His voice was hollow. He wanted you alive just to punish me. I looked at my shoes. They were covered in mud. Jiang Jin folded the note and tucked it away, moving carefully, like he was handling a bomb. You used to come here as kids, the old man said. He let out a rusty laugh. Lu Fun, you always stood by the door. You wouldn't come in. And your brother. He would sit on the steps for hours, counting ants. Remember the rain? You were 7. You snatched his pacifier and called him a piece of filth. The memory hit me. I had screamed at him in the downpour. Jiang Jin hadn't cried. He had just rolled up his sleeve to show a dark, purple bruise. Back then, I thought he had fallen. Now I knew it was from a needle. Jiang Jin walked to the window. He touched a small scratch on the sill, likely made by a key years ago. The old man started coughing, his body doubling over. His blanket slipped, revealing a dark red mark on his knee. A birthmark. I froze. I had the exact same mark on my left shoulder. My father always called it the family brand. Jiang Jin turned around. He pulled a paper from his pocket. A psychiatric evaluation from 3 years ago. It recommended long-term supervision. My brother wasn't just a scapegoat. He was a prisoner. He placed the paper on the coffee table. He didn't say a word. The old man didn't even look at it. He just closed his eyes, his breathing growing faint and shallow. Jiang Jin walked to the door and tugged the handle. The latch was loose. With a soft pull, the door creaked open. The wind rushed in, making the paper flowers in the iron box rustle like dry leaves. I didn't move. I looked down at my right hand. There was a tiny cut on my ring finger from when I had pried the panel off the piano yesterday. My shoes had dried, the mud turning into small, dark red crusts. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. I remembered my mother on her deathbed. She had been clutching a photograph. It showed 2 infants, dressed in identical clothes, lying in the same crib. On the back, she had written, "Keeping them both alive is the real punishment." I had never told anyone. Back then, I thought it was just a hallucination brought on by grief. Jiang Jin stood in the doorway, his back to me. "Are you coming?" he asked. I didn't answer. I walked over to the iron box, reached in, and pulled out my own birth certificate. I folded it twice and shoved it into my pocket. Then I turned and walked toward the old man. I knelt down. I didn't speak. I just pulled a clean, white handkerchief from my pocket, the one they handed out at the funeral yesterday. I gently wiped the dust off the back of the old man's hand. He didn't open his eyes, but his fingers twitched, curling slightly as if trying to grab hold of something. I stood up and went to the door. Jiang Jin was already outside, standing on the steps with his back to me. The wind caught his jacket, blowing it out like a tattered flag. I didn't follow him immediately. I looked at the old radio in the corner of the room. A sticky note was plastered on it, the handwriting messy and crooked. He didn't come today. The date was yesterday. I walked over, peeled the note off, and put it in my pocket. Only then did I step outside. Jiang Jin was standing by the car. He hadn't opened the door. He hadn't gotten in. He was staring down at the tips of his shoes, which were stained with mud from the path. I walked past him without a word, pulled open the passenger door, and sat down. The door shut, cutting off the sound of the wind. Jiang Jin got into the driver's seat. He didn't start the engine. After a few seconds, he spoke. "Do you believe it?" I didn't look at him. I stared at the windshield. There was a crack in the glass, jagged like a bolt of lightning, running down from the top right corner. It was cracked, but it hadn't shattered yet. "Believe what?" I asked. "That you aren't who you think you are," Jiang Jin said. I didn't answer. I reached into my pocket, pulled out the birth certificate, and unfolded it. I read it one more time. The paper was thin, the ink faded, but the name Lu Fun was still clear. I folded it back up and tucked it into my inner pocket. Then I took out the handkerchief, unfolded it, and folded it 3 times into a neat square. I placed it on the center console. The car was silent except for the faint hum of the air conditioner. Finally, Jiang Jin started the engine. It gave a soft purr, and the car slowly rolled forward. We drove over the dry grass at the roadside. The sound of the blades snapping under the tires sounded just like paper being torn apart. In the rearview mirror, the small house grew smaller and smaller. The plastic sheet on the roof flapped in the wind like a dying balloon. We hit the main road, and the rain started. Droplets hit the window, one by one, eventually merging into long, thin streaks. I didn't wipe the fog from the glass. I just watched the rain trail slide down like cold, heartless tears. Jiang Jin turned on the radio. It was an old station playing a piano piece, distorted by heavy static. I recognized the tune. It was a requiem. But it only played for 7 measures before cutting out. By the time we reached the city, the rain had turned into a downpour. Jiang Jin pulled over to the curb but kept the engine running. He reached into the back seat and grabbed a plastic bag containing 2 bottles of water. One was unopened, the other was half empty, with condensation clinging to the rim. He handed the unopened one to me. I didn't take it. Jiang Jin unscrewed the cap himself and took a drink. Water trickled down his chin and dripped onto his collar, leaving a dark wet patch. He didn't bother to wipe it. "Tomorrow," he said, "I'm going to see a lawyer." I looked out the window. The wipers moved back and forth. Swipe, swipe, pushing the water aside only for it to rush back instantly. "What do you plan to make public?" I asked. "Everything," Jiang Jin said. "Including the year you were 7? I asked. "When you were locked in the basement. What you were forced to eat every day?" Jiang Jin didn't answer. He rested the water bottle on his lap, his fingers tracing the ridges of the plastic. The rain was loud against the roof, but the inside of the car was deathly quiet. After a long time, Jiang Jin spoke. "Do you remember when you were 7? The first time you fed me my medicine?" I didn't move. I remembered. I had been holding the cup, my hands shaking so hard that half the liquid spilled. Jiang Jin hadn't cried. He had just looked at me and said, "Don't be afraid. I don't blame you, Back then, I thought it was a comfort. Now, I realized it was a curse." Jiang Jin turned off the radio. Now there was only the rain. He pushed the door open and stepped out into the storm. He didn't use an umbrella. I stayed in the car, watching his silhouette get drenched. His shoulders were hunched, making him look exactly like he did as a child, sitting on those steps counting ants. He didn't look back. He just stood there, waiting for me to get out, waiting for me to follow, waiting for me to admit the truth. Inside the car, the handkerchief on the console fluttered slightly in the draft. I went back to the study. The lights were still on. I knelt on the floor, my knees pressing into an old rug. The corner was curled up, revealing the cracked wood underneath. I was holding the red leather notebook. The gold-embossed letters on the cover had faded to a dull white, feeling like a layer of frost under my fingertips. Every page was filled with neat, orderly handwriting, like a teacher grading homework. Age 7. Did not cry at the banquet. Reward. Age 10. Refused to visit Jiang Jin. Reward. Age 15. Reported the neighbor for Jiang Jin's alleged theft. Reward. Age 20. Signed the waiver of inheritance. Reward. I flipped through the pages faster, my knuckles turning white. The edges of the paper were creased, showing they had been opened and closed 1,000 times. The very last line was written in the corner of the final page in darker ink, as if added much later. Only when the heir no longer needs sympathy is he worthy of the Liu family. I slammed the notebook onto the floor. I noticed a loose floorboard behind the bookshelf. I pried it up, with splinters digging under my fingernails. A thin piece of paper fell out from the hidden compartment. It looked like letter paper, yellowed at the edges with dried water stains. The handwriting belonged to Jiang Jin. If you are reading this, it means you've finally started to doubt. Don't trust him. Trust yourself. The date was July 12th, 3 years ago. I stared at those words for 3 full minutes. Then I stuffed the note into my pocket and stood up, brushing the dust off my knees. There was a dark stain on the rug, shaped like a human palm. I left it alone. The door was open. A draft blew down the hallway, flipping the pages of the papers on my desk. A fountain pen rolled off the edge and hit the floor. The cap popped off, exposing the nib. The ink was dry, shining with a dark, oily luster. Jiang Jin was standing in the doorway. He wore a gray jacket, unzipped, showing the collar of a white shirt. He was holding a stack of papers, the edges crisp and straight, fresh from a printer. I didn't look at him. I walked to the desk and poured a glass of water. The glass was dirty, a layer of dust sitting at the bottom. When the water hit it, the dust swirled up before slowly settling again. "I've drafted the lawsuit for you," Jiang Jin said. I didn't respond. I set the glass back on the table, the water rippling into a faint ring. Jiang Jin took a step forward. His muddy shoes left a blurry print on the rug. "It's against Liu Mingyuan, for your father's crimes." He held out the papers. I saw the bold headings at the top: illegal detention, child abuse, identity forgery, human experimentation. I looked down at the list, but didn't take the file. I turned to the window. Outside, in the backyard, stood an old locust tree. Most of the leaves were gone. A frayed piece of rope hung from one of the branches, swaying gently in the wind. Jiang Jin didn't say anything else. He placed the legal documents on the desk, right on top of the red notebook. Peeking out from under the pile was a photograph. It was a picture of two cribs. One was labeled Lu Fun. The other was labeled Jiang Jin. I didn't turn around. I reached for the top shelf of the bookcase and pulled out a small iron box. It was heavily rusted, the corners dented and bent. I opened it. Inside was a single pacifier. The rubber was discolored and cracked, marked with tiny bite indentations. I held it, staring at it for a long time. Then I placed it back in the box and snapped it shut. "If you sign," Jiang Jin said, his voice dropping to a whisper, "I'll make it all public." "If you don't sign," Jiang Jin said, his voice flat like he was reading a formal notice, "I'll take this evidence straight to the United Nations." I finally turned around. My face was a mask, devoid of expression. My eyes were stinging, turning a dull red, but I didn't let a single tear fall. I walked toward him, stopping so close I could smell the detergent on his clothes and a faint, metallic scent of rust. I didn't reach for the documents. Instead, I grabbed his right hand. I pressed my thumb hard against his index knuckle and gave it a sharp, sudden twist. Jiang Jin didn't flinch. He didn't pull away. "Your left pinky," I said, my voice low. "It got caught in a door when we were kids, didn't it?" He didn't answer. "You cried the loudest that day," I continued. "The nurse said you took after my mother." Jiang Jin's Adam's apple bobbed. He looked down at his hand in my grip. There was black dust under his fingernails, likely rubbed off from the piano's finish. I let go and turned back to the desk. I picked up a dried-out fountain pen. The cap was lying on the floor, so I bent down, retrieved it, and clicked it back into place. Then, I picked up the legal file. I flipped to the very last page. The signature line was a gaping white void. I didn't use the pen. Instead, I pulled that anonymous note from my pocket, tore it into 4 pieces, and dropped them one by one into the trash bin. Jiang Jin watched me, motionless. I walked to the door and pulled it open. The hallway light was burned out, leaving only the sickly green glow of the emergency exit sign. It illuminated a spiderweb in the corner, where a dead moth was hopelessly tangled. I didn't look back. "Go ahead," I said. "Go to the UN." Jiang Jin didn't move. I took 2 steps out, then stopped. "When did you find out?" 7, he replied. "Then you knew I wasn't." "I knew you weren't you," Jiang Jin interrupted. "But you aren't me, either." I didn't say another word. I headed downstairs. My steps were light, careful. The 3rd step was loose and usually creaked, but I stepped over it. Jiang Jin stayed behind. He looked down at the pile of documents on the desk. A draft from the window caught the pages, making them rustle softly, as if an invisible hand were flipping through them. He reached out and straightened the stack. Then, he pulled a pen from his inner jacket pocket. He scribbled his own name on the signature line. He didn't sign for me. He signed for himself. He set the pen down and walked back into the study. The red notebook was still on the floor behind the bookshelf. He picked it up, patted off the dust, and returned it to its shelf. He moved to the piano and lifted the lid. The keys were yellowed, some cracked. He pressed a note. Silence. He reached into the body of the piano and pulled out an SD card. He slotted it into his phone. A video started playing. My father's voice came through, deep, calm, and terrifying. "Choose one to be the heir," the voice said. "The other will be the scapegoat. It's only fair." Jiang Jin stared at the screen for 30 seconds. Then he pulled the card out and dropped it into a glass of water. The water didn't ripple. The card just floated there like a dead leaf. He shut the piano lid, locked the study door, and left the key in the lock. He walked downstairs, passing through the foyer. His shoes left faint dusty prints on the floor mat. The living room light was on. A glass of water sat on the coffee table, untouched, with a thin film of oil shimmering on the surface. He poured it down the sink, the sound of the water muffled. He opened the fridge, grabbed a beer, and cracked the tab. It was ice cold, bitter. He didn't take a second sip. At the door, he stopped and pulled the old pacifier from his pocket. He set it on the shoe cabinet next to my keys and an old umbrella with a broken rib. He pushed the door open, and the wind rushed in, making the frame groan. It was getting dark. One by one, the streetlights flickered to life. He didn't look back. After a few steps, he stopped and dialed a number. It rang 3 times before someone picked up. "It's me," he said. The other end was silent. "Don't go to the UN." He paused. "I'll do it." He hung up. The wind kept blowing. In the distance, a car drove through a puddle, the sound faint and hollow. He stood on the steps, clutching the cold beer can. He looked down and saw a speck of red on the toe of his shoe. It looked like dried blood. He didn't wipe it off. He turned and walked back inside. The door stayed open. The lights stayed on. The piano lid sat slightly ajar, showing a sliver of gray dust in the gap. I stood in front of the bathroom mirror. The faucet wasn't shut tight. A single drop of water leaked out, hitting the basin with a slow, rhythmic thud. I looked at my left shoulder. The birthmark was just below my collarbone, shaped like a withered leaf. It was brownish with jagged edges. I touched it. My nail scraped the skin, but I felt nothing unusual. Yet, for a split second just now, I saw it. A line, thin as a hair, extending from the edge of the mark, almost blending into my skin tone. I backed away. The man in the mirror backed away too. The light was cold and white, reflecting harshly off the tiles. There was a dark smudge in the corner of the wall, looking like someone had clawed at it with their nails. I turned and dragged a cardboard box from the bottom of the closet. The corners were reinforced with yellowed, dusty tape. Inside were my childhood medical records. The paper was brittle, the ink fading. My hands shook as I flipped through them. March 17th, age 15. Skin repair surgery. Lead surgeon, Zhou Yan. Private consultant for the Liu family. I had no memory of this. My father had signed the consent form. The notes simply read, "No complications. Recovery good." I grabbed my coat and bolted. The zipper got stuck halfway, so I just ripped it open. I headed straight for the hospital's basement archives. 2 fluorescent tubes were dead, and the last one flickered violently, making the shadows of the filing cabinets jump. An old man was dozing at the desk, a half-lit cigarette dangling from his lip. I didn't say a word. I just slammed my ID on the table. The old man squinted at it, then pointed toward the left. "Video logs are under B150317. I plugged in the USB drive. The screen flickered to life. It was grainy, black and white surveillance footage. The operating table was lit up, a body covered in white cloth, leaving only the shoulder exposed. A surgeon in green scrubs was stitching. The movements were slow, the stitches meticulous. My father stood nearby in a gray suit, his tie perfectly straight. He was looking down at a piece of paper. "Change the birthmark," my father said, his voice a low hiss. "Don't let him look too much like the other child." The surgeon didn't respond. My father set the paper down and walked out, leaving the door slightly open. The light from the hallway glinted off a row of needles on a metal tray. I sat there, frozen. The footage cut to the recovery room. A child lay on the bed, eyes closed, left shoulder wrapped in gauze. The camera zoomed in. Under the bandages, the outline of the birthmark had been redesigned. The edges were too straight, too clean, like they had been cut by a knife. I yanked the USB out and walked out. The old man was still asleep, his cigarette having burned a small, smokeless hole in his pants. I didn't go back to my apartment. I went straight to Jiang Jin's place. He opened the door in his pajamas, barefoot, with bits of dried mud still between his toes. He held a glass of water, mist forming on the outside of the glass. I didn't speak. I just placed the USB drive on the shoe cabinet. Jiang Jin looked at it, but didn't pick it up. He turned and walked into the kitchen. "You knew all along, didn't you?" I asked. He stopped by the stove. He set the glass down, but it wobbled, spilling a bit of water into the cracks of the tiles. He didn't answer. I walked toward him, my steps light, as if I were afraid of breaking something. I stood half a step behind him. "When you were 7, I said, my voice cracking like sandpaper, you were locked in that basement. You saw me for the first time. I was wearing the exact same pajamas as you. But your birthmark, yours was sewn on later." Jiang Jin didn't move. The water from the counter dripped onto the floor, one tiny splash at a time. Then, "Who am I?" I whispered. Am I even me? Jiang Jin finally turned around. His eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't cry. He just looked at me. He looked at me for a long, long time. I waited for so long that I thought Jiang Jin wouldn't answer at all. Do you remember when you were 7? Jiang Jin asked suddenly. It was winter. You had a high fever. In the middle of the night, you were crying, begging for your mother. I shook my head. I didn't remember that. Do you remember your 10th birthday? He continued. He made you stand in front of everyone and say, Jiang Jin is not my brother. You said it. Then he bought you a bicycle. A red one. You rode it for 3 days and fell 5 times. Your knees were bleeding, but you didn't cry. I stood perfectly still. Do you remember when you were 15? You reported that neighbor because he said I stole his cat. Do you remember why you reported him? My lips moved, but no sound came out. Because you were afraid, Jiang Jin said, his voice dropping. You were afraid he would throw you back into that basement. You weren't just given a fake birthmark, Lu Fun. You were given a fake memory. You aren't a replacement. You were a tool he built to kill me. I looked down. There was mud on the soles of my shoes, dried plaster from the hospital hallway. It was cracking into tiny flakes. I lifted my hand, wanting to touch my left shoulder where the mark was, but my hand stopped in midair. I let it drop. Jiang Jin walked to the window and pulled back the curtains. Outside, a light rain was falling. The glass was covered in streaks of water, blurring the glow of the streetlights. You aren't something he created, Jiang Jin said. You are just the part of himself he was too afraid to admit existed. I didn't respond. I walked over to the sofa and sat down. The cushion sagged deeply in one spot, but I didn't bother to adjust. I just let myself sink into the hollow. Jiang Jin walked over and handed me a glass of water. I didn't take it. He set the glass on the coffee table, and the moisture left a ring on the wood, spreading out like a small, fading flower. Your father didn't kill me, Jiang Jin said. The person he killed was you. I looked up at him. My eyes were bone dry. No tears would come. Jiang Jin didn't say anything else. He turned, went into the bedroom, and grabbed a coat. He threw it on, leaving the zipper open and the collar loose. He walked to the door and rested his hand on the handle for a heartbeat. If you want to burn that will, he said, I'll do it with you. I didn't move. Jiang Jin opened the door and walked out. He didn't close it behind him. A draft blew in from the hallway, carrying the scent of rain and the sour stench of the trash bins downstairs. I sat there in the silence, listening to the rain tap against the glass. I looked at the water glass on the table. A stray drop rolled down the side. Drip, drip. It hit the floorboards. I reached out, grabbed the USB drive, and shoved it into my pocket. I stood up, went to the entryway, and started changing my shoes. My laces were loose. I tried to tie them twice, but my fingers wouldn't cooperate. I pushed the door open and stepped out into the rain. It wasn't heavy, but it felt cold against my face. I didn't open an umbrella. Behind me, the door clicked shut, the lock snapping into place with a dull thud. The hallway light flickered violently. The rain had just stopped by the time we reached the old man's place, leaving a metallic, rusty scent in the air. Jiang Jin's coat was soaked at the hem, the wet fabric turning a dark, bruised red like dried blood. He stood under the porch, waiting for me to fix my laces. My shoes were old, and the knots were crooked, one tight, one loose. I stayed crouched, my fingers gripping the strings, not looking up. Jiang Jin's shadow fell across my feet, long and thin like a tightened rope. The old man lived on the west side of the city in a 3-story building. The plaster was peeling away, exposing the red bricks underneath. The door wasn't locked. It creaked open with a sound like a rusted hinge. Inside, the lights were off. The curtains were drawn tight, letting in only a sliver of gray light. The air smelled of medicine and damp, decaying paper. An old man sat in a rattan chair, his back to us. He was clutching a stack of papers with curled edges, looking like they had been soaked and dried in the sun. You're here, he said without turning around. Jiang Jin gave a low grunt of affirmation and sat on the sofa. There were 2 deep indentations in the armrests, worn down by years of use. I stayed standing. I stared at the back of the old man's head. His gray hair was thin, and his scalp looked pale and fragile, like worn porcelain. He turned slowly, his eyes cloudy but his hands steady. He placed the stack of papers on the coffee table. They were piled high, uneven, and stained with faded coffee marks. Your father, Lu Mingyuan, the old man began. Starting in 1993, he had me perform a paternity test every single year. He picked up the top sheet and held it out. The paper was yellowed, the printing blurred, but the official seal from the First Hospital's Forensic Center was still visible. October 7th, 1993. I didn't take it. I just looked at the words. The ink looked like it had been underwater, but I could still make out the phrase, biological relationship excluded. The old man pulled the second sheet. October 5th, 1994. Same result. Then the third. October 10th, 1995. 7 days before you were born, the old man said. He had me take a blood sample from you. You hadn't even entered the world yet. My breath hitched for a second. I didn't ask how. I didn't move. I just shoved my left hand into my pocket, my fingertips brushing the note I had stolen from my father's study, the one Zhang Jin had written 3 years ago. The old man didn't look at me. He kept flipping. When you were 7, he had me do it again. The sample source that time was a piece of skin taken from your left shoulder after a surgery. My hand tightened in my pocket. I remembered that surgery. I had always believed the scar was just a birthmark that had grown wrong. Your father never intended for you to be his heir, the old man said, flattening the final sheet of paper. He wanted you to be Jiang Jin's shadow, a living replacement. The more you looked like him, the more he feared you. On the table, a glass of water sat with a few tea leaves floating on the surface. Jiang Jin reached out and took the final report. The date was October 1st, 1995. The match was 99.99%. He didn't say a word. He just put the paper back, his finger leaving a smudge of dust on the corner. The old man looked at me. Have you ever asked yourself why you cry? Why you're afraid to touch mirrors? Why your heart feels like it's going to explode every time you see him? I didn't answer. I walked to the window and tugged at the curtain cord. It snapped, opening the drapes only half an inch. A beam of light cut through the room, illuminating the thick dust on the table and a few stray white hairs. You aren't a tool, the old man whispered. You are the mirror he couldn't face. The more you resembled him, the more he hated you. I turned around. My face was expressionless, my eyes dry but bloodshot. I walked over and took the stack of reports from the old man. The paper was so thin it crackled at the slightest touch. I looked through them one by one, slowly, like I was counting grains of rice. Every single one said no biological relationship. Until the last one. October 1st, 1995. Name, Lu Fun. Result, excluded. I folded the papers and tucked them into the inner pocket of my coat. I didn't button it. When the wind blew, the hem of the coat fluttered. Jiang Jin stood up and walked to the door. The handle was loose, clicking as he turned it. Let's go, he said. I lingered for a moment. The old man didn't rush me, nor did he stand up to see us out. He just sat back in his rattan chair and reached for a cigarette pack. It was empty. He crushed it and tossed it into a trash bin filled with half-empty medicine bottles. I walked to the table and picked up the glass of water. There were rings at the bottom, one inside the other, like the growth rings of a tree. I stared at them for 3 seconds, then set the glass back down. I didn't wipe it. I turned and followed Jiang Jin out. The lights in the stairwell were broken, flickering rhythmically. We walked down in the hollow silence. I noticed a long scratch on the handrail, stretching from the 3rd floor all the way to the 1st, as if someone had carved it with their fingernails. Outside, the rain had started again, a fine, silent mist. Jiang Jin didn't head for the car. He said he wanted to walk. I didn't object. We walked along the curb in silence. We passed a convenience store where a sign advertised water for 2 yuan. A wet cat crouched by the door, its fur matted against its body, its tail curled tight. At the intersection, the light turned red. Jiang Jin stopped. He didn't look at the traffic or the people. He just stared at a billboard across the street, showing a smiling baby. The caption read, "From the moment of birth." I stood to his right, half a step behind. My coat was soaked, the patch over my left shoulder turning a darker, deeper shade of black. The light turned green. We stepped into the street, our shoes splashing into the puddles, sending cold water up our pant legs. By the time we got home, the sky was dark. I didn't turn on the lights. I just sat down at my desk. I opened the old diary. The paper was yellowed and the edges were curled, looking like they had been soaked in water long ago. I picked up a fountain pen. The cap was missing, and the ink had dried on the nib, leaving a shiny, dark crust. I managed to write a single line. I am not Lu Fun. I am Jiang Jin's shadow. As soon as I finished, I tore the page out. The paper was brittle and snapped under the slightest pressure. I walked to the window and flicked my lighter. The flame was small and blue, dancing for a second before licking the corner of the paper. The sheet curled, the edges turning black as the ink blurred like it was being washed away. I didn't watch it burn for long. I let go. The gray ash drifted down onto the windowsill, settling over a layer of dust and a single, dried leaf that had probably fallen years ago. I closed the window and turned around. Jiang Jin was standing in the doorway. He held a glass of water he hadn't touched. Droplets were sliding down the outside of the glass, nearing the bottom. "What did you burn?" he asked. I didn't answer. I walked to the sofa and sat down. There were 2 indentations on the armrest, one deeper than the other. I sat near the shallower one. Jiang Jin walked over and set the glass on the coffee table. He did it quietly, without a sound. He didn't sit. He just stood there, looking down at me. "Do you remember your 7th birthday?" Jiang Jin asked. I didn't look up. "That day, your father gave you a key," Jiang Jin continued. "He told you it was a coming-of-age gift. But he didn't tell you that the key opened my mother's safe." I finally raised my eyes. My pupils twitched. It felt like I'd been pricked by a needle. "That key," Jiang Jin said. "It's in your pocket right now, isn't it?" I didn't move at first. Then, I slowly pulled my right hand out of my pocket and opened my palm. It was a brass key, worn smooth at the edges. A tiny character for Lu was engraved on it. Jiang Jin stared at it for 3 seconds. Then he reached into his inner coat pocket and pulled out another key. They were identical. He placed his key on the coffee table next to the water glass. A single drop finally fell from the side of the glass, hitting the table silently. Outside, the rain had stopped. A light breeze stirred the curtains, then everything went still again. I didn't touch the keys. I just closed the diary and put it back in the drawer. Deep inside the drawer, there was another piece of paper. It was half burnt, the edges charred, but one line was still legible. "Don't trust him. Trust yourself." I didn't take it out, and I didn't close the drawer all the way. A draft blew in from the hallway, softly flipping the pages of the papers on my desk. The fountain pen rolled off and hit the floor. The cap was still missing. The ink remained dry and black. The lights in the live stream studio were blindingly bright. I sat on a folding chair backstage, my palms slick with sweat. I couldn't look at the monitors. I just stared at my shoes. There was a clump of mud on my left sole from the cemetery visit this morning. My right sock had a hole, my big toe poking through. Jiang Jin stood behind me in silence. The cameras were still rolling. The red on lights glared. The live comments were scrolling like an avalanche. "Lu Fun is an illegitimate child. His father forced him to frame his own brother. Where did this video come from? Why hasn't it been deleted? The Lu Group stock is down 17%. Jiang Jin didn't turn off the stream. He just adjusted the phone on the tripod, angling it so the viewers could see my profile. Then, the video started playing. It showed a 7-year-old version of me. I was wearing a small white shirt with a silver pin on the collar, the Lu family crest. I stood before a mahogany bookshelf filled with gold-titled books. My eyes were glued to the floor. My lips moved 3 times before I could force out the first sentence. "Jiang Jin is an illegitimate child," the boy said. The voice was thin, like someone was choking him. "I don't know him." He didn't cry. He didn't shake. But his fingers were gripped so tightly around the hem of his shirt that his knuckles were white and his nails dug into his skin. Off camera, a voice whispered, "Say it again." "Exactly as written." The boy said it again, his voice even smaller. The footage froze on that second. My eyelashes trembled, but I didn't look up. The chat room exploded. The air in the room felt frozen. The hum of the air conditioner made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Jiang Jin walked over. He didn't look at the screen. He reached out and killed the camera. The red light died. The room was suddenly dark, save for a single desk lamp. The light was dim, casting a glow over the half-empty glass of cold water on the table. I didn't move. My shoulders were hunched, like I'd been pushed from behind. I hadn't fallen, but I couldn't stand straight either. Jiang Jin pulled a bottle of water from his pocket, cracked it open, and held it out. "Drink something." I didn't take it. He set the bottle on my knee. It was still cold from the fridge. Condensation dripped onto my jeans, creating a dark, spreading stain. I finally looked up. My eyes were bloodshot, but there were no tears. "Why did you keep that video?" I asked. Jiang Jin didn't answer immediately. He walked to the window and pulled the curtain back just a crack. Outside was the hotel alley. A cat sat on a pile of trash, licking its paws. "The year you were 7, Jiang Jin said, I was locked in the basement. I heard you crying. I stayed silent. You cried all night," he continued. "Not because you were afraid, but because you didn't know what you were saying. You were just doing what your father told you. If you didn't, he'd lock you in the dressing room for 3 days without food. Do you remember?" I shook my head. "You don't remember," he said softly. "You only remember being obedient." He walked back and stood in front of me. "You weren't lying. You were surviving." I stared at the water bottle. Drip, drip. The droplets hit my pants. "And you?" I asked. "Why didn't you hate me?" Jiang Jin didn't answer. He turned and pulled a neatly folded piece of paper from his bag. The edges were worn. He didn't hand it to me. He just laid it on the coffee table next to the water. It was a photocopy of the Liu family succession rules. The first page read, "The heir must maintain absolute distance from Jiang Jin. No emotional connection allowed." The second page, "Report any abnormal behavior from Jiang Jin immediately. Activate the shadow replacement program if necessary." The third page, "Liu Fun. ID, F07. Status, substitute. Non-biological heir. Not for succession." I stared at the paper for a long time. I reached out, but I didn't pick it up. I just touched the corner with my fingertip. It was thin and wrinkled easily. "Where did you get this?" "Your father's safe," Jiang Jin said. "I saw you the day you stole the key." I went quiet. I remembered that day. I had been rifling through the drawers in my father's study, my hands shaking so hard the key slipped through the cracks and disappeared into the carpet. I had crawled around for an hour, desperate. Then Jiang Jin had knelt beside me. He didn't say a word. He just reached into a fold in the rug and pulled the key out. I thought he was going to tell on me. Instead, he gave it back. "Back then," Jiang Jin said, "you asked me if I already knew." I nodded. "And you said yes." Jiang Jin paused. "But I didn't tell you everything. The first time I saw you when we were 7, you were wearing the exact same pajamas as me. The only difference was your birthmark. That was sewn on later." My throat tightened. I looked down at my left shoulder. My clothes covered it, but I could feel the surgical scar beneath the skin. "Why did you keep the video?" I asked again. Jiang Jin didn't say a word. He walked to the corner, pulled an old USB drive from a cardboard box, and plugged it into a laptop. The screen lit up. It was the same video, but this time, the camera was zoomed out. In the frame, standing behind my 7-year-old self, was a man in a dark suit. His back was to the camera. His hands gripped the back of a chair so hard his knuckles were white. It was Liu Mingyuan. He didn't speak, but he never took his eyes off me. The video ended. Jiang Jin pulled the drive and put it in his pocket. "Your father didn't want you dead," he said. "He wanted you to forget who you were." I didn't move. I picked up the water bottle, twisted the cap, and took a drink. The water was cold and had a faint, metallic taste of rust. I set the bottle back down. The water bottle left a damp ring on the coffee table. I stared at it, my mind racing. What was I supposed to do now? Jiang Jin watched me. He didn't mention revenge. He didn't talk about exposing the truth. He didn't even suggest leaving. "You should cry once," he said quietly. I didn't cry. I just turned my face toward the window. That stray cat was still perched on the trash can. It finished licking its paws, jumped down, and disappeared into the depths of the alley. At the end of the hallway, someone pushed a cleaning cart past the door. The wheels groaned against the carpet, creating a dull, rhythmic creak. Jiang Jin didn't say anything else. He walked to the door and rested his hand on the knob. He didn't turn it. "If you don't want to burn the will," he said, "we can start by burning this." He pointed to the copy of the inheritance guidelines sitting on the table. I didn't move. I looked down at the mud on my shoes. It had already dried, cracking into little shapes that looked like islands on a map. I reached out and picked up the paper. It felt light, almost weightless. I walked over to the trash can in the corner of the room. I didn't drop it in. I pulled a lighter from my pocket. It was a birthday gift from my father, silver, engraved with the Liu family crest. I flicked the wheel. The flame was small and blue, dancing for a second before catching. I held the paper to the fire. The corner curled and blackened. The flame climbed higher, licking across the words. The air must maintain an absolute distance from Jiangjin. Non-blood air. A substitute existence. The light flickered against my face. I didn't cry, but my hands were shaking violently. The fire went out. The ashes fell into the bin like a pile of dirty snow. Jiangjin walked over and stood behind me. You aren't burning the will, he said. You're burning your father's script. I didn't look back. I just put the lighter back in my pocket and headed for the door. The handle was loose, clicking softly as I turned it. I didn't turn on the lights. The hallway lights were motion activated. As I walked, they flickered on one by one. 1, 2, 3. The lights spilled down from above, stretching my shadow into a long, thin rope. Jiangjin followed me in silence. We walked down the stairs together. The window by the landing was open, letting in the scent of damp earth after a rain. Downstairs at the hotel front desk, a girl was hunched over her phone. The screen was bright. The headline read, *Liu Group suspends trading. Board demands Jiangjin clarify his origins. Jiangjin stopped. He pulled out his phone and opened a text message from an anonymous sender. Your father's safe. The code is your birthday. Jiangjin stared at the message for a long time. Then he tucked the phone away. I was already at the entrance, my hand on the door. I didn't turn around. Going? I asked. Jiangjin gave a short nod. The door opened. Outside, the sky was almost black. We stood before the safe. When Jiangjin slid the key into the lock, the metal made a faint grinding sound. It wasn't a snap or a groan. It was just the stiff resistance of an old lock that hadn't been used in years. He didn't force it. He just gave it a gentle twist. Click. The sound came from inside the box. It wasn't the sound of it opening. It was the sound of a secondary lock engaging. Jiangjin froze. He stared at the narrow slit of the door, his knuckles white as he gripped the key. I stood half a step behind him, breathing softly, afraid to disturb the silence. I noticed a bit of dust on his cuff. The fabric on his left shoulder had been soaked by the rain. Now that it was dry, it was wrinkled like crumpled paper. Did you know all along? I asked. Jiangjin didn't turn around. He looked down at the tiny scratches on the head of the key. There were 3 marks, carved there by his mother's fingernails. They looked like 3 lines, or perhaps 3 characters. He didn't answer. My throat tightened. I reached into my inner pocket and pulled out another key. It was bronze-colored, the edges worn smooth and shiny. The teeth were slightly bent, as if someone had tried to force it when I was a kid. I remembered that day. My 7th birthday. My father had said, "You're growing up. You should have things of your own." He had pressed the key into my palm. It was warm, smelling of the sweat from his hand. I never asked what it locked. I never asked why he gave it to me so young. Now I knew. Jiangjin finally turned his head. He looked at me with eyes as cold as stone. He didn't speak. He just moved his key to the side so I could see the double keyholes. They were perfectly spaced. I looked down at the mud on my shoes again. I hadn't cleaned them since returning from the cemetery this morning. The dried mud on my left sole looked like a tiny archipelago. I raised my hand and slotted my key into the right-hand hole. Both keys went in at once. The moment the metal teeth bit into the mechanism, the safe emitted a low hum. It wasn't a sound so much as a vibration, like the static on an old radio. The door swung open slowly. There were no sparks. No smoke. No miracles. Just an open door. Inside, there were no gold bars, no contracts, and no will. There was only an old tape recorder. The plastic casing had yellowed with age, and the antenna was broken, held together by layers of tape. Next to it lay a single sheet of white paper. The edges had been water-damaged and dried into a permanent curl. Jiangjin reached in first and took out the recorder. He didn't turn it on immediately. He just wiped the dust off the surface with his thumb. The dust was a pale gray, the kind that accumulates over decades in a dark corner. I picked up the paper. The handwriting was faded, but still legible. If you can open this, it means you have finally learned to trust each other. I gripped the paper, unable to move. Jiang Jin set the recorder on the coffee table and pressed play. There was no mechanical click. The machine just started. The tape whirred for a second, and then a woman's voice filled the room. It was my mother. She wasn't crying or screaming. She sounded calm, as if she were reading a recipe. "Children," she said, "you are not enemies. You are each other's salvation." My fingers jerked. The paper almost slipped to the floor. I didn't catch it. I let my hand hang limp at my side. "Don't let your father win a second time," the voice said. Then the voice stopped. The recorder clicked off automatically. The tape gave a soft hiss as it settled. Jiang Jin stared at the machine, waiting for it to say something else. On the table, the glass of water from this morning was half empty. Tiny bubbles clung to the glass, slowly rising to the surface. "When did he give you the key?" I finally asked. "2 days before he died," Jiang Jin said. "Why didn't you tell me? Would you have believed me?" I didn't answer. I looked at my hands. There was dirt under my fingernails from reaching into the safe. I didn't wipe it off. Jiang Jin stood up and walked to the window. The curtains weren't closed all the way, leaving a narrow gap. A sliver of moonlight cut across the floor like a thin, sharp blade. He reached out and pulled the curtains tight. "When you stole the key," he said, "did you ever wonder why he left too?" I didn't look up. I stared at the recorder. The power light was still glowing, a tiny red dot, like an eye that refused to close. "He knew we would hate each other," I said. "He knew we would forget who we were." Jiang Jin remained silent. Outside, the wind brushed against the iron railing of the balcony. It made a rhythmic metallic clink, like a screw that had worked itself loose. I felt a sudden jolt of life. I stood up, walked to the recorder, and hit the stop button. The red light stayed on. I picked up the machine and held it against my chest. The plastic was cold, feeling like a block of ice against my skin. Jiang Jin walked to the table. He picked up the paper, looked at it, and set it back down. The curled corners wouldn't stay flat no matter how much he pressed them. "Do you remember the last thing he said?" Jiang Jin asked. "I remember," I said. "What was it?" I hesitated. He said, "Don't let one person bear the sins of 2 children." Jiang Jin didn't say a word. He walked to the door and put his hand on the knob. He didn't turn it yet. The latch was loose. The door creaked at the slightest touch, just like every other door in this old building. He didn't open it. "What do you plan to do?" he asked. I clutched the voice recorder to my chest and didn't answer. I looked down at my shoes. The laces were still tied in the same crooked knot from this morning. One side loose, the other tight. I knelt down and started undoing them. Jiang Jin watched me. He didn't rush me, didn't ask questions, and he didn't leave. I pulled my shoes off and set them on the floor. My sock was torn, my big toe poking through a hole with frayed edges that looked like they'd been singed by fire. I stepped onto the floorboards barefoot. They were freezing. I walked over and stood right in front of Jiang Jin. "Do you have anything else in your hands?" I asked. Jiang Jin shook his head. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." I stared at him for 5 long seconds. Then I turned and headed toward the basement stairs. Jiang Jin didn't follow. He stayed there, watching my back as the moonlight stretched my shadow across the wall like a taut rope. The light at the top of the stairs was broken, leaving only the green glow of an emergency light to illuminate the steps. I didn't turn on any other lights. I walked down 1 step at a time, my feet landing softly, as if I were afraid of waking something up. Jiang Jin waited 3 minutes. He walked to the coffee table, picked up the paper, folded it twice, and shoved it into his pocket. Then he went to the window and pulled back the curtains. Moonlight spilled in, hitting the keyhole of the safe. The 2 copper keys were still stuck there, side by side, like a pair of forgotten medals. He didn't pull them out. He turned and walked to the door. It wasn't locked. It opened with a gentle push. The hallway light was on. Someone downstairs was coughing, 1, 2, rhythmic and hacking. A draft blew up from the stairwell, smelling of mold and burnt paper ash. Jiang Jin didn't look back. He walked down the stairs with a steady pace. At the entrance hall, he stopped, pulled the paper from his pocket, looked at it one last time, and tore it into 4 pieces. He tossed them into the trash can. Inside the bin sat another piece of paper, half-burned, with charred edges. A few words were still visible. My 2 sons. He shut the door. Outside, the moonlight remained. The light bulb in the basement was dead. The emergency light cast a yellow hue, the color of overnight tea. I set the recorder on a metal table. A chip of paint had flaked off the casing, revealing the rusted red iron underneath. I sat on a small stool, my knees pressed against the machine, my fingers glued to the plastic shell. Jiang Jin stood 3 paces behind me, leaning against the wall. The wallpaper was peeling, exposing gray plaster and a diagonal crack that ran from the ceiling to the doorframe, looking like a scratch made by a fingernail. The recorder stopped, then automatically restarted. The tape clicked through a cycle. My mother's voice came through in fits and starts, like a radio with a bad signal, hissed over by static. After she mentioned being a witness, the sound cut out. There were 5 seconds of silence before she added one more thing. Jiang Jin, she said, you weren't the abandoned child. You were the truth that was left behind. Then it went silent. I didn't move. I looked down at the recorder's knob. There was a tiny groove on it that I'd carved with a pencil when I was a kid to keep track of the days. I had counted them once, 73 marks in total. Now, the groove was worn smooth. The tape spun again, and my father's voice emerged, deep as if rising from underground. I was wrong, he said. I was afraid you were too much alike. I was afraid you would hate me. The voice stopped. The tape spun empty. Click, click. It sounded like a pendulum. My shoulders slumped. A tear fell onto the recorder. It didn't splash. It just slowly soaked into the seams of the plastic. I didn't wipe it away. I held the machine like I was holding a newborn that had just stopped breathing. Jiang Jin didn't move. He stared at the crack in the wall for a while, then looked down at his own shoes. The sole of his left shoe was caked with dried mud that had crumbled into pieces, looking like islands on a map being blown away by the wind. His right sock was torn too, his big toe poking out with dirt under the nail. When he finally spoke, his voice was as light as if he were talking about the weather. Now you choose, he said. Do you leave with this voice, or do you help me light this house on fire? Let the truth burn cleaner than the will. I didn't answer. I just held the recorder tighter, resting my chin on the top cover and closing my eyes. My breathing was slow. Jiang Jin didn't push me. He turned toward a cardboard box in the corner filled with old newspapers, broken pencils, and half-burnt photo albums. He knelt and pulled out a tin of gasoline. The label was long gone, and the cap was wrapped in 3 layers of tape. He shook it. It wasn't empty. He walked back and set the tin on the edge of the table. The smell of gasoline wafted out, faint and oily, mixing with the scent of mildew. I opened my eyes. I looked at the tin, then back at the recorder. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a box of matches. It was my mother's old blue-bordered box with faded sunflowers on it. I slid it open, pulled out a match, and struck it 3 times before it caught. The flame jumped, but stayed lit. I didn't touch it to the gasoline. Instead, I brought the match to the recorder's tape compartment. The flame licked the plastic, making a faint hissing sound like water hitting a hot pan. The plastic began to curl and blacken, sending up a thin plume of blue smoke. Jiang Jin didn't move. He just stood there, watching the smoke rise until it hit the ceiling and dissipated. The light didn't come on, but the emergency light flickered and dimmed for a moment. I didn't stop. I moved the match closer until the flame bit into the magnetic tape. It curled and charred like spirit money. I burned it slowly, as if I were waiting for something. Jiang Jin walked to the window and tugged at the curtain. It was old and grayish-white with coal stains on the edges. Outside, the moonlight hit the wall, illuminating a carved mark. Asterisk day 731. He didn't come. Asterisk. The words had been carved deep with an iron nail. In the moonlight, they looked like an old scar. I finished burning the tape. Nothing was left but an empty, blackened shell that was still radiating heat. I left it on the table. I didn't throw it away, and I didn't move it. I looked up at Jiang Jin. He wasn't looking at me. He was staring at the windowsill, where a dead moth lay with its wings curled and its legs tucked in. Next to it was half a moldy biscuit. I stood up and walked over to him. I didn't say a word. Jiang Jin reached into his pocket and pulled out a key. The teeth were worn down, and the edges were polished bright from use. He didn't look at me. He just placed the key on the windowsill, lined up with the moth and the biscuit. I looked at the key, then at his hand. There was a fresh scar at the base of his thumb from a piece of scrap metal last week. I reached out. I didn't take the key. I just gently took his hand in mine. His skin was cold. He didn't pull away. We stood there for a long time. Outside, the wind died down. The moonlight stayed still, bathing the moth, the key, and the biscuit in white light. When did you find out? I asked, my voice raspy. Jiang Jin didn't answer immediately. He looked down at my hand holding his, then up at the carvings on the wall. Do you remember your 7th birthday? He asked. When he gave you the key? I nodded. I was outside the study that day, he said. He didn't give you a key. He pressed it into your palm to trick you. That key, it was for my room. I didn't move. He told me to go into your room on your birthday and throw away all your toys. Jiang Jin continued. He said he wanted you to get used to being alone. My throat tightened. Do you remember the wardrobe in your room? He asked. The very top shelf had a hidden compartment. I shook my head. I hid our mother's diary there, he said. You never saw it because you never looked. I let go of his hand and turned toward the box in the corner. I dug through it until I found a hardback notebook. One corner of the cover was scorched, and the handwriting was blurred. I flipped it open. The pages were filled with my mother's cramped writing. Some parts were water damaged, others were singed by fire. I stopped on one page. He is afraid of us recognizing each other, it read. Because at the moment of recognition, he will see how pathetic he truly is. I stared at those words for a long time. I closed the book and put it back in the box. Jiang Jin walked over. He didn't look at the notebook. He just picked up the gasoline tin and walked to a corner of the basement where a pile of old lumber was stacked haphazardly. My father's old coat was draped over it, the collar still shiny from wear. He started pouring the gasoline over the wood. He didn't use it all, just half the tin. The gasoline soaked deep into the timber. The gasoline spread slowly across the wood, soaking in like dark, wet blood. Jiang Jin turned around and pulled another box of matches from his pocket. It was brand new, the plastic wrap still intact. He held it out to me, but I didn't take it. I walked over to the wall instead. I spotted a rusted iron nail on the floor, its tip bent as if something had bitten down on it. I crouched by the wall, right where the tally marks were carved into the stone. With the nail, I slowly scratched at the surface. Day 731. He didn't come. Below that, I carved a new line. Day 732. We came. I set the nail back on the floor. Jiang Jin stood there, staring at the new words in silence. I walked back, picked up the gasoline tin, and tipped the last few drops onto the woodpile. Then, I took the matches from Jiang Jin's hand. I tore the box open, struck a match, and watched the flame flare to life. I didn't touch it to the wood. Instead, I gently placed the burning match onto the wreckage of the old tape recorder. The flame licked the black plastic, growing brighter. Neither of us moved. We just stood there, watching the small fire. It wasn't a big flame, but it was bright enough to illuminate the metal table, the cracks in the walls, the moths fluttering near the windowsill, and that copper key. The flame flickered twice, then suddenly died out. A single wisp of blue smoke rose, hit the ceiling, and vanished. The basement fell into a silence so deep it felt like no one had ever been there. I turned toward the stairs. Jiang Jin followed behind me, saying nothing. At the top of the stairs, the lights were off. A sliver of moonlight leaked through the door crack, hitting the first step and a small puddle of water from our wet shoes. I stepped on it and kept going. Behind us, the basement door clicked shut. The moonlight remained, shining on the unlit woodpile as the wind picked up again. The emergency lights in the hallway were still on, casting a yellow glow as thick as overnight tea. I knelt in front of a metal cabinet, my fingers digging into the gap at the bottom. My fingernails were caked with dust, but I didn't care. I pulled out a hardback notebook. The edges were scorched and curled, smelling of smoke. There was no title on the cover, and the pages were so brittle they crumbled at the slightest touch. Jiang Jin leaned against the wall a few feet away. The plaster was peeling, revealing the red bricks underneath. A dark streak ran from the ceiling to the doorframe, looking like someone had spent a long time scratching at it with their nails. I flipped to the middle of the book. Half the page was burned away, the handwriting blurred. But in the bottom right corner, a thumbprint remained. It was deep brown and hard at the edges. It looked like dried blood, but the texture was different. I rubbed it with my finger. It didn't smudge. Instead, it took on a slight, oily sheen. "It's his," Jiang Jin said. I didn't look up. I kept flipping. The writing on the next page was faint, but I could make out a few lines. "He is afraid of us recognizing each other, because at the moment of recognition, he will see how pathetic he truly is." My hand stopped. I stared at those words. Jiang Jin walked over and stood behind me. He didn't lean in or reach out. He just looked down at the paper. "Have you seen this before?" I asked. "No," he replied. But I remember him saying that the diary was the last thing he ever wrote. I closed the book, then opened it again. I pulled a small metal tin from my pocket. Inside were several small chemical bottles with faded labels. I found one that was half full, labeled citric acid and potassium iodide. I let a drop fall onto the paper. The liquid soaked in, spreading like ink, turning a pale yellow. Words began to emerge from the fibers of the paper, row by row. March 14th, 1998. Jiang Jin's blood test report was replaced. The original report was normal. He changed it to show tendencies of moderate schizophrenia. My voice felt dry as I read it aloud. May 2nd, 1999. Hospital records rewritten. Diagnosis changed to paranoid personality disorder. 2001. He had the nurse add chlorpromazine to the prescription for long-term use. But he never actually prescribed that medicine. Jiang Jin didn't say a word. He looked down at his shoes. The mud on his left sole had dried and cracked into pieces, looking like islands blown away on a map. His right sock was torn, his big toe poking through. I flipped to the final page. Tucked inside was a yellowed photo with curled corners. It showed two children standing side by side. One wore a blue checkered shirt, the other wore a gray sweater. On the back, someone had written in pencil, "My two sons. One should live. One should disappear." Asterisk. My hand trembled. The boy in the blue shirt was me. The one in gray was Jiang Jin. Neither of us was smiling. We were staring straight into the lens, looking like we were being hunted. I looked up at Jiang Jin. "You knew all along?" He wasn't looking at the photo. He was staring at the cracks in the wall. "He gave me the key before he died," he said quietly. I held the photo between my fingers, not crumpling it, just gripping it. There was a crease on the back, a mark from being opened and closed 1,000 times. "What did he say?" I asked. "He said, 'Don't let him be the only one to carry the sins of two children.'" I didn't respond. I put the photo back into the diary and closed it. The book felt light, like nothing but ash. I tucked it into my inner coat pocket, the zipper catching slightly on the edge. Jiang Jin walked toward the metal table. The tape recorder sat there, its paint chipped away to reveal rusted iron. He didn't touch it. He just moved a glass of water at the corner of the table. The water was cold, leaving a white ring where it had dried. "It's your choice," Jiang Jin said. I didn't ask what he meant. I walked to the wall and ran my nail through the plaster dust. "When did you find out?" "A month after he passed," Jiang Jin said. I went through his wardrobe and found this diary tucked under his sweaters. "I didn't tell you because I knew you'd hate me." I looked down at my hands. There was dust under my nails, just like his. "Why didn't you burn it?" "Because I knew you'd look for it," he said. "You always were one for digging up the past." I walked back to the metal cabinet and found a small tin box. Inside were several old, rusted keys with bent teeth. I picked one out. Its copper edges were polished bright, identical to the one my father had given me on my 7th birthday. I slid the key into the cabinet lock and turned it. Click, the lock opened. Inside, there was nothing but a single piece of paper pressed under some old clothes. It was a printed document titled, "Liu Family Inheritance Distribution Plan, Revised Version." The date was 1 week before my mother died. Clause 3 stated, "If Jiang Jin is medically determined to be mentally abnormal and incapacitated, his share of the inheritance will automatically transfer to Liu Fun." I held the paper. I didn't tear it. I walked to the table and set it on top of the tape recorder. The machine wasn't off. The tape was still spinning, making a rhythmic click-clack sound. Jiang Jin didn't look at the paper. He went to the door and pulled the bolt. It was loose and wobbly, but he didn't fix it. He just pushed the door open slightly. A sliver of light from the hallway flickered in. "What are you going to do?" he asked. I didn't answer. I knelt and placed the diary on the floor, nudging it into the corner with my toe. Then I pulled out my lighter. Flick! The flame jumped up. I didn't light the diary. I held the flame to the printed inheritance document. The edges curled and blackened. The fire grew slowly, quietly licking the corners of the paper as if it were afraid of waking someone up. Jiang Jin stood by the door, unmoving. He watched the fire. He watched me. He watched the diary on the floor, and he watched the mud on his own shoes. The fire died out. Only a small pile of ash remained next to the tape recorder. A draft blew in from the door, caught the ash, and swirled it onto the tip of Jiang Jin's shoe. I tucked the lighter away and turned toward the door. "Let's go," I said. Jiang Jin didn't move. He looked down and picked up a single flake of burnt ash from the floor. He pinched it between his fingertips. He didn't throw it away, and he didn't look at it. I walked to the door and rested my hand on the handle. I didn't open it yet. I turned back and looked at him. He looked back at me. We stared at each other for 3 seconds in total silence. Outside in the hallway, the light flickered once, died, and then blinked back to life. Jiang Jin tucked the ash into his pants pocket and walked toward me. He didn't say a word. He just reached out and pushed the door open. The hallway light was struggling, pulsing dim and bright. A small tuft of ash on the floor caught a draft, rolling slowly into the corner of the wall. The hearing for the inheritance was held in the meeting room on the 3rd floor of the old mansion. Outside the glass walls, the ginkgo trees were dead, their branches skeletal against the gray clouds like bones pinned to the sky. The chairs were made of hardwood. They creaked whenever you moved, a sharp sound that seemed to hang in the air because no one would speak to break it. I sat in the 3rd row of the gallery. The seat to my left was empty. To my right sat a man in a gray suit. His tie was crooked, and his cuffs were covered in dust. I couldn't tell if it was cigarette ash or chalk. He didn't look at me or the stage. He just stared at his shoes, where a bit of yellow mud had dried and cracked into flakes. When Jiang Jin walked in, nobody stood up. He wore a black shirt, no tie, with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms. A faint, old scar circled his skin like he'd been bound by wire. 7 people followed him in, one after another, like a line of patients waiting for medicine. There was a private investigator clutching an old briefcase, a nurse holding a stack of files, and a driver in faded work clothes. Then there was Old Chun, the human trafficker's accomplice. His right eye was glass. It caught the light whenever it rotated. He was gripping a cassette tape. The judge remained silent, so the lawyer spoke first. He looked at Jiang Jin and said the identities of these people were questionable and the evidence was illegally obtained. The court wouldn't accept it. Jiang Jin didn't argue. He placed his briefcase on the table, unzipped it, and pulled out an old-fashioned tape player. The plastic casing was cracked, held together by tape around the ports. He pressed play. The sound that came out was shaky, filled with the static of an old radio. "You must point him out. He's a thief. You saw it, didn't you?" It was a child's voice, mine, from when I was 7 years old. It was thin and trembling, like a cat being strangled. "Yes," the recording answered. "He's a thief." The recording stopped. No one in the room moved. The judge's pen dropped onto the table, and he didn't bother to pick it up. The lawyer's Adam's apple bobbed, but he stayed silent. Jiang Jin pressed play again. March 14th, 1998. Jiang Jin's blood test report was swapped. The original report was normal. It was falsified to show tendencies of moderate schizophrenia. Signed, Chun Ziyuan, Chief of Psychiatry. Resigned. Current residence, Yunnan. It was my father's voice. It sounded cold, like he was reading a grocery list. Then came the nurse's testimony. She claimed she was ordered to frequently record that Jiang Jin refused to eat and showed suicidal tendencies. But she remembered the truth. That boy ate 2 bowls of porridge every day and even helped water the plants after meals. The driver spoke next. He had driven 12-night trips to a private hospital in the east to bring a mental patient home. Every time the passenger got out, he was perfectly lucid. He would even ask the driver how the weather was. Old Chun pulled a yellowed receipt from his pocket. The handwriting was blurry, but legible. It was a payment from the Lu Group for 30,000 yuan to assist in forging a death certificate. The subject, Jiang Jin. Date, July 2nd, 1999. Old Chin didn't look up. He just muttered that he'd been drinking too much that day and didn't see who was supposed to be dead. He only found out later that the kid wasn't dead at all. He'd just been locked in a basement and given a new name. I didn't move. I stared at my hands. There was still dust from the basement trapped under my fingernails. I hadn't washed it off. I remembered that day. My father had made me stand in front of a mirror and told me that if I didn't point the finger at Jiang Jin, I wasn't his son. I did what I was told. I remembered the mirror was cracked right down the middle, like it had been split by a knife. No one ever fixed it. The lawyer finally found his voice. He argued that these recordings and documents hadn't followed legal procedures and couldn't be used as evidence. Jiang Jin looked at him without blinking. "They are legal," he said. "It's your silence that isn't." A 5-second silence followed. No one knew how to respond. The judge looked down at the files, his fingers rubbing the edges of the paper until they frayed. He looked up at the clock on the wall. The hands were stuck at 10:17. "The hearing is suspended," he announced. "All inheritance documents will be re-examined. We continue next Wednesday at 9 a.m. Nobody clapped. Nobody stood. Old Chun put the tape in his pocket, the nurse stacked her files, and the driver tucked the briefcase under his arm. They all moved slowly, as if afraid of waking something up. Jiang Jin turned toward the door. I didn't follow him immediately. I just sat there. The ash on my cuff had rubbed off onto my pants. I looked down and saw the soles of my shoes. They were covered in the same yellow mud as the man in the gray suit next to me. Jiang Jin reached the door and put his hand on the handle. He didn't turn it. He didn't look back, but he stopped. I finally stood up and walked over. My footsteps were light. The floor didn't make a sound. I stood a step behind him. The brass handle was rusty and hissed slightly as it turned. "You knew all along," I said. Jiang Jin didn't answer. "You knew he wrote those things," I pressed. "Yeah," he whispered. "Why didn't you say anything?" His fingers lingered on the handle for 3 seconds. He didn't look at me or the door. He just stared at a faint scratch on the doorframe, an old mark that looked like it had been made by a fingernail a long time ago. "You weren't ready," he said. I didn't have a comeback for that. I looked down and noticed Jiang Jin's right sock had a hole in it. His big toe was poking through, and there was dirt under the nail, just like mine. The hallway light outside continued to pulse. A breeze snuck through the window gap, fluttering a stray piece of paper left on the table. It was a draft for the Liu estate appraisal. Jiang Jin finally turned the handle. The door cracked open, letting in the damp, cold air of an approaching storm. He didn't walk out yet. I reached out and gently pushed the door shut again. We stood behind the door in silence. At the end of the hallway, a janitor pushed a mop past. The bucket sloshed, dropping 2 beads of water that spread across the floor like tiny moons. "I burned the will," I said. Jiang Jin nodded. "I know. That night." I started. "I know," he interrupted. "I knew you would burn it. That's why I didn't stop you." I went quiet. I pulled a small metal tin from my pocket and opened it. Inside was a half bottle of chemical solution. The label was faded, but I could make out the words for citric acid and potassium iodide. I poured a single drop onto my palm. It was cold. Jiang Jin watched the liquid, but he didn't ask what it was for. I put the bottle away and snapped the lid shut with a sharp click. I looked up at him. He looked back. We didn't laugh, we didn't cry, and we didn't hug. We just stood there. The hallway light flickered one last time and stayed on. It was quiet. I turned and walked back to my seat. Jiang Jin didn't move until I sat down. Only then did he push the door open and walk out. The door closed without a sound. The wind caught the paper on the table again, flipping it over to reveal a line of faint, handwritten text on the back. Asterisk, they think burning the will erases the truth. But the truth was never on the paper. Asterisk. Outside, the wind picked up. The ginkgo branches swayed. There were no leaves, only the slanted light hitting the floor, casting 2 shadows. One was long, one was short. They stood close together, just like when our father forced us to stand together as children. But this time, the shadows didn't pull apart. I eventually left the mansion and pushed open the door to my own place. The bolt was loose, catching with a groan before I forced it open. I stepped inside, my shoes tracking dried mud onto the old rug in the entryway. The study door was unlocked. I remembered my father's final warning, never go into that room. But now, the door was wide open, as if it had been waiting for me. The entire far wall was covered in mirrors. Not full-length ones, but old vanity mirrors with brass frames that had turned black with age. The glass was covered in fine scratches. Every mirror had a photo taped to it. Yellowed, curling pictures held up by brittle, aging tape. I walked closer. The first photo was me at 5 years old, wearing a white shirt, standing in the garden. Beside me in the photo was Jiang. He was wearing a gray sweater, looking down at his feet. Below the image, a note was scrawled, not similar enough. I moved to the next one. 7 years old. We were standing in front of a birthday cake. I was grinning, showing off a missing tooth. Jiang wasn't smiling. The note underneath read, "Expression is too soft." The third photo. 10 years old. School sports day. I had taken first place. Jiang was standing in the corner of the bleachers. He wasn't clapping. The note, the look in his eyes is wrong. I didn't move. I just kept looking, one photo at a time. 15 years old. Wearing school uniforms. My back was to the camera, and Jiang was behind me, only half of his face visible. The note below it chilled me to the bone. Asterisk, he looks too much like you. So, he won't do. Asterisk. I reached out. My fingertips touched the glass. It was cold. I gave it a hard push. The mirror didn't break, but it wobbled, reflecting my own face and the empty space behind me. I took a step back, raised my foot, and kicked the nearest mirror. The glass didn't shatter first. The frame did. The brass casing loosened and hit the wooden floor with a dull thud. A crack spiderwebbed across the glass. Then, with a loud crash, it shattered. Shards scattered everywhere. I looked down. Every single piece held a fragment of a face, some distorted, some with eyes too large, some with drooping mouths. Not a single one was whole. I knelt and picked up a large piece. About a third of the mirror remained, reflecting my bloodshot eyes. In the reflection, I saw the door was open. The hallway light leaked in, illuminating a gray line of dried mud on the floor, tracks I'd brought in on my shoes. I didn't look back. I stayed on my knees and began clawing at the gaps in the floorboards. My fingernails caught on the wood, but I didn't stop. After 3 minutes of digging, a board pried loose. Beneath it sat a metal box. It was rusted and scorched at the edges, as if it had survived a fire. I pulled it out. It wasn't locked. Inside was a video cassette. The plastic casing was cracked. A handwritten label was stuck to it. Lu Fun. July 12, 1999. Unreleased. I stood up and walked to an old 90s television in the corner. The antenna was crooked. I untangled the cord, plugged it in, and hit the power. The screen flickered with static before an image appeared. It was my father. He was sitting in his study, back to the camera, wearing a neat gray suit. His tie was perfectly straight. He wasn't looking at the camera. He was staring at the desk lamp. There was a crack in the lampshade, like it had been hit with a hammer. "If you are seeing this," my father's voice began. It was soft, like he was reading from a script. "It means Jiang is still alive." He paused for 5 seconds. He didn't move. "My original plan was for him to die in an accident in the summer of 1999, he continued. "A car crash or drowning would have worked. I swapped your mother's medicine." He didn't know. "Before he died, he gave the key to him, not you." My father's fingers tapped the desk twice, like he was counting heartbeats. "Since you were a child, I have trained you to be like him. The way you walk, the way you speak, even the rhythm of your cough. You are not my son. You are his substitute. You exist so that his death can be made logical." He paused. His Adam's apple moved. "If Jiang dies, Lufin will be Lufin forever." The screen went black, replaced by the buzzing hiss of static. I stood there, clutching the tape until my knuckles turned white. The TV light cast a glow on my face, left side bright, right side dark. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I turned back to the wall. The broken glass was still on the floor, every piece reflecting me. I stepped on them. I didn't avoid it. The glass pierced my soles, but I didn't stop. Then I saw him. At the end of the hall of mirrors stood Jiang. He was wearing a black shirt, sleeves rolled up to his forearms. That old scar on his arm looked like a faded line. He didn't say a word. He was holding a hammer. The metal head was polished bright but covered in dust, I couldn't tell if it was plaster or something else. I didn't ask how he got in. Jiang Jin walked over. His steps were light, avoiding the broken glass. He stood beside me. He didn't look at the mirrors, and he didn't look at me. You were right to smash it, he said. I didn't answer. Jiang Jin handed me the hammer. Now, he said, it's our turn to tear this wall down completely. I took the hammer. The metal was cold and heavy. I didn't look at Jiang Jin. I looked at the hammerhead. The dust was dry, clinging to the metal like a thin frost. I turned, raised the hammer, and swung at the next mirror. The glass shattered, falling like snow. Jiang Jin didn't move. He just stood there watching me. The hammer rose and fell. Once, twice, 3 times. The brass frames twisted. The mirrors cracked. Photos fell from the wall, drifting through the air like scraps of paper. One photo landed at my feet. It was us at 10 years old, standing by a swimming pool. I was smiling. Jiang Jin wasn't. On the back, someone had written in pencil, when he smiles, he looks like him. I didn't pick it up. By the 7th mirror, the light in the corner flickered and died. In the darkness, the only sound was the hammer hitting glass. A steady rhythm. Not fast, not slow. Jiang Jin knelt and picked up a photo. It was us at 7, standing by the study door. I was holding his hand. He wasn't holding back. On the back, it said, he should be alive. Jiang Jin tucked the photo into his shirt pocket. He didn't say anything. The hammer kept falling. One by one, the mirrors on the wall were gone. Smashed clean. Eventually, only a bare wall remained. The plaster was peeling, revealing red bricks and a long diagonal scratch stretching from the ceiling to the doorframe, as if someone had spent a long time clawing at it with their fingernails. I stopped. The hammer hung at my side. My hand was shaking. I didn't look at Jiang Jin, and he didn't look at me. Outside, the wind whipped through the dead ginkgo tree. The branches swayed, but no leaves fell. On the table, the old TV was still on, hissing with white noise. On the floor, the glass shards formed a small mountain, each one reflecting the ceiling lights. 1, 2, 3. I set the hammer down. I bent over and picked up the smallest fragment I could find. It was only the size of a fingernail. It reflected half of my face, my right eye. There was a fine line at the corner, looking as if I had just cried, or perhaps as if I never would again. I squeezed the fragment in my hand and didn't let go. Jiang Jin walked to the door. He pulled the bolt. It was loose, but he didn't fix it. He looked back at me. Going, he asked. I didn't answer. I looked down, slipped the shard into my pocket, and walked toward the door. I didn't stop when my shoes crunched on the glass. Jiang Jin followed behind me in silence. The door remained open. The wind blew in, catching a photo on the floor and swirling it into the corner, right against that clawed-up wall. It was the photo of 2 children. One smiling, one not. Outside, the sky was nearly dark. At the end of the hallway, a single light stayed on. Jiang Jin placed my mother's jewelry box on the nightstand. The lacquer on the corner was peeling, looking like an old postage stamp that had been soaked and dried. He didn't touch the peeling bit. He just pushed the box aside to make room for a stack of letters. They were in manila envelopes. They weren't sealed, just held together by a single bronze paperclip. The clip was slightly bent, as if it had been opened many times. He counted them. 23. They started from the spring I was 10 and ended in the winter I was 28. Every letter was dated. The handwriting was consistent, thin and steady, like someone copying a textbook. He didn't open them yet. He sat on the edge of the bed, his fingers hovering over the envelopes for nearly 10 minutes. The sun had just set. The streetlights flickered on, casting a narrow yellow beam through the gap in the curtains. His shoes were still stained with mud from the old mansion. It had dried and cracked, sticking to his socks. He got up to get a glass of water. The kettle was old, the spout rusted. A few drops leaked onto the stove as he poured. He didn't wipe them up. He took his glass back to the bed and picked up the first letter. Age 10, March 17th. Today you wore a blue shirt, like the one you liked when you were little. You didn't say anything, but I knew. You rolled the cuffs twice so they wouldn't wrinkle. Don't catch a cold. He flipped to the next one. Age 11, May 2nd. You didn't eat breakfast today. Remember to drink warm water. I filled the thermos in the kitchen. You'll see it when you open the door. Don't wait for it to get hot. Cold is fine, too. He kept flipping through them. Age 12. September 10th. When you smile, your eyes look like your father's. But the corners of your mouth, they look like mine. I stopped. My fingers gripped the paper, frozen. Outside, the wind brushed against the iron railing of the balcony, making a faint creaking sound. It sounded like a door bolt that hadn't been latched properly. I looked down and saw a faint scar on the ring finger of my left hand. I got it from a piece of glass when I was 7. My mother told me not to touch it or it would leave a mark. I didn't listen. I touched it anyway. I flipped to the very last letter. The date was 7 days before she died. If you are reading this, it means you are finally brave enough to face yourself. You aren't her shadow. You are my child. The paper wasn't wrinkled. There were no tear stains, no folded corners. The handwriting was exactly the same as the others, but the final stroke of the last word lingered. It looked like the pen had stayed on the paper for 2 extra seconds after the sentence ended. I didn't cry. I put the letter back, sliding the paperclip on. It was tight, and I had to force it. I tucked the stack of letters into my inner jacket pocket. I didn't zip it up. I just pressed my hand against my chest to feel them there. I walked out. Jiang Jin's door was slightly ajar. The latch was loose and caught a bit when pushed, sounding like an old man clearing his throat. I didn't knock. I didn't push it open. I just stood outside and listened. His breathing was light but steady. Inhale. Exhale. There was a half-second pause in between, like he was counting his own heartbeats. I stood there for 10 minutes. The hallway light was broken, leaving only a dim wall lamp glowing. The yellow light hit the carpet like a layer of thin dust. I looked down at my shoes. There was more mud on the toes now, tracked out from my mother's room. I hadn't cleaned them. Inside the room, the rhythm of the breathing changed. It became short and urgent, like a dream was choking him. I heard him turn over. The bed frame creaked, followed by the rustle of a pillow being crushed. I didn't go in. I turned around, went to my own room, and shut the door softly. The next morning, I found him in the living room. Jiang Jin was making coffee. He was using an old-fashioned pot with burn marks on the base. He didn't use a filter. He just poured the grounds straight into the water. It started to boil, bubbling and hissing as if it were trying to speak. I stood in the doorway. I was wearing the same blue shirt from yesterday. My sleeves were rolled up twice, just like the letter described. Jiang Jin didn't look at me. He poured the coffee into 2 cups. One got sugar, the other stayed black. The sugar jar was ceramic, its lid missing a chip. He stirred the sugar 3 times, then stopped. Last night, I started. My voice was hoarse. He pushed the black coffee toward me. He picked up his own cup, but didn't drink. He just held it, letting the steam rise into his face. You read the letters? I asked. He nodded. Since when? Since you were 10, he said. The first time you slept outside my door, I started reading them. I didn't say anything. I looked down at my coffee. There was a water ring on the rim of the cup from yesterday. It hadn't been wiped. Why didn't you say anything? I asked. He didn't answer immediately. He walked to the window and pulled back the curtains. A light rain was falling outside. Water dripped from the eaves, 1 drop at a time, hitting the tin rain shed with a soft thud. Because I knew, he finally said, that you weren't ready to hear that you were loved. I took a sip of the coffee. It was bitter, making me wince, but I didn't spit it out. I set the cup down. The bottom clicked against the table, leaving a faint, wet mark. Jiang Jin didn't turn around. He reached out and moved an empty flower pot on the windowsill. There was no soil, only a few withered branches my mother had planted last winter. She said they would sprout in the spring. Spring never came, and the branches had dried up. I walked up behind him, stopping 2 paces away. I'm going to the police station today. I'm going to testify. He didn't react. And you? I asked. He set his cup down. The clink was soft. I'll go with you. I didn't speak again. I turned toward the entryway. The mud on my shoes tracked across the floor. I didn't change them. I just opened the door. The latch caught again, creaking before it gave way. I walked out without closing it behind me. Jiang Jin stood there, watching the open door. The rain continued to fall. The wind drifted through the gap, fluttering an old newspaper on the coffee table. In the corner of the paper was a photo from my school sports meet when I was 10. The headline called me a champion. He picked it up, folded it twice, and tucked it into his suit pocket next to the letters. Then he closed the door. At the police station, the lights in the lobby were half broken. The left side flickered while the right was pitch black, making everyone's faces look pale and sickly. I sat on a bench, gripping a folder. The edges of the paper were soft from the sweat on my palms. I didn't look at Jiang Jin, and he didn't look at me. There were 2 empty seats between us. A piece of yellowed gum was stuck in the carpet near my feet. When the officer called us, his shoes made a scraping sound on the floor. I stood up, but the folder slipped from under my arm. A page fell out. I bent down to grab it, my fingertips brushing the dusty floor. Jiang Jin didn't move, but he pushed his chair back half an inch to give me space. The hearing room was small, with some mint gray walls. 2 overhead lights glared down, reflecting off the table. The judge sat behind a high desk, looking down at us through his glasses. A clerk typed in the corner, the keyboard clicking like rain on glass. I spoke first. My father, Lu Huaishan, forged the paternity tests for me and Jiang Jin. He used a black market doctor to surgically swap our identities. The day I was born, he declared Jiang Jin dead and made me take his place. I paused. I didn't look at anyone. I just stared at a scratch on the corner of the table. He used a mix of sedatives and melatonin on me. I slept for 72 hours. When I woke up in the hospital, the nurses told me I was the only son of the Lu family. I believed them. I pushed the documents forward. On top was a hospital surgical record with a messy signature. The judge didn't take it. He just adjusted his glasses. Jiang Jin sat perfectly still. His right hand rested on his knee. His left hand hung by his side, the old scar on his ring finger barely visible. He didn't look up or down. He just stared at the clock on the wall. "Do you have anything to add?" the judge asked him. "When I was 7, Jiang Jin said, his voice flat and steady, "I was locked in the basement of a nursing home. Every day, they gave me injections. They told me if I went to sleep, my brother could come back. I didn't sleep. I counted the cracks in the walls. I got to 731 before they let me out." He stopped for a moment. "They washed me, put me in new clothes, and took me to get a photo taken. In the photo, I was wearing a gray sweater, standing next to Lu Fun. He was smiling. I wasn't. My father said my expression was too soft. He pulled a neatly folded piece of paper from his jacket. The edges were curled. He didn't unfold it. He just pushed it to the center of the table. I looked at him, then pulled another document from my folder and placed it next to his. They were identical. Both were handwritten by our father. The title read, Identity Exchange Agreement. The date was March 17th, 1995. The judge picked one up. He rubbed the thin, creased paper between his fingers. It had clearly been folded and unfolded 1,000 times. "So you two are brothers?" I didn't answer right away. I looked down at my left sleeve. It was stained with a bit of dirt I hadn't noticed before. I looked at Jiang Jin. He didn't look back, but the corner of his mouth twitched. It was subtle, like a breeze hitting a curtain. "Yes," I said. Only then did Jiang Jin turn his head to look at me. I looked at him, then back at the judge. We had always been brothers. The judge didn't ask anything else. He placed the documents back on the table, pushed his glasses up, and looked down at the files in front of him. The clerk stopped typing, glanced at us briefly, and then went back to tapping on the keyboard. The room was so quiet I could hear the hum of the air conditioner. Someone coughed at the far end of the hallway, a muffled sound that felt like it was coming through a thick wall. I stood up. I tucked my folder under my arm, my movements slow and deliberate. I didn't look at Jiang Jin. I just turned and walked toward the door. Jiang Jin didn't move at first. He waited until I reached the doorway before he stood up and followed. The brass doorknob was cold against my palm. I pushed the door open. The hallway light was a bit brighter than the room we had left. I didn't rush away. I stood there and waited for him. Jiang Jin walked up beside me, his steps light. We stood side by side in silence. There was a window at the end of the hall, left slightly open. A breeze drifted in, carrying the scent of rain. There were damp footprints on the floor from someone who had walked by recently. On the windowsill sat an empty water bottle. The cap was screwed on tight, and the label was half torn, though the word ice was still visible. I looked down. There was dried mud on the soles of my shoes from my visit to the old house this morning. It had cracked into small flakes, some of them clinging to my socks. I stayed still. I noticed Jiang Jin's cuffs were gray with dust, just like mine. You? I started, my voice low. Yeah, Jiang Jin replied. You read those letters? Yeah. Every night, you went to my bedroom door. Yeah. Why didn't you tell me? Jiang Jin didn't answer. He just reached up and pulled his jacket zipper all the way to his chin. He did it slowly, as if he were shielding himself from the cold. The wind blew in again, rattling the empty bottle on the windowsill. It wobbled but didn't fall. I didn't ask anything else. We walked downstairs together. The concrete steps were chipped at the edges, making a dull thudding sound under our weight. The lobby doors were glass. Outside, the sky was overcast, the clouds hanging heavy and low. 2 bailiffs stood by the entrance. They didn't say a word, only nodded as we passed. I pushed the door open, and a gust of damp wind hit us. Jiang Jin followed behind me. Neither of us had an umbrella. We hadn't driven. There was a bus stop near the station. 3 people were waiting under the sign, one looking at a phone, one eating bread, and one crouching down to tie a shoelace. I stopped. Jiang Jin stopped too. After a few seconds, I spoke. Let's go. Okay, he said. We walked toward the bus stop, not side by side, but with him half a step behind me. The rain began to fall. It was light, drifting like dust. The people at the stop looked up at the sky, then went back to their business. A bus pulled up slowly, the doors hissing open and releasing a cloud of warm air. I got on first. Jiang Jin followed. The bus wasn't crowded. There were plenty of empty seats. I chose a window seat, and Jiang Jin sat next to me, leaving a small gap between us. The bus moved. Outside, the rain grew heavier, leaving long streaks across the glass. I didn't look out the window. I looked down at my hands. There was an old scar on my ring finger, so faint it was almost invisible. Jiang Jin pulled a pack of tissues from his pocket, took one out, and placed it gently on the armrest between us. He didn't say a word. Outside, raindrops hammered against a billboard, blurring the words, "Today's special." The bus stopped. People got on and off. We stayed silent. We didn't move. The rain kept falling. Later, we were in an old car. The rain was coming down like someone was pouring buckets from the sky. The headlights cut through the dark, illuminating puddles and the twisted shadows of trees. I didn't turn on the radio or the AC. A thin layer of fog coated the windows. I wiped it with my sleeve, but it blurred again almost immediately. Jiang Jin sat in the passenger seat, his left hand on the window ledge, his right hand hanging down. The old scar on his finger looked pale in the dim light. He wasn't looking at the road, and he wasn't looking at me. He was staring straight ahead, as if counting the rhythm of the rain hitting the windshield. The car turned onto a dirt road. The tires sank into the mud with a heavy squelch. I didn't hit the gas. I just let the car crawl forward. Dead trees swayed in the rain. Between the branches hung a rag doll. It was faded, one eye missing, the other staring hollowly at the car window. Jiang Jin's breath hitched for a second. I lost that when I was 7, he said. I didn't respond. I stopped the car in front of a rusted iron gate. The lock was broken, and half a chain hung there like a dead snake. I pushed the gate open. The hinges groaned briefly and then went silent. The rain got louder. We didn't have umbrellas. The back of my jacket was soaked, and Jiang Jin's hair was plastered to his forehead. Water dripped from his chin onto his collarbone, sliding down into his shirt. The nursing home walls were gray concrete, covered in dead vines that looked like charred fingers. One touch, and they would snap. The wooden door was half-rotted. I kicked it, and wood chips scattered at my feet. The basement stairs were at the end of the hallway. Water had pooled on the steps, making a sticky sound as we walked down. There was no power. I turned on my phone's flashlight. The beam cut through the dark, showing dust floating like disturbed insects. Iron cages were bolted to the walls in rows. Each door had a number, though they were too rusted to read. But someone had scratched new marks into them with a nail or a knife. Asterisk Day 1. Day 731. Day 1204. Asterisk. Jiang Jin stood by the innermost row. He touched the iron bars lightly, just resting his fingers there as if checking the temperature. I stayed here for 4 years, he said. I didn't move. I knelt down, sweeping the flashlight across the floor. In the corner, I found a metal box half buried in broken bricks and mold. The lid wasn't locked. I flipped it open. Inside were drawings, stacked neatly. The edges were curled and yellowed. Some were water-damaged, the ink bleeding like bloodstains. The first page showed a little boy sitting by a window. Outside the frame, the sky was red. He was holding a rag doll, drawn simply with 2 black dots for eyes. The second page was the same boy standing in front of an iron cage, his hand against the bars. Next to it, he had scribbled, "Brother, when are you coming?" The third page showed 2 children holding hands in a red glow. The sky looked like it was on fire, and the ground was black. The boy's hair was drawn with fine, delicate lines. Below it was a small line of text, "When I grow up, I'm going to take him home." My hands shook so hard I almost dropped the paper. I turned to the last page. On the back, there was a date written in pencil, *age 7. May 17th, *. My throat tightened. I couldn't make a sound. Jiang Jin stood behind me. He didn't come closer, but he didn't leave. A drop of water fell from his hair onto my shoulder. "I drew those," Jiang Jin said. I didn't look back. I pressed the drawings to my chest. The sharp corners poked my skin. They were wet. "You," I started, my voice catching in my throat like it had been rubbed with sandpaper. "You were waiting, every day?" "Yeah." "Why didn't you scream? Why didn't you cry? Why didn't you beg for help?" "No one would have heard me if I screamed," Jiang Jin said. "If I cried too much, they gave me injections. And as for begging," he paused. "You didn't come, did you?" I had no answer. I tucked the drawings into my inner jacket pocket and stood up. I turned around, wanting to say something, but I saw Jiang Jin's left hand shaking. It wasn't a violent tremor, it was subtle, uncontrollable, like a dead leaf in the wind. I reached out, wanting to touch his wrist, but I stopped. My fingertips hovered just an inch from his skin. Jiang Jin didn't flinch, but he didn't look up either. He stared at his shoes. The mud on his soles had dried and cracked, exactly like it had that day in front of our mother's vanity. I finally took a step forward and pulled him into a hug. Jiang Jin didn't hug me back. He stood there, his back stiff and straight, as if he were waiting for something. I rested my chin on his shoulder. My breathing was ragged, but I didn't cry out loud. My shoulders just shook, heavy with a weight that made it hard to breathe. Water dripped from our hair, pooling on the floor between us. After a long time, Jiang Jin finally spoke. "Your jacket is wet." I didn't let go. "Yeah. Are you cold?" "I'm not cold," I said. "Then let go." I didn't move. Jiang Jin didn't say anything else. He raised his right hand and gently patted my back. Once, twice. It was a soft, rhythmic motion, like he was soothing a child who couldn't sleep. Outside, the rain showed no signs of stopping. A single, dim light flickered to life in the basement, sputtering like a dying ventilator. I finally let go and stepped back. I pulled the drawing out of my pocket, looked at it, and tucked it back in. I moved slowly, terrified of wrinkling the paper. "Let's go," I said. Jiang Jin nodded. He turned toward the stairs without looking back at me. One of the bricks at the base of the steps was loose. When he stepped on it, the stone wobbled but held firm. He paused for a heartbeat before continuing down. I followed him. The light from my phone swept across the corner of the wall, catching a shallow scratch in the plaster. It looked like it had been carved out by a fingernail. Next to it was a small slip of paper. The adhesive had failed, but I could still read the faded ink. *Day 1472. He didn't cry today. *. The edges were curled and water-stained, dried, and stiffened by time. We walked outside. The rain was still pouring. My car was exactly where I'd left it, the door hanging open. Rainwater was streaming into the interior, soaking the seats. I didn't rush to close it. I just stood there in the downpour, watching Jiang Jin. He didn't move either. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bronze-colored paperclip, pinning it to his jacket collar. It was slightly crooked. "Your mother's?" I asked. "Yeah." "You've always worn it?" "Yeah." I didn't ask anything else. I walked around to the driver's side and pulled the door open, water splashing against my legs. I sat inside but didn't start the engine. I just stared at an old scratch on the steering wheel. It was identical to the one I had seen on the table in the police interrogation room. Jiang Jin got in and sat beside me. He didn't put on his seatbelt. He just stared straight ahead. The windshield wipers moved back and forth, struggling to clear the blur of water. "Do you?" I started, my voice mostly swallowed by the sound of the rain. "What? Do you hate me?" Jiang Jin didn't answer. He reached into the back seat and grabbed a plastic bag containing a few clothes and our mother's vanity box. He placed the box on his lap, but didn't open it. The wipers swiped again, leaving a trail of water that looked like a tear running down the glass. The car sat idle. After a long silence, Jiang Jin spoke. "Do you remember the blue shirt you wore when I was 7? I blinked, caught off guard. "I remember. You got it dirty." "It was mud," he said. "Not blood." "Yeah. You didn't change out of it." "No, I didn't. I drew a picture of you wearing that shirt." I stayed silent. Jiang Jin placed the vanity box by his feet and turned off his phone light. Darkness flooded the car, leaving only the sound of the rain. A few minutes passed before I finally reached for the ignition. The engine groaned to life, a low sound that reminded me of a sigh. I shifted into gear and hit the gas. The car rolled forward, tires splashing through deep puddles. In the rearview mirror, the iron gates of the nursing home began to fade into the gray mist. The withered tree, the rag doll, the iron cage, they all sank back into the darkness. The headlights cut through the gloom, illuminating the wet road ahead. It looked like a frayed, soaked rope. Jiang Jin leaned against the window and closed his eyes. I didn't look at him. The rain kept falling. The glass doors of the Civil Affairs Bureau slid open, releasing a blast of cold air that smelled of dusty air filters. I walked inside. The mud on my shoes left faint streaks across the polished floor. I didn't bother wiping them. The woman behind the counter glanced up at me, then returned her gaze to her screen. Her fingers tapped rhythmically against the keyboard. "Name change application," she said. "What is the new name?" "Change Lu Fun to Jiang Fun," I replied. Her hand stopped. She looked up, her eyes widening slightly behind her glasses. She stared at me for a long moment before pushing her glasses up. "Are you sure?" she asked, her voice turning crisp. "This means you are renouncing your original family name. Legally, it's like re-registering your entire identity. Your ID, social security, bank cards, everything will have to be replaced." "I'm sure." She stared at me for another 5 seconds, then reached into a drawer and pulled out a form. It was yellowed and frayed at the edges. "Name change registration form." The ink on the header was fading. She pushed it toward me and set a pen on the corner. The cap was off, and the ink was half-dried. I picked up the pen but didn't write immediately. I looked at the first line where my current name was printed, Lu Fun. I stared at those 2 characters for 10 seconds. Then, I pressed the tip of the pen onto the character for Lu. I didn't cross it out. I just pressed down hard, indenting the paper. I wrote Jiang Fun slowly, as if I were tracing an old scar. When I finished, I pushed the form back. I didn't look at her. I just turned and walked out. Outside, Jiang Jin was leaning against the wall. He was holding a document that had been folded into quarters, the edges wrinkled from being carried for a long time. He wasn't wearing a jacket. His white shirt was buttoned to the very top, and there was still a faint red mark on his neck from the chair back at the police station. He didn't speak. He just handed me the document. I didn't take it. I looked down at his shoes. The mud had dried and cracked into shapes that looked like tiny islands on a map. "Your father signed it," Jiang Jin said. "The adoption agreement. Dated April 17th, 1998. 7 days after you were born." I looked up, but I still didn't take the paper. Jiang Jin unfolded it and held it in front of my eyes. It was a standard A4 sheet with a red seal at the bottom. The text was printed, but the signatures were handwritten. Lu Huaishan, adopter. Jiang Jin, adopted. Lu Fun. I stared at those names for a long time. I didn't frown. I didn't sneer. I didn't even shake. I just lowered my gaze to Jiang Jin's ring finger. The scar was still there, faint as a faded thread. "He wanted you to be the son he envisioned," Jiang Jin said. I didn't respond. I turned toward the elevator. As the doors closed, I didn't press a button. I just stood there watching the floor indicator jump from 12 to 11, then 10. Jiang Jin didn't follow me in. When the doors opened again, I stepped out but didn't move. Jiang Jin stood where he was for 3 minutes before slowly walking over to stand a step behind me. "You don't have to change your name," he said. I didn't turn around. You can finally. Jiang Jin's voice dropped to a whisper. Just be yourself. I remained still. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the form I had just filled out. The paper was still warm from my body heat. I didn't tear it up. I didn't throw it away. I simply folded it twice and tucked it into my inner jacket pocket. Then, I turned around. For the first time, I looked Jiang Jin directly in the eyes. He didn't look away. His eyes were bloodshot, but he wasn't crying. His left hand was still clutching the adoption agreement, the corner damp with sweat. We stood there for 10 seconds. The light at the end of the hallway flickered, dimming for a moment. Dust drifted down from the ceiling, settling on Jiang Jin's shoulder. He didn't brush it off. I haven't had breakfast today, I said. Jiang Jin blinked. Yeah. How about you? I ate, he said. Noodles. With an egg. Where? Old Zhang's place. He's still there. He is. The owner's wife said the last time you visited was 3 years ago. I nodded. I didn't say anything else. I turned toward the stairs, and Jiang Jin followed. We didn't rush. On the way down, I missed a step and stumbled. I didn't fall, but I had to grab the iron railing to steady myself. The metal was ice-cold and covered in scratches from people's keys. Jiang Jin didn't reach out to help me. When we reached the exit, the sun was just coming out. It hit the steps with a brightness that was almost blinding. I wasn't wearing my glasses, so I squinted. Where are you going now? Jiang Jin asked. The bureau, I said. Then the bank. And after that, I don't know. Jiang Jin didn't reply. He looked down, carefully refolding the adoption agreement and sliding it into his pocket. He moved gently, as if he were afraid of breaking something. We walked to the parking lot. The car was still there, engine idling, AC running. The windows were fogged over. I pulled the door open and sat down. Jiang Jin went to the passenger side, got in, and left his seatbelt unbuckled. The car was quiet, the air coming from the vents smelling faintly of old leather. I didn't drive away. I just sat there, staring at the road ahead. A single water stain ran down the windshield, left behind by the recent rain. It wasn't fully dry yet, sliding diagonally across the glass like a tear that hadn't been wiped away. Jiang Jin reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. He didn't open them. He just held the pack, his knuckles rubbing against the cellophane wrapper with a soft, crinkling sound. You should keep it, he said. Keep what? I asked. That paper. The agreement. I didn't answer him. Jiang Jin put the cigarettes back in his pocket without lighting one. He looked straight ahead, his eyelashes casting long shadows over his cheekbones. When you leave, he started, his voice steady. Don't lock the door. Okay. I'm going to Kunming. I know. Wait for me, he said. I turned to look at him, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. The car went silent again. After a few seconds, I reached out and pressed the ignition. The engine hummed to life, a sound so faint it felt like a sigh. I stepped on the gas, and the car slid forward. The tires rolled through a small puddle, splashing water against the undercarriage. In the rearview mirror, Jiang Jin was still standing there. The sunlight hit his white shirt, making the fabric look almost translucent. The red mark on his collar was still clearly visible. As I turned out of the parking lot, the leaves of the plane trees swayed in the wind. A single leaf drifted down and landed on the roof of my car. It didn't bounce off, it just stuck there. I didn't bother to brush it away. I drove slowly, as if I were afraid of waking something up. In the mirror, Jiang Jin's figure grew smaller and smaller until he was just a tiny, eventually swallowed by the shadows of the trees. I kept driving. I passed a convenience store where a kid in a school uniform was eating a popsicle. Sticky sugar water dripped onto his shoes, but he didn't wipe it off. He just kept walking. I didn't stop. Sunlight leaked through the clouds, hitting the steering wheel in a bright flash before vanishing again. I didn't turn on the radio. The only sound was the wind and the low drone of the engine. Later, I sat on my sofa at home. The television was on, but the volume was turned all the way down. I hadn't turned on the lights. Outside, the sky wasn't completely dark yet, but I had pulled the curtains tight, leaving only a sliver of gray light to peek through. I stared at the screen. It showed a video of my 7-year-old self. I was wearing a small suit, kneeling on a carpet with my back against a wall and my forehead pressed to the floor. The audio was an old recording, thick with static and electrical interference. "I stole the money," my young voice said. "It was me. I killed my brother." I didn't move. My fingers rested on my knees. There was still a bit of ash under my fingernails from when I burned my father's will yesterday. On the coffee table to my left sat a glass of water. I hadn't touched it. The rim had 2 dried lip prints that had begun to crack into fine lines. To my right, my phone screen kept lighting up with news alerts. Lu Group stock plunges 87%. Zhang family cold case reopened. Spark Archives global hits exceed 100 million. I didn't click on any of them. The doorbell rang 3 times. It wasn't rushed, and it wasn't loud. I stayed still. It rang again 3 more times. I got up and walked to the entryway. I didn't look through the peephole. I just turned the lock. Zhang Jin was standing there. His white shirt was wrinkled now. The red mark on his neck had faded slightly, but it was still there. He was holding a bulging black plastic bag that looked heavy. He didn't look at me. He looked down at his shoes. "The ground is dry," he said. The dirt on his shoes had dried and cracked into shapes like a map of broken land. "You watched it?" Zhang Jin asked, nodding toward the TV. "Yeah. They said you agreed to the interview voluntarily." "I did." Zhang Jin didn't say anything else. He held out the plastic bag. I didn't take it. The bag wasn't sealed, and I could see the corner of something inside. It was my mother's old tape recorder. The plastic casing was cracked, but the buttons were still intact. Next to it were several sheets of paper covered in dense text, witness statements. At the very bottom was a photo of us as children standing in a courtyard. Zhang Jin was grinning, showing his teeth. I was looking down, hands shoved in my pockets. "You should keep this," Zhang Jin said. I still didn't move. I turned around and walked back into the living room, leaving the door open. Zhang Jin followed me. He set the bag on the coffee table, avoiding the water glass. He didn't sit down. He walked over to the TV and muted it completely. The screen went black. The house was silent except for the hum of the AC and the sound of a car driving through a puddle outside. "I went to your father's hospital room today," Zhang Jin said. I stood by the window and didn't look back. I reached out and pulled the curtain open a bit wider. Sunlight spilled in, illuminating the dust floating in the air like unburned paper ash. "The lock was changed," Zhang Jin continued. "The nurse said that 2 nights before he died, he got up in the middle of the night and knocked over a flower pot. A spider plant. The roots were rotten. Dirt went everywhere. He just knelt there, trying to scoop the dirt back into the pot with his bare hands. He filled it 3 times, and 3 times he dumped it back out. I didn't respond." "He didn't call for help," Zhang Jin said, his voice dropping an octave. "He just knelt there until dawn." The nurse said he kept muttering to himself. He kept saying, "He won't tell. He doesn't dare tell." Zhang Jin paused. "He thought you'd never speak up. Not in a million years." I finally moved. I walked to the table and picked up the glass of water. I didn't drink it. I just held it. The glass was clear, with rings of dried water marks on the inside like the growth rings of a tree. I looked at it for a few seconds, then went to the kitchen and poured it down the drain. The sound of the water was a sharp sh before it stopped. I didn't dry my hands. I went back to the living room and pulled the recorder out of the bag. It was old, the corners worn white. There was a small piece of faded red tape over the power button, an old bandage Zhang Jin had used when we were kids. I pressed play. Nothing happened. I pressed it again. Still nothing. The battery was dead. I stared at the machine, my thumb rubbing the button. I didn't try a 3rd time. I put it back in the bag and zipped it up. Then, I pulled a set of keys from my pocket. They were for the old Lu estate. I walked to the entryway and set them on the shoe cabinet. Zhang Jin's shoes were right there. His left lace was untied. "I'm leaving tonight," I said. "Where?" He didn't answer. He just pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, folded it into a perfect square, and placed it on the cabinet, pinning it down with the keys. I didn't look at what was written on it. "You stay," I said. "You're the real heir to the Lu family." Zhang Jin didn't reply. He walked to the door and pulled it shut. He didn't lock it. He just let it click into place. A sliver of light from the hallway hit the cabinet, illuminating the keys and the note. He turned and walked away without another word. Halfway to the exit, He stopped and looked back at me one last time. I stood my ground. The TV was off, but in the reflection of the black screen, I could see both our shadows. One standing, one still. They overlapped, just like they used to when we were trapped in that basement as kids, separated by a steel door. Jiang left. The door didn't latch properly, and a draft blew in, fluttering the papers on the coffee table. It was the front page of the Spark archives. Under the main headline was a small line of text. Asterisk, this isn't revenge. This is a return. Asterisk. I walked to the window and pulled the curtains wide open. It was dark now. The streetlights were coming on, one by one, lining the road. Down below, a delivery truck pulled up across the street. The driver started unloading boxes without gloves, his fingers bright red from the cold. He carried a cardboard box into the building across from mine. A label was stuck to the side. Spark Archive number 731. I watched him for a long time. Then, I turned and went into the bedroom. My mother's diary sat on the nightstand. The blue cloth cover was frayed and stained. I didn't open it. I just opened the drawer and put the tape recorder inside. I added the keys. In the back of the drawer, there were a few old photos. One was of me and Jiang standing by a slide in a park. He was laughing. I wasn't. But we were holding hands. I closed the drawer. I didn't turn on the light or change my clothes. I just sat on the edge of the bed and looked out the window. The delivery truck drove away. Under the streetlights, a cat emerged from behind a dumpster, a piece of bread in its mouth. It jumped onto a wall and disappeared. I didn't move until my phone vibrated. I picked it up. It was a text from Jiang. Just one line. I stared at those words for a long time. Then, I flipped the phone over and laid it face down on the nightstand. Outside, the wind died down. The lights were still on, but they flickered, dimming as if the voltage was failing, pulsing in the dark. A phone charger was plugged into the wall nearby. The cord was tangled, and the plug sat loose in the socket, flickering with a faint, weak blue light. I hadn't bothered to fix it. I lay down and closed my eyes. In the darkness, I heard the distant sound of a train passing by. It was far away, yet incredibly clear. It sounded just like 20 years ago, the first time I heard Jiang softly humming that song inside his iron cage. The light bulb in the noodle shop was half broken. The left side was bright, the right side was dim, casting a shadow over a grease stain on the corner of the table that looked like faded copper rust. The owner brought out 2 bowls of noodles. The broth was dark brown with a few green scallions floating on top. The meat slices were cut so thin they were translucent. They were all piled into the bowl on the left. The bowl on the right only had one single slice. I didn't pick up my chopsticks. Jiang gently moved the meat from his bowl into mine. His movements were light, as if he were afraid of disturbing something. I didn't push them back, but I didn't eat either. The owner leaned against the counter, wiping his hands with a towel that was frayed white at the edges. His sleeves were stained with chili powder. "You too," he said with a small smile. "One loves spicy food, the other is terrified of it. But you're always stealing the meat from each other's bowls." He didn't wait for a reply. He turned and headed to the kitchen to grab the vinegar. The door curtains swayed, bringing in a gust of damp air. It had just rained outside, and the ground reflected the streetlights like a mirror. I stared at the meat in my bowl. It floated for a few seconds before sinking into the broth. The surface of the soup rippled into fine lines, looking like wind-blown old newspaper. "I'm leaving tonight," I said. Jiang didn't look up. He used his chopsticks to peel apart the noodles in his bowl. He picked out a single strand, wound it around his chopsticks 3 times, and then let go. The noodle snapped and fell back into the soup. "You want to go south," he said. "To find that orphanage. The place you stayed when you were a kid." "Yeah. I'll go with you." I shook my head. "No, you stay. You're the real heir to the Liu family." Jiang laughed. It was a short, sharp sound, like a light bulb flickering. He didn't argue. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, folded it into a neat square, and tucked it into my jacket pocket. The edges were rough, like it had been torn from a notebook. 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Flight to Kunming, he said. "I'll be there waiting for you. Not as brothers, but as 2 people who finally dare to live." I didn't move. I looked down at the soup. A drop of water fell into it. It didn't splash. It just slowly blurred outward like ink dropping into clear water. I didn't wipe my eyes. The owner came back from the kitchen and placed a small dish of pickled radishes on the table. He didn't ask if we wanted them, and he didn't charge us. The edge of the plate was chipped. It had broken last summer, and though he'd glued it back together, the seam was still visible. Jiang Jin stood up. He pushed his chair back half an inch, the legs scraping a sharp sound against the concrete floor. He didn't take his coat. His shirt collar was buttoned tight, but the red mark on his neck was still there. He walked to the door and rested his hand on the handle. He didn't open it yet. "Do you remember?" he asked. "When you were 7, I stole a piece of candy from your pocket. You chased me for 3 blocks. Finally, you just crouched at the end of the alley and cried. You said it was the only one you had. I didn't answer. I picked up a slice of meat and put it in my mouth. I didn't chew. I just swallowed it whole." Jiang Jin opened the door and walked out. The wind rushed in, catching the paper in my pocket. I hadn't noticed it before, but the wind flipped it halfway open, revealing a line of small print on the back. Asterisk adoption agreement. Signed April 17, 2003. Adoptee, Lu Fun. Adopter, Jiang Jin, asterisk. The wind died down. The paper stopped moving. I sat there, frozen. I reached into my pocket and felt the plane ticket. The paper was thin, the corners already soft from my grip. The destination said Kunming. The time was 7. I didn't look at the flight number or the name. The name slot was empty. I put the ticket back. My fingers lingered on the fabric for a moment before touching my mother's diary in my inner pocket. It felt hard and heavy, like an old brick. The owner was behind the counter, counting change. He lined up the coins one by one. 50s, 1s, and a single rusted 5-cent piece. He counted them 3 times to make sure he hadn't made a mistake. I stood up. I aligned my chopsticks neatly and pushed the bowl to the edge of the table. I walked to the door and didn't look back. My hand brushed the doorframe. The wood on the left was loose. It wobbled the moment I touched it. Outside, the rain had started again. It wasn't heavy, just a thin, dense mist. The streetlights shone on the puddles, highlighting a layer of oily film on the water. Jiang Jin was standing under the eaves across the street. He didn't have an umbrella. Half of his shirt was soaked, clinging to his shoulder. He was holding a piece of paper. It was that old photo of us as kids. It had been reframed. The glass was slightly warped at the corners. In the photo, I was looking down, and Jiang Jin was grinning. I didn't walk toward him. I stood inside the doorway, and he stood outside. Between us was a 10-foot road and a rain that felt like it would never end. "You don't have to wait for me," I said. Jiang Jin didn't answer. He held the photo up a little higher so the streetlight hit the glass. The reflection flashed in my eyes. I blinked and turned away. I walked back to the table, picked up the untouched bowl of noodles, and dumped the whole thing, soup and all, into the trash can in the corner. The broth splashed onto the floor, mixing with the rainwater until you couldn't tell which was which. I didn't wipe my hands. I didn't grab a coat. I just gripped the ticket in my pocket until my knuckles turned white. The owner poked his head out from the kitchen. He looked at the trash can, then at me. He didn't say a word. He just picked up the dish of pickled radishes and took it away. The plate clattered against the stove. I went to the entryway. I didn't change my shoes. They were still covered in mud. I knelt down and pulled the laces tight. I tied them twice, making a dead knot. I pushed the door open. Jiang Jin was still there. He hadn't moved. The rain got louder. I didn't look at him or speak. I just walked forward into the rain. My feet hit the puddles, but the water didn't splash high. It just rippled once and went flat. Jiang Jin stayed where he was. He didn't follow. I took 10 steps and stopped. I didn't turn around. I just reached into my pocket, took out the ticket, and slowly tore it in half. The pieces fell into the water. They floated for a second, then sank. I kept walking. I didn't stop again. Jiang Jin stood there, watching my back until my gray coat disappeared around the corner. He looked down at the photo in his hand. There was a tiny crack in the glass, running down from the top left corner like an old scar. He didn't wipe it. The rain kept falling. Suddenly, the dim half of the noodle shop light flickered and turned on. The owner walked out and closed the door, flipping the open sign to closed. When he locked it, the bolt jammed for a second, letting out a sharp metallic click. At the end of the alley, a taxi slowly pulled over. The headlights were on, but the driver didn't honk. Jiang Jin walked over, opened the door, and sat in the back. The driver didn't look back. He just asked where to go. The airport, Jiang Jin said. The car started moving. In the rearview mirror, the light of the noodle shop slowly faded into the distance. In the street, the half-torn ticket was washed toward a drain by the rain, eventually covered by a fallen leaf. The security machine hummed like an old fan that had been running too long. I placed my bag on the conveyor belt. There were 3 things inside. My mother's diary with its yellowed, curling pages, my father's surgery report, the paper wrinkled from old water stains that looked like dried tears, and that childhood photo. In the photo, I was 7 and he was 9. We were standing in a yard. I was looking down, and Jiang Jin was smiling so wide you could see his teeth. Behind us, the sunflowers were wilting. I didn't look at anyone. I fed the items into the shredder one by one. The machine swallowed them. Crunch, crunch. The paper scraps fell into the metal bin like layers of snow. No one stopped me. No one spoke. A woman in a gray jacket stood nearby, clutching her luggage and looking at her phone. Her screen was bright, showing the weather forecast for Kunming. Light rain turning to moderate. The shredder stopped. I reached into the bin and shifted the scraps around. I didn't empty it completely. Some ash-like dust stuck to the rusted metal. I turned around. Through the glass window, Jiang Jin was standing there. His white shirt was still wrinkled. The red mark on his neck had faded, but it wasn't gone. He was holding a piece of paper in a wooden frame. The glass was wiped clean, reflecting the overhead lights. It was the photo, reframed once again. The edges were lined with light gray cloth, and the frame was made of dark lacquered wood. You could see the grain. He held it with the back facing out. I didn't step closer, but I could see the words clearly. They were written in heavy black ink, the pressure of the pen so firm it had bled through the paper in several spots. Asterisk, we are not shadows. We are light. Asterisk. Jiang Jin didn't move. He didn't smile, wave, or call my name. He just held that framed photo up against the glass like a heavy brick he'd just ripped out of a wall. I didn't raise my hand to wave back. I just walked over and stopped 2 paces from the glass. I pressed my right palm against the cold surface. My knuckles turned white. I wasn't pushing, I was just touching. On the other side, Jiang Jin raised his left hand. Our palms aligned perfectly, separated only by a thin layer of glass. 20 years ago, when the iron basement door was locked, we had done the exact same thing. Back then, my hand was cold and his was warm. Now, both our hands were freezing. 2 blurry prints formed on the glass, spreading slowly like ink dissolving in water. The intercom crackled. A woman's voice, calm and emotionless, announced that the flight to Kunming was ready for boarding at Gate 3. Neither of us moved. A few seconds passed, and I saw Jiang Jin's lips move. There was no sound, but I knew exactly what he was saying. This time, I won't let you go alone. I pulled my hand back, turned, and walked toward the gate. I didn't look back. The wheels of my suitcase clicked against the gaps in the floor tiles. My left shoelace had come undone, dragging on the ground and tripping me every few steps, but I didn't bend down to tie it. At the gate, an attendant smiled and handed me my boarding pass. I took it without looking and stuffed it into my inner jacket pocket. Inside that same pocket was the scrap of paper Jiang Jin had shoved at me in the noodle shop. The edges were frayed, the handwriting blurred. Asterisk, I'll wait for you there. Not as brothers, but as 2 people who finally dare to live. Asterisk. I didn't open it. The cabin door closed, and the engine started with a low hum, like distant thunder that refused to break. I took my seat, 14A, by the window. The seat next to me was empty. I closed my eyes as the cabin lights dimmed, leaving only a row of small lights glowing like fireflies in the dark. The intercom chimed again, welcoming us aboard the flight to freedom. When the clouds finally parted, moonlight slanted into the cabin. It fell directly onto the empty seat beside me. No one was sitting there, yet there was a distinct indentation in the cushion, as if someone had just stood up. A few tiny fibers of fabric clung to the edge of the seat, left behind by friction. I stared at the empty space, saying nothing. Outside, the clouds closed back up, swallowing the moon. The plane flew on. Back in the terminal, Jiang Jin remained standing by the glass. He didn't wipe away the two handprints fading on the window. He looked down at his own right hand, at the old scar on his palm from when the iron door had crushed it. It wasn't a raised scar, just a patch of skin slightly lighter than the rest. He pulled a paper stub from his pocket, my ticket receipt, which he had secretly torn off earlier. On the back, he had scribbled a few tiny words in pencil. Asterisk after you left, I burned that will. Not because I hate you, but so you'd know I never wanted to be a member of the Liu family. Asterisk. He folded the paper and tucked it away. The terminal lights flickered, casting long shadows that reminded him of the dim bulbs in the noodle shop. He stood there, mud from his shoes drying and crumbling onto the floor like pieces of a broken map. In the corner, a child was crying in his mother's arms, clutching a plastic toy airplane with a broken wing held together by tape. Jiang Jin looked up at the flight information screen. The flight had departed. This time, I won't let you go alone, he whispered to the empty air. He turned and walked toward the exit, tossing the ticket stub into a trash can filled with coffee cups and old napkins. Outside, the rain began to fall, a fine, dense mist tapping against the glass roof. He didn't use an umbrella. He walked down the steps, his shoes splashing into a puddle, leaving dark stains on his pant legs. He didn't look back. Behind him, the terminal lights flickered one last time, and the right side of the hall went completely dark. The rainy season in the south was relentless. In Kunming, the rain never seemed to stop. I dragged my suitcase through the mud, each step feeling heavier than the last. I had no umbrella, and my jacket was soaked through, clinging to my back like a sheet of cold iron. The driver told me the mountain road to the orphanage would take 40 minutes. The windows were so streaked with water that I couldn't see the trees outside. The iron gate of the orphanage was half open, rusted so badly it groaned when I touched it, sounding like a faint sigh. The paint was peeling off the walls, exposing the gray concrete beneath like gnawed bone. A wooden sign hung over the door frame. The words faded but still legible. Jiang Jin lived here. I didn't knock. I just walked in. The weeds in the yard were taller than a man, snapping under my feet with a dry crunch. To the left, a row of flat-roofed houses stood with shattered windows, the glass shards piled on the sills like spilled salt. Part of the roof had collapsed, allowing rain to pool in a small crater on the floor. I remembered this place. When I was 7, I was brought here to stay for 3 days. Jiang Jin was 2 years older than me. He used to squat in the corner at sunset, drawing crooked suns in the dirt with a stick, only to rub them out with his foot the moment he finished. The caretaker lived in a small shack in the back. The door wasn't locked. Inside, an old man sat in a wrought-tan chair, a faded blue blanket over his legs. He was clutching a stack of yellowed, curling papers. When he heard my footsteps, he looked up with cloudy eyes, his lips trembling as if recognizing me. "You're here," he said. I didn't answer. I stood in the doorway, my muddy footprints marking the floor. The old man held out the papers, his hands shaking so much the pages rustled. "When you were little, you always came to ask if anyone left anything for you." I said no. But actually, there was something. I took the stack of letters. There were no postmarks on the envelopes. The recipient was written as Brother Liu Fun in a childish, wobbly scrawl, as if traced with a lead pencil. Each one was folded neatly and bound with a rubber band. The one on top was dated April 12, 1999. I didn't open it. I just stood there holding the paper like it was a block of ice. "He wrote every day," the old man whispered, his voice like sandpaper on wood. He'd finish them and shove them under the bed frame. I told him to mail them, but he said his brother wouldn't want them. He said his brother hated him. My thumb brushed the edge of an envelope. The paper was so thin it felt like it would tear at the slightest touch. On the back, someone had lightly sketched a sunflower in pencil. It had 5 petals, all slightly lopsided. "What happened later?" I asked. The old man coughed. "After you left, he stopped talking. The doctors said it was a trauma response. He just drew suns, hundreds of them, and he tore them all up. Later, a relative picked him up, someone named Lou. I didn't move. I pressed the letters against my chest, the cold paper seeping through my shirt. The rain continued to drip from the ceiling, one slow drop at a time. I sank to my knees in the mud, letting the dirty water soak into my pants. I began to open the letters one by one, the ink blurred and swollen from the damp air. Brother, the sun came through the window today like a gold thread. I miss you. I stole a bun from the cafeteria today and hid it under my pillow. I was afraid you'd be hungry when you got back. The caretaker says you aren't coming back. I told him he's wrong. You promised. Bring a bunch of sunflowers. If you ever come looking for me, remember to bring sunflowers. The last letter was dated July 15th, 2004. The handwriting was faint, as if the writer had run out of strength. I drew the sun again today. 10 of them. They say I'm crazy, but I know you'll come. You won't leave me. You just forgot. I pressed the letter against my face and closed my eyes. Rain streamed down my forehead, mixing with the tears on the paper until the ink blurred like dark clouds dissolving in water. I didn't make a sound. I just knelt there, clutching the letters, my knuckles white and my shoes sinking into the rising mud. I remembered that day at the airport. Jiang Jin had stood behind the glass, holding up a photo. On the back, it said, "We are not shadows. We are light." I thought it was a goodbye. Now I realized it was a promise to wait. I don't know how long I stayed on my knees. The rain stopped for a while, then started again. A cold drop fell from the eaves and hit the back of my neck, making me shiver. The old man didn't move or speak. He just pulled his blanket higher over his knees. I finally stood up. I bundled the letters together and tucked them into the inner pocket of my coat. As I walked away, the iron gate groaned shut behind me with a heavy, rusted thud. I didn't look back. In the yard, a single sunflower had forced its way through a crack in the wall. Its petals were small, green, and tightly closed, like unripe fruit. The rain beat down on it, bending its head, but the stem didn't break. I knelt beside it. I didn't pick it. I just ran my thumb over a petal to brush away the water. The droplet rolled off and vanished into the mud. I stood up, patted the dirt from my pants, and grabbed my suitcase. The wheels were stuck in the muck, so I lifted it by the handle and dragged it toward the village entrance. The lights were still on at a small corner store. I pushed the door open, and a bell chimed. The owner was busy counting money behind the counter. She glanced at me, but said nothing. I walked to the shelf and picked up a bouquet of sunflowers. They were wrapped in cheap plastic, 7 small, pale yellow flowers that looked like they'd seen better days. I paid and walked back out into the rain, clutching the scratchy stems in my hand. I waited at the roadside until an old bus rattled to a halt. The driver didn't look at me. "Railway station," he muttered. I nodded and climbed aboard. I found a window seat and rested the flowers on my lap. Water dripped from the plastic wrap, soaking into my pants in a dark stain. I closed my eyes as the bus pulled away. Outside, the streetlights blurred into streaks of yellow, 1, 2, 3, before fading into the distance. The engine groaned like it was struggling to breathe. I opened my eyes and looked out at the dark world. The rain was still falling. The flowers hadn't bloomed yet. Back at the old house, the iron gate wasn't locked. When Jiang Jin pushed it open, the hinges gave a sharp click like a stalled pendulum. He didn't turn on a light. The air inside didn't smell like rust anymore. It smelled of old paper, wood, and candle wax. A small penlight sat on a table, its yellow beam illuminating dust motes that floated like slow-motion snow. The bookshelves were new walnut, lined with my things. There was a sun I drew when I was 7, the edges curled and now sealed in plastic. There was a diary from when I was 10, written on torn notebook paper. The handwriting was shaky. The title read, "Brother didn't come today." At the very bottom of the stack was a medical record. The diagnosis, mild depressive tendencies. Family intervention recommended. The date was exactly 1 week before I was adopted. Jiang Jin didn't touch the papers. He walked to the center of the room where a mirror hung in a black iron frame. Words had been hammered into the metal, rough and uneven. The true heir is the one who can see the truth. He lit a candle. The flame flickered, reflecting 2 faces in the glass. His own, thin, deep-eyed, with a scar on his brow from a fall when he was 12. And then there was mine. My features were harder, my nose higher, my mouth set in a permanent line of endurance. We looked 70% alike. It wasn't just genetics, it was time. We were like 2 pieces of clay pressed into the same mold, fired twice until the shapes matched, even if the cracks were different. He took the mirror off the wall, the rusted hook shedding a flake of paint. He tucked it into a leather folder between two photos. One was of him at 9, holding sunflowers at the orphanage. The other was of me at 7, standing outside a hospital clutching a physical exam report. He pulled out another blue cloth-bound diary, mine. The pages were mostly blank, except for a single note tucked at the end. The pencil lead was faint. Asterisk, I tried many times to make you hate me, but you never did. You just forgot me. Asterisk. He put the diary back. On the bottom shelf sat my medical report from age 7. It listed my height, weight, and blood type. A handwritten note at the bottom read, asterisk genetic match 99.8%. Not biological. Asterisk. He turned to leave, his shoe scuffing a patch of dried mud I had left behind earlier. He stood at the threshold for a moment, looking at a dead leaf caught in the doorframe. He walked down the stairs, intentionally stepping on the third step, the one that always creaks. The sound echoed through the empty house like someone following him. Downstairs, a glass of water sat on the coffee table, half finished. A pack of my favorite cigarettes sat next to it, unopened. He didn't touch them. At the bottom of the shoe rack, he found a pair of old blue-gray slippers with a hole in the right toe. They were his from when he was 7. He thought they were long gone. He reached out and touched the tip of the shoe, his finger coming away with a smudge of dust. He pulled the door shut. The latch didn't catch, leaving a tiny crack. A gust of wind blew through and carried the dead leaf away. The rain turned into a fine mist. He opened a black umbrella with a taped-up handle and walked into the night. At the corner, he stopped at a convenience store to buy a bottle of water. As he waited for the light to turn green, a single window in the old house behind him flickered to life. It wasn't a lamp. It was the soft, dying glow of a candle, visible through a gap in the curtains. It grew dimmer and dimmer until it vanished. He didn't look back. He just kept walking as the rain tapped against his umbrella like a whispered secret he couldn't quite hear. Later, in the United Nations conference hall, the air conditioning was humming too loudly. I sat there in my suit, noticing a speck of dust on my cuff. I didn't bother to wipe it off. I stood backstage for 3 minutes before it was my turn to go up. My fingers gripped the USB drive so hard my knuckles turned white. No one offered me a drink of water. No one handed me a tissue. My throat felt like sandpaper, but I didn't move a muscle. The microphone let out a sharp crackle, a technician testing the sound. I didn't look down. My eyes were locked on a specific seat in the middle of the third row. Jiang Jin was sitting there, wearing an old jacket with the zipper halfway down, revealing a faded gray-white t-shirt underneath. He wasn't looking at the stage. He was staring down at a booklet, the edges of the pages curled and worn as if they'd been touched 1,000 times. I stepped out and plugged the USB drive into the computer. The screen flickered to life, showing a dim hospital room. The bedside lamp was off, leaving only the rhythmic, eerie green pulse of the heart monitor. A nurse's voice came through the speakers, soft and cautious, as if she were afraid of waking the dead. "Mr. Liu, you need to rest now." Then, my father's voice followed. It was raspy, but every word was clear. "Liu Fun is the perfect heir," he said. "Jiang Jin is just a mistake that needs to be forgotten." There was a 2-second pause. The heart monitor continued its steady beep. In the audience, I heard someone catch their breath, but no one spoke. A few men in suits in the front row exchanged glances in silence. In the back, someone raised a phone, aiming the lens at the screen, but they didn't press record. I stood perfectly still. Only when the recording stopped did I finally speak. This was recorded on December 17th last year, 7 days before he died. Silence met my words. Someone coughed, then quickly stifled it. I began to unbutton my suit jacket. My movements were slow. A tiny speck of dust fell from my cuff and disappeared into the carpet. I rolled up my left sleeve, exposing a scar. It wasn't a tattoo. It was a brand from a hot iron. The edges were pale, but in the center was the character for Liu, deep red and jagged, as if someone had carved it in with a knife. The scar was irregular, raised in some spots and pitted in others, looking like it had been burned twice. He said only this mark would make me worthy of his name, I told them. In the crowd, someone looked down at their phone. Someone else snapped a pen in half, the ink cartridge rolling onto the floor, uncollected. I reached for the silver ring on my right ring finger. The inside was engraved with the letters LF, so small you'd miss them if you weren't looking. I didn't look at the ring, and I didn't look at the audience. I simply tossed it toward the microphone. It hit the metal mesh with a sharp ding. It didn't bounce. It just wedged itself there, wobbling slightly. I don't want the name, I said. I want the truth. I didn't wait for applause. I didn't wait for a reaction. I turned and walked away, my pace steady, never looking back. I carried my suit jacket over my arm. A small patch of my shirt collar was soaked through with sweat, looking like a dark water stain. I walked down the steps and through a side door. 2 of the hallway lights were broken, leaving only one flickering above a trash can filled with used paper cups and coffee lids. I didn't walk around the mess, I walked right through it. My shoe caught a bit of spilled water that hadn't dried yet. I didn't go to the lounge. I didn't look for anyone, and I didn't check my phone. I pushed open a door to the fire escape. The stairwell was dark, lit only by the sickly green glow of the emergency lights reflecting off the peeling paint. I leaned against the wall and lit a cigarette. The lighter was old, the flint wool worn smooth and shiny. It took 3 tries before it caught. I didn't puff on it. I just held it between my fingers, the cherry glowing and fading like a heartbeat. I ignored my phone. I ignored the messages. Outside, the news broadcast was likely screaming about a historic moment, but I couldn't hear it. What I heard was a sound at the end of the stairwell. Someone was coming up. The footsteps were light, not leather shoes, but cloth soles. They sounded sticky on the concrete steps, like someone walking through wet mud. By the time Jin reached me, my cigarette was almost out. He didn't say anything, and he didn't stand too close. He stopped 3 steps below me and looked up. I kept my eyes fixed forward. A bit of ash fell, landing on the tip of my shoe. Jin's jacket was still unzipped, his loose collar exposing his collarbone. In his right hand, he held an envelope. The paper was thin, the corners curled as if it had been torn from an old notebook. He held it out. I didn't take it. He didn't pull his hand back. The cigarette finally died. The ash fell to the floor in a tiny heap, looking like a pile of dust scattered by the wind. Only then did I reach out, not for the letter, but to crush the cigarette but against a rusted metal box on the wall. The no smoking sign on the box had faded, but it was still readable. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "You forgot your jacket," Jin replied. I didn't answer. I looked down at the letter. It wasn't opened. There was no writing on the envelope, no postage, no name. "I found Mother's diary," Jin said. I still didn't move. "You aren't his son," I said flatly. Jin's voice was level. He knew. He begged Father not to destroy you. He's the one who hid my birth certificate. I glanced at him for a second, then looked away. A bit more dust fell from my cuff, mixing with the cigarette ash on the floor. Jin didn't say another word. He tucked the envelope into my shirt pocket. He didn't touch my chest. The movement was light, like placing a bookmark into a page. Then he turned and walked back down. His footsteps faded slowly, sounding like someone walking on an old carpet. I stood there alone. The envelope felt hard against my ribs. I didn't pull it out. The stairwell light flickered but stayed on. I heard the door downstairs open and close. A draft blew in, carrying a chill that wasn't like the usual humid air of Kunming. I looked down at my shoes. The water stain from the hallway was still there, wet. I didn't wipe it off. I walked back toward the conference hall. The doors were open, and the noise inside was loud, though I couldn't make out the words. I didn't go back in. I just stood at the entrance, looking at the empty chair on the stage. The silver ring was still stuck in the microphone, reflecting the light. Someone walked over and bent down to pick it up. I didn't see who it was. I stood there for 3 minutes. No one noticed me. No one asked where I'd been. I turned and walked out of the building. The rain had just stopped. The ground was wet, reflecting the city lights. I didn't have an umbrella or a jacket. My shirt felt cold against my back. As I turned a corner, I saw an old woman selling flowers from a small cart. A few sunflowers were left, their petals a bit sticky but still bright yellow. I stopped. The old woman looked at me but didn't ask if I wanted to buy anything. I didn't say a word, and I didn't reach for my wallet. I just reached out and took a single stalk. A petal fell off and hit the ground. I didn't pick it up. I walked toward the subway station, my shadow reflected in the glass walls of the skyscrapers. I looked thin, tall, and out of place without a coat, clutching a wilted sunflower. The subway entrance glowed with the same green light as the emergency stairs. I stepped inside and didn't look back. As the subway doors slid shut, I looked down at the flower. Another petal fell, landing by my feet. I didn't bend down. The train pulled away, the tunnel lights flickering across my bare left hand. The ring was gone, but the scar remained. I closed my eyes. The carriage was silent, except for the soft crackle of the intercom announcing the next stop. Next station, Cultural Palace. I thought about the letter in my pocket. The one Jiang Jin had received while he was crouching in his kitchen, washing dishes. I could almost see him there, the leaky faucet dripping into the stainless steel sink, the oil slick on the water. The envelope he found was plain craft paper, hand-stamped with a faint postmark as if it had been caught in the rain. The return address was the old site of St. Mary's Church, the same place near the convenience store where my father used to buy coffee before Mass every Wednesday. He hadn't opened it right away. He'd set it on the stove and finished the dishes, 3 plates, 2 cups, 1 spoon. The water had turned cold, and his fingers had shriveled before he finally dried his hands and picked it up. The paper inside was old, yellowed at the edges with water stains that looked like dried tears. The ink was from a fountain pen, the strokes shaky and broken. He knew that handwriting. It was his mother's. I was wrong, the letter read. I shouldn't have traded you for him. You were the first child I ever held in my arms. Jiang Jin had stood there in his kitchen, frozen. Outside, the sky was gray, and the clouds hung low over the rooftops. Somewhere below his window, a child was screaming for their mother, the sound cutting off abruptly into the silence. Jiang Jin folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his pocket. He didn't tell anyone. That afternoon, he went to my mother's old house. The locks had been changed, but he still had the key in his bag. My father had pressed it into his hand right before he died, telling him that if he ever wanted to come back, he shouldn't have to climb through a window. Inside, nothing had been moved. The curtains were open, and dust lay so thick on the windowsills that you could write your name in it. He found the nightstand drawer locked and pried it open. Inside were a few old sweaters, folded with perfect precision. Beneath them was a heavy cotton quilt. He pulled the quilt out, spread it on the floor, and began to tear at the seams. The stitching was dense, done by hand. He found a diary hidden deep within the padding. Its leather cover was faded and the corners were curled as if it had been handled 1,000 times. There was no title on the cover. He flipped it open. The first entry was dated April 12, 1998. The doctor says the baby is healthy, it read. But the Liu family wants a boy, not a girl. I can't let them know this child isn't Liu Fan's. I promised. I promised. As he turned the pages, the handwriting became a frantic mess, the ink smeared by what looked like dried tears. They chose Liu Fan. The entry continued. They said his eyes looked like his father's. Quiet. He didn't cry. I held Jiang Jin while he slept. His eyelashes were trembling. I kissed his forehead, praying he wouldn't wake up and see me crying. I hid the birth certificate in a metal box and buried it under the locust tree in the backyard. They won't find it. They'll think Jiang Jin is theirs. But I know. I can't let them take him away. Then, a mention of me. Liu Fan was brought from the orphanage. He wore blue cloth shoes that day, soles covered in mud. He was too scared to speak. I asked him if he was afraid of the dark. He shook his head. I believed him. I actually believed him. The last line was written in faint pencil, traced over twice. Don't destroy him. He isn't a tool. He is my son. Jiang Jin closed the diary. He didn't cry. He tucked it into his inner coat pocket, right against his chest. When he tried to stand, his knees were so numb he had to wait 3 minutes for the feeling to return. Without washing or changing, he went straight to the cemetery. My mother's tombstone was plain gray stone. No carvings, just her name and dates. 3 withered flowers sat before it, turned brown and brittle. He knelt and placed the diary and the letter side by side on the stone. A wind blew from the east, making the paper flutter like someone was flipping the pages. He didn't light incense. He didn't speak. He just sat there with his back against the cold stone and his legs stretched out. The mud from the old house dried on his shoes and flaked off onto the steps. Night fell. The yellow streetlights flickered on, but their glow didn't reach the top of the grave. A cat emerged from behind a tree and watched him from a distance, silent and still. At 4 in the morning, as the sky turned gray, Jiang Jin stood up. He brushed off his pants, packed the documents into his bag, and pulled out a black folder. On the cover was the word Tinder, a file I had designed myself using old hospital labels. He slipped the new evidence inside, joining the transcript of my father's recordings, the photos of my scars, and my mother's medical records. He pulled out a laptop and typed a title for the digital file. His fingers hovered over the keys for 5 seconds before he typed. He loved us. He was just too tired. He left the cemetery without looking back. On the bus ride home, he sat in the back row next to an old woman peeling oranges. He stared at the fog on the window and traced a circle with his finger, only to wipe it away. His phone vibrated. It was me. He didn't answer. He set it to silent and watched the rain begin to fall, a fine, dusty mist. He walked back to his apartment, skipping the broken third step in the stairwell. Inside, the place was dark. My leather shoes were still sitting on his shoe rack, polished bright, but with the laces untied, exactly how I'd left them last time. He went to his study. My DNA report was sitting on the desk. He didn't need to look at it to know we weren't blood relatives. He scanned the diary and the letter into the Tinder file. The scanner hummed, the light flashed, and then the room went dark again. He didn't hit save. He sat there for 10 seconds with his finger over the enter key before shutting the laptop down. He stood by the window, watching a single light in the building opposite until he finally went to the kitchen for a glass of water. He left the unwashed glass in the sink and went to bed. He didn't dream. While Jiang Jin was retreating into the silence of his apartment, I was kneeling in the dirt miles away. The rain in Kunming was steady, like a leaky faucet. I was at the ruins of the old orphanage, my fingernails caked with black mud as I dug. I found the metal box. It was rusted red, the lid lopsided and crumbling. Inside were 2 shoes. One small, one large. The small one was made of blue cloth, the edges worn white, and the stitching torn. I recognized it instantly. When we were 7, Jiang Jin was wearing these when 2 men in black suits dragged him out the back door. I had heard him crying that night, but I was too afraid to run out. I turned the shoe over. A thin piece of paper was stuck to the sole. I wiped it with my sleeve until the faded words appeared. "Brother, I'm afraid of the dark. Don't leave me." My throat tightened. I turned the other shoe over. There was a reply in shaky, childish handwriting. "I won't leave you. I swear." It was my handwriting. From 23 years ago. I remembered that night. The crystal chandeliers in the banquet hall were so bright, they made my eyes ache. My father told me to wear a white shirt and a bow tie because important guests were coming. I stood by the cloakroom and heard the butler say the little master was asleep. I believed him. But when I passed the back hallway, I saw those men grabbing Jiang Jin. One of his blue shoes fell off and dragged on the concrete. I tried to scream, but the butler tackled me from behind. He covered my mouth and locked me in the cloakroom. I pounded on that door until my voice went hoarse. I counted 72 heartbeats before I heard the car drive away. Afterward, I lived in terror. Terror of my father's temper, terror of the butler, terror that if I spoke up, they'd strip me of my white shirt and throw me out too. I had spent my whole life thinking Jiang Jin was dead. I thought my survival was a debt I had to pay in blood. Now, I knelt in the rain and pressed that tiny shoe to my chest. It was cold and soaked through, but I didn't let the tears fall. I put the shoes into my bag next to my mother's diary. The truth was out, and the fire was just beginning to burn. I also found an unopened letter and a crayon drawing from when Jiang Jin was 7 years old. It showed 2 little figures holding hands, one in red and one in black, under a giant yellow sun. I pulled a black, hard-shelled notebook from my bag. The cover was blank, and the corners were curled. It was a registration ledger for the survival project. I flipped it open and used a pencil to write on a blank page. I didn't write an apology. I didn't write "I'm sorry." I wrote that I owed it to him to become the person he expected me to be. The rain kept falling. I stood up, my pant legs soaked and my knees caked in mud. Grass clippings stuck to the soles of my shoes. I didn't look back as I walked away from the ruins. Behind me, the iron box lay half buried in the mud, its lid crooked like a gaping mouth. I left the box. I only took the shoes. 3 days later, I rented a small room in Kunming. The walls were gray, The window frames were warped, and the door bolt was loose, creaking every time I pushed it. I placed the blue cloth shoes on the bedside table next to Jiang Jin's drawing and the ledger. The neighbor's kid would stop by every day after school, peeking through the door. "Mister, who are you drawing?" the kid asked. I didn't look up. My pencil slid across the paper, creating a jagged line. I was drawing two people standing back to back, one in a white shirt, one in a black trench coat, with a crack of light between them. I drew it 5 times, but it never looked right. "It doesn't look like them," the kid said. I didn't answer. I tore the paper, laid out a new sheet, and kept drawing even after the pencil lead snapped. That afternoon, I received an encrypted email from a Swiss bank. I clicked it open. It was a DNA report. The test between my father and me was a fake. There was no biological link between my mother and Jiang Jin either. I scrolled down and found an even older record. My mother had undergone assisted reproduction, and the embryo source was listed as me. I stared at the screen for 10 minutes. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. Outside, the rain stopped, and sunlight leaked through the clouds, hitting the tips of the blue shoes on the table. There was a tiny tear in the fabric where the shoe had caught in the door the night he was dragged away. I shut the computer and walked to the window. An old lady downstairs was hanging laundry. 2 pairs of pants, one blue and one black, brushed against each other in the wind. I remembered the year Jiang Jin turned 7. He had a pair of blue pants my mother sewed by hand. She had folded the cuffs extra deep so he could wear them longer. I didn't cry. I just took the shoes and tucked them into the bottom of the closet, hidden under some old sweaters my mother had knitted. I went to the kitchen to boil water. When the kettle whistled, I poured a cup. I didn't add sugar. The water was too hot to drink, so I set it on the table to cool. By the time I took a sip, it tasted like rust. It left a faint ring on the table, like a dried tear. I didn't touch the shoes again. The next morning, I went to St. Mary's Church. The locks had been changed, but the key was still in my pocket. I turned it 3 times. Click. It opened. The dust inside was thick enough to write in. I walked to the altar, knelt down, and pulled a slip of paper from the ledger. I set it on the floor. It was so thin the draft made it flutter. I lit a match. The flame was small, blue and yellow, licking the edges of the paper. The handwriting blackened and vanished into ash. I watched until the last speck of gray drifted onto the stone steps. I stood up, brushed the dust off my pants, and turned to leave. A man in a black trench coat was standing at the door. He had no umbrella. His hair was wet, plastered to his forehead. I didn't stop walking. "What did you burn?" Jiang Jin asked. "A piece of paper," I replied without looking back. Jiang Jin didn't ask anything else. He walked in, his muddy shoes leaving prints on the dusty floor. He knelt at the altar and picked up a fragment of unburnt ash. "Do you remember?" he asked. "You promised you wouldn't leave me." I stood by the door, my hand resting on the frame. The loose bolt rattled slightly. "I remember," I said. Jiang Jin didn't look at me. He stared at the ash in his palm. "And now?" I didn't answer. I turned and walked out into the bright sunlight hitting the church spire. Jiang Jin stayed behind. A draft blew through the broken window, scattering the ashes on the floor. He took one last look at the altar and left. The door creaked and shut on its own. Back in my apartment, Jiang Jin sat at the computer. An email was open with the subject line, SW7719 Delta. He entered our mother's birthday as the password. The page loaded slowly. Finally, a single line appeared, DNA comparison results. He scrolled down. Lu Fun and Lu Jinghua, 0.01% probability. Sample contaminated. Results invalid. Jiang Jin and Lin Suyun, 0.03% probability. Mismatch. He stared at those words, his fingers frozen. Rain streaked the window like claw marks. He didn't delete the email. Instead, he searched for assisted reproduction, 1997 Kunming. An old news clipping popped up about a pilot project. He logged into the hospital's archive using our father's old account ID. He tried the password our father used to write in his ledgers. The system asked for secondary authorization. He entered our mother's ID number. A medical record from November 15, 1997, appeared. Patient, Lin Suyun. Procedure, embryo transfer. Embryo source, Lu Fun, male, 3 years old, healthy. He didn't blink. He went to the kitchen for water, but the kettle was cold. He took a sip of the stale water, holding it in his mouth to warm it up before swallowing. He returned to the screen. There was a consent form signed by our mother. A handwritten note next to it stated that if the pregnancy was successful, the child must be registered as her biological offspring, with no mention of the donor. He found a blurry, scanned photo. It was a 3-year-old boy in blue cloth shoes, his face pressed against a nursery window. On the back, someone had written, Lu Fun, 3 years old, donor. Then he opened the birth certificates. Jiang Jin, born April 12, 1998. Lu Fun, born April 13, 1998. 1 day apart. He shut the computer but didn't unplug it. The screen stayed dark, reflecting his motionless face. He walked to the bedroom and dragged out my mother's old leather suitcase. The latch was broken, tied shut with a red string. He untied it, pulled out the neatly folded sweaters, and reached for the quilts at the very bottom. I laid the quilts out on the floor, stripping them layer by layer. The stitching was dense. The loose threads hadn't been trimmed. They were tangled deep within the cotton batting. My fingers searched the inner lining until I felt something hard. I reached in and pulled out a piece of paper. It was folded into quarters, the edges brittle, looking as if it had been soaked in water and then dried in the sun. I unfolded it. The handwriting belonged to my mother, written in fountain pen. The ink varied in shade, the lines shaky, as if her hand had been trembling while she wrote. I was wrong, it said. I shouldn't have exchanged you for him. You were the first child I ever held in my arms. I stared at those words for a long time. Then, I flipped the paper over. On the back was another line of text, smaller and fainter. It looked like it had been added later in pencil, nearly rubbed away by time. He wasn't stolen and replaced. He was created to replace you. I didn't cry. I didn't smash anything. I didn't even scream. I simply folded the paper back up, tucked it into the lining of the quilt, and folded the bedding neatly. I placed it back in the suitcase, shut the lid, and tied the red string into a tight, dead knot. I walked to the window and pulled back the curtains. The rain was still falling. Downstairs, a delivery scooter was parked. A plastic crate was strapped to the back, but the corner was cracked. Soup was leaking out, dragging an oily streak across the pavement that the rain slowly washed away. I stood there for 10 minutes, motionless. My phone rang. It was Lu Fun. I didn't answer. The ringing stopped, and 3 seconds later, a text arrived. I'm in the old place in Kunming, it read. I found it. I stared at the message, but didn't reply. I walked to the study and opened my father's safe. The password was my mother's birthday. I tried 3 times before it clicked open. Inside were 3 documents. On top was Lu Fun's birth certificate. Under the mother's signature line, someone had written, I am willing to give my life to exchange for his. I didn't touch it. I flipped to the next page. It was an agreement titled, Memorandum on Embryo Transfer and Identity Substitution. It was signed December 1st, 1997. In the signature block sat Lu Jinghua's name. Next to it was a small note circled in red pen. If Jiang Jin survives, Lu Fun is the backup. If Jiang Jin dies young, Lu Fun becomes the heir. I closed the safe without locking it. I walked to the entryway and put on my coat. The cuff was dusty, but I didn't brush it off. I felt the keys in my pocket, but didn't take them out. I opened the door and walked out, leaving it wide open behind me. The hallway light was broken. On the last step, there was a small puddle of muddy water where someone had recently stepped. The footprint was blurry, as if someone had intentionally scuffed it with their soul. I walked downstairs without looking back. The rain hit my face, cold and sharp. I reached the street corner and stopped. A taxi pulled up to the curb. The driver rolled down the window and asked where I was going. I said nothing. The driver waited 5 seconds, rolled the window back up, and drove away. I stood there, watching the rain. In the distance, a bus slowly came to a halt. The doors opened. No one got on, and no one got off. I turned around and walked back. When I reached the apartment, the door was still open. I stepped inside and shut it. On the coffee table in the living room sat a glass of water, half finished. A single tea leaf floated on the surface before sinking to the bottom like a dead leaf. I picked up the glass, poured the water out, and left the empty cup there without washing it. I went to the bedroom and lay down. I didn't take off my coat. I didn't turn off the light. Outside, the rain continued. On the nightstand, my mother's letter was still there, unopened, pressed under an old photo album. The album cover was a faded red. Pasted on the front was a photo of two little boys, one in a white shirt, one in blue cloth shoes. They were holding hands, standing in the sunlight. On the back, someone had written, April 12, 1998. Happy birthday, brother, asterisk. I stared at that photo for a long time. Then I closed my eyes. I didn't cry. I didn't move. The light stayed on, and the water ring on the coffee table slowly dried. In Kunming, the rain had stopped 2 days ago. Water droplets still hung from the eaves, falling one by one into a tin bucket with a steady, rhythmic thud. I, Lu Fun, sat on a low stool in front of an old drawing board. The wooden corners were chipped, wrapped in 3 layers of tape. I held a pencil with a blunt tip. The paper was wrinkled, looking as if it had been crumpled up and smoothed out again. Over 20 drawings were pinned to the wall. Every single one featured a red sky and children holding hands. Some had 5 hands, some had 3 feet. I drew slowly, every stroke feeling like a guess. A neighbor's kid crouched at the door, mud on his shoes and pants rolled to his knees, staring at the drawing. Mister, who are you drawing? The boy asked. My brother, I said. The kid tilted his head. It doesn't look like him. I didn't answer. I put the pencil down and rubbed my finger against the paper, leaving a gray smudge. I tore the drawing off. The edges were curled as if scorched by fire. I didn't throw it away. I folded it twice and stuffed it into the bottom drawer. The drawer was filled with old shirts, half a box of crayons, and a tattered beginner's drawing book. Tucked between the pages was a supermarket receipt from last March for a bottle of water and 2 packs of biscuits. I spread out a new sheet of paper. I drew 2 lines with the pencil, one long, one short. I stopped for 5 minutes. A kettle whistled in the corner, but I didn't get up to pour it. A sparrow landed on the clothesline outside, shook its wings, and flew away. I drew 2 boys. One in a white shirt, one in a black trench coat. Between them was a beam of light. It wasn't the sun, and it wasn't lightning. It was just a cracked seam, like a mark where paint had peeled off a wall. I didn't draw their faces. I only drew their backs, the curve of their shoulders, the folds in their clothes, and a shoelace dangling loose at the ankle. I finished the drawing and, without waiting for the ink to dry, stuffed it into an envelope. The envelope was a cheap one from a supermarket, printed with a customer appreciation discount. I didn't write an address. I just took a ballpoint pen and wrote 2 lines on the back. Asterisk this time, I'm not drawing to wait for you. I'm drawing to show I am here. Asterisk. I mailed the letter at the post office on the corner. The door frame was crooked and the mailbox was rusted, with a half-torn flyer stuck in the slot. I didn't wait for a reply. I turned and left. I bought a bottle of water at a convenience store. The cap wasn't screwed on tight, and after a few steps, it leaked onto my shoe, leaving a dark stain. The day Jiang Jin received the letter, it was raining again. He sat in our father's study. The lights were off. Only his phone screen was lit, reflecting half of his face. The envelope sat on the desk, unopened. He stared at the handwriting for 20 minutes. His finger hovered in the air, but he didn't touch it. Outside, the rain streaked against the glass like rivers on a map. He stood up and walked to the innermost shelf. He pulled back a hidden panel. The safe was hidden behind the books. He entered the password, our mother's birthday. It clicked open. There were no gold bars inside, no hidden treasures, just a stack of papers held together by a rubber band. The edges were yellowed, the handwriting faded. The top page was a birth certificate. Name, Lu Fun. Date of birth, December 3rd, 1997. Mother, Lin Suyun. Father, Lu Jinghua. He looked down. In the signature block, our mother's name was written in a shaky scrawl, like a child just learning to write. Below it, a small line of text was written in darker ink. The pen pressed so hard it nearly tore the paper. I am willing to give my life to exchange for his. Jiang Jin didn't move. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the paper. The desk drawer was slightly ajar, revealing a fountain pen with a missing cap. The ink had dried on the desk's surface, forming a small, brown scar. He walked to the bookshelf and pulled out a pediatric nursing manual. Tucked inside was a yellowed photo. Two infants lay side by side. One was wrapped in white cloth, the other in blue. A nurse held them, her smile looking stiff. On the back, someone had penciled in a date, December 4th, 1997. He flipped the photo over. There was another line of text, very faint, as if added much later. Lu Fun, public embryo. Lin Suyun, surrogate mother. He didn't cry. He didn't break anything. He didn't scream. He put the photo back in the book, closed it, and returned it to its place. As he turned, his knee clipped the chair. The chair leg scraped a shallow mark into the floor. He didn't lean down to fix it. He walked to the window. The rain was still falling. Downstairs, a couple walked by under an umbrella. The woman carried groceries. The man looked at his phone. They didn't speak, and they didn't look at each other. Jiang Jin opened his laptop and logged into the hospital's archive system. He didn't use our father's account this time. He used our mother's ID number. The system pinged with a notification, records updated. He clicked on the embryo transfer records. The entry for November 15th, 1997, was still there. The screen showed the medical records for a patient named Lin Suyun. She was 32 years old, treated for infertility through embryo transfer. The embryo was labeled L0719. The source of the embryo was listed as Lu Fun. Male, 3 years old, healthy. I stared at those words for a long time. In the bottom right corner of the screen, the clock jumped to 2:07 p.m. I shut down the computer. I didn't delete the logs, I didn't print the file, and I didn't call the police. I walked into the kitchen. The kettle was old, its base rusted to a dull red. I unscrewed the lid, but the water inside was left over from yesterday, cold and stagnant. I poured a glass, but didn't drink it. I set it on the table. A ring of dried egg yolks stained the rim of the glass, left there from a week ago. I turned back to the bedroom. The letter was still lying on the bed, unopened. I didn't touch it. I lay down, pulled the covers over me, and closed my eyes. Outside, the rain began to fade. Downstairs, a neighbor's kid shouted that he'd finished his homework. A woman answered, telling him to go take a bath so he wouldn't catch a cold. A door slammed. The hallway light flickered on for 3 seconds, then died. I rolled over to face the wall. There was a crack in the plaster. A speck of dust was wedged inside it, shining like a tiny star. I didn't move. I stayed like that until dawn. When I finally got up, I went to the wardrobe and pulled an old jacket from the bottom drawer. It was black, the cuffs worn shiny from use. Tucked inside the left chest pocket was a small silver lock charm. 2 names were engraved on the inside, Jiang Jin and Lu Fun. I put the chain around my neck. The silver felt ice cold against my skin. I didn't look in the mirror. I walked out and locked the door, leaving the key in the lock. In the nurse's room, a plastic pot sat on the nightstand. The greenery inside was dead, the leaves curled and yellow, the roots buried in dry soil. A half-empty water bottle sat on the windowsill, its label blurred and peeling. The patient lay there with eyes half closed, breathing so thin it sounded like paper fluttering. I stood in the doorway. I didn't move. I was holding a photo of Lu Fun when he was 5 years old, standing in front of the orphanage. His hair had been buzzed short, and he was wearing a blue shirt that was far too big for him. His shoes were cheap rubber, the right lace snapped and tied back together with a piece of wire. The nurse didn't look up. His fingers rubbed against the bed sheets, dirt visible under his fingernails. I placed the photo on the nightstand, exactly 3 centimeters away from the water bottle. I said nothing. 5 minutes passed. Suddenly, the nurse looked up. He stared at the photo, his lips moving as if he were counting the fingers of the child in the picture. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against sheet metal. He told me that back then, the boy had cried, begging not to be taken away. He paused, a gurgle in his throat, as if he were swallowing back a mouthful of phlegm or a sentence he couldn't finish. Then he said the boy's father told him the truth. His eyes flashed with a sudden light, like a bulb about to burn out. He told me, "He isn't your child." I rubbed the edge of the photo with my thumb. There was still a trace of rust under my nail from when I fixed the pipes last month. The nurse stopped looking at the photo. He turned over slowly, his movements stiff, like he was taking apart an old garment. A glint of silver appeared from under his pillow. He reached for it with his left hand while his right hand gripped the corner of the quilt. He pulled out a lock charm. It was thin silver, the edges worn smooth, with a deep scratch in the middle as if someone had pinched it with their nails. Inside, the names Jiang Jin and Lu Fun were hand-engraved. The handwriting was crooked and messy, but there were no corrections. He pressed the charm into my palm. His fingers were freezing and shaking violently. He told me the boy had pressed it into his hand before he left. The boy had said if he ever came back, I should give it to him. I didn't answer. I looked down at the charm. Sunlight leaked through the gap in the curtains, hitting the engraving. The two names looked blurred, like they had been soaked in water. The nurse closed his eyes, and his breathing grew faint again. I tucked the charm into the inner pocket of my jacket, right against my chest. The fabric was old, stained with a spot of oil from a bowl of noodles I ate last week. I turned to leave without closing the door. The hinge creaked like a broken pendulum. At the end of the hallway, a young nurse was busy writing records, the pen scratching softly against the paper. She didn't look up. I walked downstairs, stepping over 3 loose floor tiles. One at the stairs, one at the corner, and one by the courtyard wall. Each one made a short, sharp clack, like stepping on a small insect. I didn't stop. Lufin's studio was in the west part of the city, an old warehouse conversion. The iron door was rusted, and the lock was an old-fashioned model. The key had been in my pocket for 7 years. The teeth were worn flat. I had to turn it twice before it clicked open. The studio smelled of mold, turpentine, and pencil shavings. The walls were covered in drawings of red skies and children holding hands. Some had 5 hands, others had 3 feet. Drawing paper was piled on the floor, some rolled up, some torn in half, looking like they had been blown around by a gust of wind. Lu Fun was sitting on a low stool in front of a new canvas. He wasn't painting people. He was painting 2 shadows. One wore a white shirt, the other a black trench coat. Between them was a crack of light. It wasn't the sun or lightning. It looked like a mark where plaster had peeled off a wall. He didn't look up. I walked in, my shoes leaving a bit of mud on the floor. I didn't wipe it away. I walked to the painting and stood still. The lock charm slid out of my pocket and dangled near the canvas, catching the light. I didn't say a word. I placed the charm gently on the edge of the easel, 3 centimeters from his pencil. Lufin's pencil stopped. He didn't look at the charm, and he didn't look at me. He stared at the painting, his fingers smudging the edge of the paper and leaving a gray mark. A breeze drifted in through the cracked window, fluttering the corner of the drawing. The edge of the paper was curled, looking like it had been scorched by fire. I stood there, motionless. Finally, Lufin looked up. He glanced at the charm, then at me. He didn't ask anything. He didn't smile, and he didn't cry. He put down his pencil and stood up. He walked to an old wooden cabinet in the corner and pulled open the bottom drawer. It was filled with old shirts, half a box of crayons, and a tattered children's drawing book. Tucked inside the book was a supermarket receipt from last March for a bottle of water and 2 packs of biscuits. He pulled out the receipt and gripped it. Without looking at it, he stuffed it next to the charm. Then he sat back down and picked up his pencil again. He didn't draw anything new. He just pushed the charm into the center of the canvas, right over that crack of light. I didn't move. I watched the charm, the 2 names, and Lufin's back. Outside, a sparrow landed on the clothesline, shook its wings, and flew away. I turned to leave. I stopped at the door, my hand resting on the handle, but I didn't turn it. There was a faint scratch on the doorframe from when I had moved some equipment last year. I hadn't fixed it. I didn't wipe it. I just stood there, watching him. Lufin made a single stroke, very light, like a breeze passing over the surface. On the canvas, a thin line suddenly extended from the crack in the light, right where the scratch on the charm was. It looked like a thread, catching the corners of the 2 shadows' clothes. Nobody spoke. The kettle in the corner made a soft, gurgling sound, but it hadn't boiled yet. Nobody went to check it. The sunlight shifted slowly, shining on the charm, the paper, and the tips of my shoes. The mud there still hadn't dried. The wind picked up again, blowing an old poster in the corner of the studio. It was for a children's art exhibition from last year. The title read, "We are all children who have been loved." The edges were curled, and the tape was peeling off. I didn't fix it. Lufin didn't move. Neither of us did. We stayed like that until the setting sun stretched the shadow of the charm, covering the entire painting. I closed the door gently. The latch was loose and made a clicking sound. I didn't look back. In the hallway, a cleaner pushed a mop past me. The bucket sloshed, and drops of water hit the floor tiles, spreading slowly like rain. The UN announcement went out at 3 in the morning. I didn't turn on the lights. I sat in front of the computer, the blue light of the screen reflecting off my face like a thin layer of frost. I didn't click on any news sites. I just stared at the official homepage. The video there had already auto-played 7 times. In the video, my voice sounded as calm as if I were reading a grocery list. I told the world I wasn't a seeker of revenge. I was a survivor. We weren't trying to destroy anyone. We just wanted the people locked in the dark to know they weren't alone. As the video ended, Lu Fun's voice drifted out from the old recording. It was hoarse and broken, sounding like something dug up from deep underground. I finally dared to say it. The voice said, "I am not Lu Fun. I am Jiang Fun." Jiang Jin pressed pause. The room was deathly still. No wind moved the curtains, but a thin layer of dust on the curtain rod shivered ever so slightly. He stood up and walked to the window. Dawn hadn't broken yet. The clouds hung low and heavy, like a gray cloth that hadn't been wrung out. Downstairs, the lights of the convenience store were still on. A today's special sign was taped to the glass door, bottled water, 2 yuan. There was a crack in the glass, slanting down from the top left corner like a jagged fingernail scratch. He didn't close the video. He let it loop in the background, the volume turned low. Only that one sentence repeated over and over, "I am Jiang Fun." It sounded like the static between frequencies on an old radio. He walked to the bookshelf and pulled down an introductory book on children's sketching. A supermarket receipt from last March fell out from between the pages. It was for a bottle of water and 2 packs of biscuits. He flipped to a specific page. The drawing was still there, the one that had been torn and folded back together. It showed the backs of 2 boys with a crack of light between them. He stared at it for a long time, his fingers grazing the paper. He didn't press down. He just felt the texture, confirming its thickness. There was a scratch on the corner of the desk from last winter, left behind when he was sharpening an eraser with a pencil knife. The marks were uneven, looking like someone had slowly picked at the wood with their nails. He didn't try to wipe it away. He walked to the entryway and put on his coat. The left cuff was stained with a bit of dust from the day he fixed the water pipes. He had never washed it. He didn't care. He pulled up the zipper, but the slider was crooked and got caught in the fabric. He tugged at it twice, failed to clear it, and just left it hanging there. He left without locking the door. The latch was loose and never closed properly. It would creak whenever the wind blew. He had known about it for a long time, but he never fixed it. The elevator was empty. He pressed the button for B1. When the doors opened, a blast of cold air hit him. The underground garage AC was always set to 16 degrees. He walked past rows of cars. A few withered leaves lay under the tires, blown in from who knows where. They were bone dry. They didn't even make a sound when he stepped on them. His car was parked in the corner. There was rust on the door handle. He touched it, but didn't wipe it off. He didn't get in. Instead, he walked toward the garage exit and turned into a narrow alleyway. At the end of the alley sat an abandoned printing factory. The iron gate was heavily rusted, and the lock had been gone for years. Half a piece of plastic rope hung from the doorframe, swaying gently in the breeze. He pushed the door open. The factory floor was cavernous and empty. There were 3 holes in the ceiling where moonlight spilled through, landing on the floor like 3 yellowed scraps of paper. Old cardboard boxes were piled in the corner. They were printed with Lu Group 2018 promotional brochures. The ink had faded and bled, looking like it had been soaked in water. He walked to the very back and pulled back a waterproof tarp. Underneath was an old-fashioned paper shredder. It was black, the casing covered in nicks and dents. The power cord was wrapped around it like a dead snake. He plugged it in. The machine stayed silent. He hit the switch twice. On the 3rd try, it hummed to life and started spinning. He took a stack of documents out of his bag. The paper was thick. The cover was embossed with the Tinder files, Volume 1. The gold foil had all flaked off, leaving only the indentations behind. He fed the pages into the shredder one by one. As the paper went in, it made a soft, tearing sound, like fabric being slowly ripped apart. There were no sparks and no smoke. Just paper scraps falling out of the exit piling higher and higher in a tin bucket. He didn't stop, page after page, until he reached the last one. It was Lu Fan's birth certificate. Under the mother's signature line, someone had written, "I am willing to trade my life for his." He stared at it for 5 seconds. Without hesitating, he put it into the machine. The scraps fell into the bucket, mixing with everything that came before. He switched the machine off. The bucket was filled with gray and white confetti, looking like a light dusting of snow. He knelt down and pulled a silver locket from his pocket. On the inside, 2 names were still there, Jiang Jin and Lu Fan. The handwriting was crooked, but it hadn't worn away. He placed the locket on top of the pile of shredded paper. He didn't cover it or bury it. He just left it there. He turned and walked out of the factory. The horizon was starting to turn white. A crack opened in the clouds, letting light spill onto the iron gate, the rust, and that half-length of plastic rope. He didn't look back. He walked back to his car and sat in the driver's seat. He didn't start the engine. He just sat. His phone lit up on the passenger seat with a news notification. Asterisk Lu Group Chairman Lu Fan's will officially rule the forgery. Global investigations launched. Asterisk. He didn't click it. He looked down and saw a faint mark on his left ring finger, a ghost of the ring he used to wear. The ring was long gone, but the mark remained. He rubbed it with his thumb, but it wouldn't fade. He started the car and drove onto the road. He drove slowly. He hit 3 red lights, and each time, he waited the full 60 seconds. He didn't rush. He didn't go to the office. He didn't go anywhere important. He parked the car in a wasteland on the outskirts of the city. The ground was covered in weeds and a few withered trees with peeling bark, exposing the pale wood underneath. He got out and walked toward a tree. Near the roots, there was a stone with words carved into it. The characters were weathered and hard to see, but you could still make out the names, Jiang He and Fan. They were shaky, like a child had carved them. He knelt and touched the names. He didn't speak. He took the drawing out of his bag, the 2 boys and the crack of light. He didn't tear it. He didn't burn it. He just placed it on the stone. The wind blew, making the paper shiver, but it didn't fly away. He stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. He turned around and walked back to the car. He drove away without leaving a trace. On the wasteland, on top of the stone, the drawing remained, its corners fluttering in the breeze. The sun was fully up now. The light hit the paper, the stone, and the dry grass. In the distance, a delivery van drove by slowly. A sign on the back said, "Today's deliveries, 172. Inside, the driver was humming a song, not noticing the stone by the side of the road. The wind flipped a page of the drawing. On the back, in Lu Fan's handwriting, were new words. This time, I'm not drawing me waiting for you. I'm drawing me, right here. No one saw it. No one read it. The sun shone, the wind blew, and the car drove further away. The wasteland grew quiet. Only that piece of paper was still moving. Spring in Kunming arrived without a sound. The trees were green, but the color was dull, like a faded old sweater. The wind blew in from the south, carrying the scent of damp earth. It wasn't cold, but it wasn't warm either. It just blew. I knelt by the flower bed, pinching a bit of soil to fill a hole. The sunflower seedling was only 2 inches tall, its leaves still curled like it hadn't woken up yet. I wasn't wearing gloves. Mud was stained deep under my fingernails. There was an old scar on my left middle finger from when I cut myself on a piece of metal while fixing a pipe last year. Jiang Jin stood 3 paces away. He didn't say anything. He was holding a canvas bag with frayed edges. A stray thread was caught in the zipper. The bag was open, revealing the end of a paintbrush. The handle was stained with dried paint, a grayish-blue color like a rainy sky. He wasn't wearing a suit, and he didn't have his briefcase. His shirt was old, with loose threads at the cuffs, dangling like someone had gently tugged on them. I finished filling the soil. I didn't pat it down, I just let it be. I stood up and brushed my pants. A few blades of grass were stuck to my knees. I didn't look at Jiang Jin. I kept my eyes on the seedling. I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow, I said, to sell the house. Jiang Jin didn't respond. He set his bag on the ground and knelt. He pulled out a plastic water bottle. The label had been torn off long ago. There was a crack in the bottle, slanting down from the cap like a fingernail scratch. He unscrewed the lid and poured a little water into his palm. He didn't splash it. He just held it there, letting the wind slowly dry his skin. The wind blew across the flower bed. The sunflower swayed. It didn't fall, but it didn't stand perfectly straight either. It just gave a small, quiet nod. "Where to?" Jiang Jin asked. I didn't answer. I turned toward a stone bench by the path. The paint on one side had chipped away, revealing the pale concrete underneath. I sat down. I didn't lean back. I kept my spine straight, like I was waiting for someone. Jiang Jin didn't follow me. He stayed kneeling, putting the water bottle back in his bag. As he did, he reached out and adjusted the paintbrush, sliding it just a little further out. I stuffed the sketches back into the bag. A few sheets of paper poked out from the corner, sketches of a windowsill with an empty flower pot on it. I watched them for a few seconds before Jiang Jin finally stood up. He walked over and sat down on my right. We left about half a foot of space between us, as if we were both afraid of accidentally touching. He reached into his bag and pulled out 2 pieces of paper. They were plain tickets. The paper had yellowed, and the corners were curled, looking like they'd been carried around in a pocket for a long time. The destination was Reykjavik. The date was the 5th of next month. "I booked a trip to Iceland," he said. "I heard you can see the aurora there. There are small towns where nobody knows us." I didn't look at the tickets. I stared straight ahead at the end of the flower bed, where an old locust tree stood with cracked bark. A piece of a plastic bag was caught in one of the crevices. The wind blew, and the bag fluttered. It had been dangling there for 3 days without falling. "You're not staying here?" I asked. Jiang Jin shook his head. I didn't push him for more. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the silver lock charm. It was hanging on a thin string. I had worn it for a long time. I rubbed the fine patterns on the surface with my thumb. On the inside of the lock, 2 names were still there, Lu Fun and Jiang Jin. They were carved deep, looking like they had been gouged out bit by bit with a knife. I didn't put it away. I just held it, my hand resting by my leg. Jiang Jin glanced at me, but said nothing. He reached into his bag again and pulled out something else, a supermarket receipt. It was dated March of last year. 1 bottle of water, 2 packs of biscuits. On the back, someone had used a pencil to draw the backs of 2 people with a crack of light splitting the space between them. He didn't show it to me. He just folded the receipt twice and tucked it into the string of my silver lock. He placed them both gently into a crack in the stone bench. The wind returned. The sunflower swayed again. I looked down and saw the lock and the receipt wedged into the concrete gap, looking as if they had been nailed there. I didn't try to pick them up. "Wherever you go, I'll go," Jiang Jin said. I didn't respond, and he didn't wait for one. He stood up and brushed off his pants. There was a speck of dust on his left cuff, maybe from the day he fixed the water pipes. He didn't bother to wipe it off. "Not as brothers," he said, "but as 2 people who can finally breathe." I still didn't move. I looked at that sunflower. The seedling was small, and the leaves hadn't fully unfurled, but the stem was straight. It wasn't crooked. Jiang Jin turned and walked out of the flower bed. He didn't look back, and he didn't speed up. His soles were caked with a bit of mud from where he had been kneeling. There was more mud on his right foot than his left, like he'd stepped in a puddle. He stopped by the roadside and pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He didn't light one. He just gripped the pack until his knuckles turned white. Finally, I moved. I stood up and walked over to stand behind him. I stayed there for 5 seconds. Then, I reached out and took the cigarettes from his hand. I didn't smoke. I just held them between my fingers and looked down. "Let's go," I said. Jiang Jin nodded. We didn't walk side by side. One was in front, one was behind, separated by 2 paces. The road was concrete, split by 3 long cracks where gray-green grass grew. The lights of a convenience store were still on. A "Today's Special" sign was taped to the glass door, bottled water for 2 yuan. A crack in the glass slanted down from the top left corner, looking exactly like the one on Jiang Jin's water bottle. I stopped at the door, but didn't go in. Jiang Jin didn't move either. The wind whipped around the street corner, blowing a flyer against the door handle. The flyer had the word "Spark" printed on it, above an image of 2 open hands. I looked at it for 2 seconds, then turned and walked away. Jiang Jin followed. We didn't speak. When we reached the fork in the road, Jiang Jin went left, and I went right. Jiang Jin stopped after 5 steps. I stopped too. I didn't look back, and neither did he. The wind blew between us, making the plastic bag by the road rustle loudly. Back in the flower bed, the sunflower swayed gently. No one was there to water it or prop it up, but it still faced the light. The snow in Iceland fell silently. It looked like someone was pouring flour from a windowsill, steady and relentless. I woke up at 6 every morning. I didn't check the weather forecast. I just put on an old sweater with frayed cuffs. The scar on my left index finger from fixing the pipes last year was still there. I brewed coffee using an old pot I'd brought from Kunming. The spout was bent, so the water always poured an inch off, leaving a pale yellow ring on the stove once it dried. I wrote letters on A4 paper I bought at the supermarket. The back of the paper was printed with sales, salmon for 12.90 Icelandic krona. I didn't send them. I just folded them and stuffed them into the third drawer of my nightstand. The drawer had a crack on the left side that had been there since I moved in. I never fixed it. Every time I pulled it open, it got stuck, and I had to use force. I wrote that the polar night had arrived and the sky turned dark by 7. I wrote that I counted 73 stars, and by the 74th, my eyes blurred. I thought the light bulb had broken, but there was no light. It was just the reflection of the snow. I wrote that I learned how to use coffee grounds to nourish the moss on the windowsill. It lived. It turned a grayish green, like the old sweater Jean once drew. I wrote that I dreamed of him standing in a fire, reaching out his hand without saying a word. I didn't grab it. I knew that if I did, it would all be over. When I finished writing, I pressed the paper under a white glass. The glass had a crack on the rim from a fall last week. I didn't throw it away. I used it for coffee every day. When Jean came over, he never knocked. The door was never locked. It just rattled in the wind. He would stand in the entryway with snow on his coat and mud on his shoes, leaving 3 spots on the wooden floor like nail marks. He wouldn't speak. He'd just take off his shoes and put on the slippers I bought for him. They were too big. His feet were small, so they nearly slipped off when he walked. He would sit by the fireplace and flip through the letters. They were piled on the coffee table in a tin biscuit box. I had taped a handwritten label to the lid, "Do not touch." He touched them every time. He read them one by one, then put them back in the exact same order. He remembered the sequence. Sometimes he looked at them for so long that I would bring a hot coffee out from the kitchen. I'd set it on the right corner of the table, 3 inches away from the pile of letters. I never asked if he wanted it, and I never waited for a response. I just walked away. One night, the wind suddenly picked up. The snow dumped from the sky, hitting the roof with a soft, dense thud. I came down with a fever. My forehead felt like iron fresh out of a furnace. In my delirium, I rolled over and clawed at the sheets. I caught a piece of a sleeve and gripped it tight. "Jean," I rasped. My voice sounded like sandpaper on wood. "Don't go." No one answered. I closed my eyes and opened them again. I saw a water stain on the ceiling, curving down like an unfinished line. I thought it was a hallucination. But after a moment, a hand reached out and held mine. It was cold but steady. There were dried blue-gray paint stains on his knuckles, the color of a rainy sky. I didn't open my eyes, and I didn't let go. Jean didn't leave. He sat by the bed in the dark. Outside, the snow kept falling, and the wind rattled the window pane. He didn't move. He just held my hand like he was holding a stone fresh out of the ice. By dawn, the snow had stopped. I woke up early. The sun wasn't up yet, but the sky was turning gray. A pale light leaked through the curtains, landing on the nightstand. I moved slightly and realized my hand was still being held. Jean had fallen asleep with his head resting against the edge of the bed. His eyes were closed, and there was a tiny speck of dried blood on his eyelashes. He was wearing the same shirt from yesterday. A loose thread from his cuff rested against the back of my hand. I didn't move. I turned my head and saw a new letter on the nightstand. It was a plain envelope with no stamp and no address. Only 2 words were written on the front, "To Lou Fun." The handwriting was familiar, but steadier than before. The strokes didn't shake. I sat up. I didn't have the strength to tear it open, so I just stared at it for a long time, waiting for my own heart to settle. Then I picked it up. The envelope was thin, containing only a single sheet of paper. I unfolded it. There was no greeting and no signature. "I've read every single one you wrote. the letter said. This time, it's my turn to write to you. The first time I saw you was in the orphanage laundry room. You were squatting by the sink, washing a white shirt. You washed it 3 times, saying there was blood on it that wouldn't come out. I never told you that the blood was my father's. He was trying to hit me, and you took the blow for me. You didn't hear me. You didn't cry, and you never said it hurt. You just told me you'd wash my shirt the next day. I remembered that for 20 years. Later, I painted you many times, but I never dared to show you. I painted you squatting there washing clothes, standing in the rain waiting for me, and frowning in your sleep. I was afraid that if you saw them, you'd think I was crazy. I was afraid you'd think I was still waiting for you. I only realized today that you were never waiting for me. You were waiting for yourself. I'm leaving now. It's not because you don't want me, but because I finally have the courage to live without relying on you. I'm heading back to Kunming today. If you miss me, go look at the flower bed. In that spot, a single sunflower should be blooming. I finished reading and didn't move. The paper trembled slightly in my hand. I didn't cry. I just folded the letter, put it back in the envelope, and tucked it under my pillow. Then I pulled back the covers and got out of bed. My bare feet hit the wooden floor. It was cold. I walked to the kitchen and opened the fridge. I pulled out a jar of coffee beans that Jiang Jin had brought back a couple of days ago. There was no label, just a bit of dust on the glass. I ground the beans and boiled the water. The spout of the kettle was still bent, so the water poured out crooked, splashing onto the stove. I didn't wipe it up. I took my coffee to the window. Outside, the snow had melted, leaving the rooftops wet and dripping. Far off, a small path led out of town. There were footprints on the road, 2 rows, one deep and one shallow, heading east. I didn't chase after them. I took a sip of the coffee. It was bitter, thin, and hot. I set the cup down on the windowsill, leaving a ring of water behind. I turned back to the bedroom. The box of letters was still on the nightstand. I pulled open the drawer, took out a fresh sheet of paper, and sat down with a pen. The tip hovered over the paper for 5 seconds before I started writing. When you left, you didn't close the door. The wind came through the crack and stirred the pot of moss. It wobbled, but it didn't fall. It's still alive. I finished writing, but couldn't bring myself to throw it away. I pressed the paper under a glass. It was the same glass from before, cracked, with water stains on the rim. I didn't clean it. I walked out and shut the door. The latch was loose, and it made a sharp click as it closed. I didn't fix it. I just walked east along the path. The slush crunched under my feet like breaking thin ice. I didn't look back. The wind blew through the Icelandic mountain pass, smelling of the sea. In the distance, a crow flew past, cawing twice before vanishing. When Jiang Jin received the package, the sky was just beginning to turn gray. There was no sender listed on the shipping label, only a string of handwritten numbers, 199800714. He recognized the date instantly. It was 1 week before his mother died. He didn't rush to open it. He placed the package on the old wooden stool in the entryway. One leg of the stool was missing a chunk, propped up by half a brick. He went to the kitchen to brew coffee using the kettle Lu Fun had brought back from Iceland. The spout was crooked, and the water veered 2 centimeters to the side, spilling onto the edge of the stove. Once it dried, it left a faint yellow stain. He stared at that stain for 10 seconds before finally picking up the package. Inside was an old-fashioned tape recorder. The plastic casing had 3 cracks in it, looking like it had been dropped multiple times. The cassette tape was black, its label faded, and the handwriting blurred. He could barely make out the name Gene. He didn't turn on the lights. He sat on the living room sofa with the recorder on his lap and pressed play. There was a click, followed by the hiss of static, like wind blowing through old wires. Then his mother's voice drifted out, sounding thin and far away. Gene, you weren't abandoned. Your father was just afraid you were too much like me. He was afraid you'd turn into another version of me. Jiang Jin's thumb hovered over the pause button, but he didn't press it. He looked down at his hands. There was still a bit of dusty blue paint under his fingernails from yesterday. He remembered that color. His mother had painted a picture once, a window on a rainy day. Outside, there was a crooked tree with 2 children standing beneath it. One wore red, the other black. The face of the child in red had been painted over. The recording continued. He came to your room every night to watch you sleep. He said your eyes looked like mine, and your smile did too. but he didn't dare let you smile for long. The voice cut out for 2 seconds. It sounded like someone else was speaking nearby. Then came his father's roar, low and trembling, as if rising from underground. If you dare tell him the truth, I'll make Lufin die right in front of you. Jiang Jin didn't move. The recorder kept running, but his mother's voice was gone. All that remained was the sound of breathing, faint and ragged, like a candle about to go out. 3 seconds later, the tape stopped with a click. He rested the recorder on his knees and looked down at it. There was a thin scratch on the plastic, carved in by a fingernail, as if someone had picked at it repeatedly. He reached out and touched it, but said nothing. The living room stayed dark, save for the gray light from the window hitting the sofa arm. There was a worn white patch on the fabric where he always leaned. He sat there for 15 minutes until his coffee turned cold and a thin film formed on the surface. Finally, he got up and went into the bedroom. From the bottom drawer of the nightstand, he pulled out his mother's diary. The leather cover was peeling, looking like it had been soaked in water and then dried in the sun. He flipped to the entries from that July. The handwriting was messy, the ink smeared by tears in several places. July 12th. He locked the door again today. He said if I ever mention taking Jean away, he'll make Lufin jump from the building. I tried to write a letter and hide it in my shoe, but he found it. He burned it. He said your son's life is worth more than the words you write. July 13th. Jean asked me today why I always stare out the window. I told him I was waiting for the wind to stop. Really, I'm waiting to die. I'm afraid he'll hear me. I'm afraid he'll cry. When he cries, he's just like he was as a baby, totally silent, tears falling on the back of his hand like rain hitting glass. July 14th. He promised to let me see her one last time. He said as long as I keep my mouth shut, he'll let Lufin live. I agreed. I can't let her die. She isn't my son, but she is my reason for living. Jiang Jin closed the diary. He pressed his hand against the back cover for a long time, the paper making a faint brittle sound like dry leaves being crushed. He went back to the living room and turned the recorder back on. This time, he rewound it. He listened to the mechanical whir of the tape. Asterisk click. Click. Asterisk like a pendulum. When it stopped, he took the tape out and placed it in a tin box. It was a coffee bean tin Lufin had brought back from Iceland. It was empty now. The lid was tight, and it took some effort to snap it shut. He went to the study and turned on the computer. He logged into the Kindling archive. No one knew who built this site or who used it. There was only a single line of small text at the bottom, dedicated to all the children kidnapped by love. He created a new file and uploaded the audio. He named it 199800714, Mother's Last Words. In the notes section, he typed it out, one character at a time, dedicated to all the children kidnapped by love. He didn't add any emojis, exclamation points, or flourishes. He just clicked save. The computer screen dimmed, leaving only a tiny cursor blinking twice in the white space before stopping. He shut down the computer and walked to the window. Outside, the Icelandic snow was still falling, though it was lighter than yesterday. The wind whistled through the window frame, blowing the curtain aside to reveal an old scratch on the wall. Lufin had made it last year with a paintbrush, claiming she was going to paint a family portrait. In the end, she had only drawn 2 crooked lines. Jiang Jin didn't move. He stood there, staring at that scratch for a full minute. Then he turned and went to the kitchen for a glass. It was a plain white cup with a thin crack along the rim from a fall last week. He hadn't thrown it away. He poured some water but didn't drink it. He just set the glass on the windowsill. The water sloshed slightly but didn't spill. He went back to the bedroom to change. There were 2 loose threads on his shirt cuff. He didn't cut them. He just let them hang. He opened the closet and pulled a manila envelope from the very back. Inside were a few photos. They were pictures of him as a child, wearing a blue checkered shirt. I stood under a tree, my fingers clenching a single key. I pulled a photo from the manila envelope and turned it over. On the back, someone had written, asterisk Jiang Jin, 7 years old. Spring, 2001, asterisk. I didn't stare at it for long. I slid the photo back into the envelope and shut the closet door. The latch was loose, letting out a faint, high-pitched creak as it closed. I walked to the entryway and pulled on my coat. It was still stained with tiny specks of dried blood. As I moved, my shoes tracked bits of mud onto the wooden floor, leaving 3 distinct brown dots behind. They looked like holes poked by a nail. I didn't bother locking the front door. I knew the wind would just rattle it in the frame the moment I stepped away. I walked next door to Lu Fun's room. The door was unlocked. I pushed it open and found her sitting on the edge of the bed. She was wearing an old sweater, the cuffs worn down until they shone. She wasn't writing letters, and she wasn't counting stars. She was staring at a piece of A4 paper. I noticed the back of it was a grocery flyer. Today's special, salmon, $12.90 isekai. On the front, there was only one line of text. You didn't come today. Lufin didn't look up. Her fingers pinched the corner of the paper. She didn't crumble it or fold it. She just held it, like she was gripping a fallen leaf. I stood in the doorway and said nothing. We stayed like that for 5 seconds before she finally spoke. Her voice was soft. "You're back," she said. I nodded, and she placed the paper on the nightstand and opened the drawer. It caught for a second, requiring a bit of force to shut, but she didn't try to fix it. I walked over and stood by the bed, looking down at her. Finally, she glanced up at me, then immediately looked back down at her own hands. I saw a scar on her left index finger from when she tried to fix a water pipe last year. She started, then stopped. I didn't finish the sentence for her. "Where did you go today?" "To get something," I replied. "What?" "A recording." She didn't ask anything else. She reached for a coffee cup on the nightstand and took a sip. It was white with a plum blossom pattern, and a thin crack ran along the rim. Neither of us spoke. Outside, the snow continued to fall. It looked like someone was silently shaking flour from the windowsill, steady, patient, and endless. She set the cup back down, leaving a ring of water that slowly soaked into the wood grain of the table. I turned toward the door. As I reached the threshold, I stopped, though I didn't look back. "The letters you wrote," I said. "I read them all." She didn't respond. I pushed the door open, and a gust of wind rushed in, fluttering the curtains and lifting the corner of the paper on the nightstand. The words looked like they were trying to fly away, but she didn't reach out to grab them. I closed the door gently. The hallway light flickered overhead, dying and reviving like a broken bulb. Downstairs, a cat crawled out of a snowbank, shook its fur, and disappeared into the bushes. The snow kept falling. I went into the studio. I grabbed a tube of the cheapest paint I had, the label so water-damaged I could only make out the word mineral. I squeezed it out. It was thick and dry. I started writing Jiang Jin's name on the gray wall. I filled an entire page, then moved to the wall itself. The paint dried instantly, cracking into tiny lines like a parched riverbed. I didn't stop. I wrote in every style I knew: formal script, cursive, Chinese, English. Jiang Jin, Jiang Jin, Jiang Jin. My strokes grew crooked. Ink smeared onto my knuckles. I didn't wash it off. The studio was dark. Outside, the sky was turning a bruised gray-blue, like a wet cloth that hadn't been wrung out. 7 empty paint tubes were piled in the corner, squeezed bone-dry. A few drops of blue paint had dried in the cracks of the floorboards. They looked like frozen tears. I started a new painting. 2 boys standing side by side on the edge of a cliff. The wind blew their clothes tight against their legs. They were both gripping the same rope, but the rope was snapped in the middle. One end dangled into the abyss. The other was coiled around their wrists. I painted the rope with a sharp pencil tip, making it look so thin that a single breath would break it. When I finished, I didn't look at it. I went to the kitchen to make coffee. The spout of the kettle was bent, causing the water to splash onto the stove. It left a pale yellow stain. I didn't wipe it up. I just rubbed my hands on my apron, leaving a streak of gray-blue paint behind. Jiang Jin arrived in the afternoon. The door wasn't locked, and the wind made it clatter against the wall. She stood in the entryway without taking off her shoes. The mud on her soles left those same 3 nail-like dots on the floor. She looked at the wall I had covered in her name, but she didn't say a word. She noticed the set of mineral paints in the corner, the one she had bought for me. The black plastic lid was slightly open, revealing a half-used tube of deep blue. She took off her coat and hung it on a rusty iron hook. If she left it there too long, the rust would stain the fabric red-brown. She stood in front of my new painting for 10 minutes. I didn't look at her. I was busy wiping my hands with an old, faded towel. I scrubbed until the paint in the creases of my skin was gone, then tossed the towel into a basin. The water turned blue instantly. "You painted us," Jiang Jin said. I didn't answer. Jiang Jin walked to the sofa and sat down. He picked up a glass from the coffee table and took a sip, carefully avoiding the cracked rim. "You never admit it," he said. I still didn't respond. He walked to the easel, picked up a cheap promotional brush, and dipped it in deep blue. He knelt and wrote a line of text at the feet of the two boys. The handwriting was small, like a child's. Asterisk, "We aren't substitutes. We are each other's flaws." Asterisk. He didn't clean the brush. A drop of blue paint fell onto the floor like a black bead. He signed his name in the corner, Jiang Jin, 2024. I stared at that line of text for a long time. I didn't move. I didn't cry. I just put my cup back on the table, leaving another water ring. Jiang Jin stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. He grabbed his coat. "I'm leaving," he said. I remained still. When the door closed, the loose latch let out a sound like a sigh. Jiang Jin didn't leave immediately. He stood downstairs for half an hour, watching the sky. The clouds were low and heavy, pressing down on the roof like a dirty towel. He checked his phone. It was 9:17 p.m. He didn't call or text. He went to a convenience store, bought water, yogurt, and a pack of the cheapest tissues, then came back up. He tried the key, but the door was deadbolt from the inside. He knocked 3 times. No answer. He leaned against the door and waited. Condensation built up on his water bottle, but he didn't wipe it away. 15 minutes later, I opened the door. My hair was a mess, my eyes were circled in dark shadows, and I was holding that same piece of A4 paper. I handed it to him. He unfolded it and read the letter I had written. Asterisk, "The night is long." It got dark at 7 o'clock. I counted 73 stars. By the 74th, my vision blurred. I thought a light bulb had broken, but there was no light. It was just the snow reflecting. I learned how to use coffee to water that pot of moss on the windowsill. It lived. It's a grayish green, like that old sweater you used to wear. Last night, I dreamed you were standing in a fire. You reached out your hand, but didn't speak. I didn't grab it. I knew that if I did, it would be over. Jiang Jin finished reading and said nothing. He folded the paper and put it back in my hand. I looked down, rubbing the edge of the paper with my thumb. "The rope you painted," Jiang Jin said. "It's broken." "Yeah," I nodded. "Why did you paint it broken?" I paused. My voice was barely a whisper. "Because you never wanted to pull me up." Jiang Jin didn't reply. He walked to the easel, picked up the brush he had used to sign the painting, and put it back in the box. He pressed the lid down, but it didn't snap shut. He walked to the entryway and put on his coat. The zipper caught, but he didn't force it. He just slowly worked it up. He didn't change his shoes. "I'll come back tomorrow," he said. I stood by the door and didn't move. He walked out, leaving the door ajar. The wind began to crawl through the gap. The wind caught the edge of the paper on the wall. The corner curled up slowly, revealing the name written underneath. Jiang Jin. The letters were smeared with paint, blurred and distorted like an old photograph that had been soaked in water a dozen times. I heard his footsteps descending the stairs. The sound echoed through the empty hallway, fading into the distance. I didn't bother to close the door. I just walked back into the studio and stood in front of the painting. I looked at it for a very long time. Eventually, I picked up a rag. I started to wipe his name off the wall. My movements were slow and deliberate, like I was clearing fog from a window pane. When the wall was clean, I tossed the rag into the basin. The water inside had turned a dark, bruised blue, almost black. I sat on the edge of the sofa and picked up my unfinished coffee. I didn't say a word. I just sat there in the silence.